Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to another day of flying. And today we are going to be flying from Stockholm to Olbia and back to Stockholm. I also hope I say it correctly. If I don't, apologies. But this year we're going to be flying a quick, well, not really a quick, but we're going to be flying a round trip from Stockholm to Olbia today. Back on the NG. That should also be interesting. At least should hopefully go better than yesterday. Again, we did have some technical problems with the Macs yesterday, so yeah, should go well, hopefully. So yes, we're currently standing here at stand 37, gauge Charlie 3. Our aircraft is still on its way from Sicily, I think it is. At least from Italy somewhere. So it haven't landed yet from what I know. It may have already. That was the wrong aircraft. I don't know. So yeah, we'll wait and see when it is here. If it is ever... Yeah, it's still on its way to Stockholm. Yeah, it's landing soon. So yes. But I shall introduce the members, of course, so don't forget. So we do have ATC Swedish. So shout out to you, and as always, thank you for the support. It is really appreciated. So yeah, should we start with our briefing? So, for our briefing then. So today, on the 7th of June 2025, we're going to be flying 2 sectors between Stockholm, Arlanda, and Olbia. We are going to be flying under the Norwegian Sweden Sea. With the Romeo X-Ray Alpha is the aircraft we are expecting. And I'm going to be pilot the command, also pilot flying for both flights. So our flight to Olbia, we are departing at 14:20 Zulu, so that is in about 1 hour and 1 minute. We still have more than an hour at least before departure. With a flight time of about 3 hours and 30, almost, yeah, 3 hours 20 minutes, landing at 17:40. And we have a block time of 3 hours and 20 minutes, so it's basically right on. So departing a bit early today is probably not a bad idea. Expecting a few different levels at 3.5, 3.6. Yeah, we will not descend to 2.7 and then down to 2.80 and then 300 and continue like that. We'll try to maintain and just adjust between odd and even levels accordingly. Yes. We need a minimum of 11.8 tons of fuel to Olbia today. With the Rome Fiumicino as our alternate. Nothing on the mainland CDL, forgot that yesterday actually. 145 passengers is expected with a takeoff weight of about 67.2 tons. Maximum share value is going to be 7 at Tespo, so we might expect a bit of turbulence today. But where is Tespo? There it is. So it is over... Yeah, so it's over Sweden still, before Penor and over to Warsaw, or to Warsaw FIRs over to Poland. So do expect some turbulence south of Sweden and north of Poland. Yeah. Before we are flying into Rhine UIR or into Germany basically. Yes. And then for the weather, we do actually have a SIGMET over Warsaw. It is some thunderstorms observed. It is valid between 11:15 and 13:15. The clock is currently 13:21, so this SIGMET is not valid anymore. So we take a look on that on SimBrief and see if it is there. But it should be a top level is flight level 24, so it should, at least if it haven't changed the flight level, we should be flying well above it, so that shouldn't really be anything to be concerned of. And then for the weather for Arlanda, we can take it here on the latest. So, currently winds at 240 at 19 knots with good visibility, broken at 4007, 14 degrees, 2.6 in QNH 999 at the nosing. For today, we're expecting generally good weather, maybe some gusts up to 29 knots, so it's probably going to be a bit windy today. Except for good visibility and broken at 4005. So in general, good weather today. So nothing really outstanding. And then for If I just I don't remember the ICAO code. It's Lima India Echo Oscar. For our destination Olbia, 07 still at 11, Kava K 27 degrees, so it's quite hot. 21 and QNH 1014. And for today, we expect wind 080 at 12 with Kava K conditions, so expecting easterly direction, so expecting perhaps a 05 today. Maybe some variable winds between 18 and 20 under around when we are departing. But except for that, it is looking quite good on the weather side in Olbia as well. So nothing really outstanding there. And then we can take a look at Fiumicino here. So Kawake conditions at the moment, with 30 degrees, it's quite hot. And throughout the day, we expect winds 170 at 13 with Kawake. So we expect another 16. Or runways 16 in for landing if you do need to divert them, probably. Maybe some gusts of the 26 knots between 12 and 1600, but that is still before we are landing, if I'm correct. So don't really expect that to be causing any significant problems. For the NOTAMs, we still have the standard one in Arlanda. That's why I really haven't marked any of those out, because again, it is mainly that the runways are one right and one on the left is closed due to work in progress. And then respectively, the different taxiways for that, and of course, that apron Lima is also closed due to work in progress, and the associated taxi lines with that, and also a caution advised with a temporary fence north of apron Lima. For Olbia, we do have no time today valid between 1900 and 0500, so it might actually not be applicable for us when I think about it now. When are we departing? Yeah, we are departing at 1820. Yeah, so this is actually after we are departing. But if we are delayed, we were delayed with an hour yesterday, so it is a possibility. At least we may expect at least the automatic terminal information service, or the ATIS, broadcasts are reliable except the date and time group. So again, between 1900 and 0500 tomorrow morning UTC time. And in this period as well, auto meter will be provided, so we don't really get any local specials. Will not be available. It will just be the measured from a normal auto meter. So it also says that ATC may require pilots to report meteorological conditions or phenomena observed. Again, we don't really expect this to be causing any problems, because we should have the pilot already out of Olbia by this time. But again, in case that is not the case. We also do have some stands that on apron 1 where we actually be parking that might be closed, 22, 23, 24, and 25. We also do have a building that is penetrating the transitional surface, so that is going to be the elevation is it's 89 feet AMSL, or 24 feet, almost 25 feet AGL. Yeah, ICAO signal is also unprovided. Same with the other building here as well. A little bit higher, just a few feet. To be exact, about 40 centimeters higher, so nothing outstanding actually. But yeah, wait, what? Yeah, it's going to be still 500 feet AMSL compared to the other one that is not 89 feet AMSL. So again, it is according to the location though. But above the ground level, it's going to be about the same height, but they're located quite differently. And again, this is done on Avenue. I have unprovided signals. We also do have a following of obstacle building unprovided of lighting. So yeah, that's going to be the highest one. If you take the AMSL, is going to be up to 328.7 feet. Don't really expect this to be causing any problems, but again, still something we should be aware of nevertheless. Especially that it might be getting a bit dark when we're departing and arriving into Olbia, so good to be aware. Machine as well, the only really notable thing is some 2 obstacles and some electrical or the EFAS system for 1.6 and the 3 both runway 1.6s, runway 2.5 and 3.4 right is unserviceable. But except for that, nothing outstanding. And then for the significant weather charge, you can find it here. Oh, perfect. So this is significant, valid 18 UTC on the 7th of June 2025 between flight of 100 and 450 from Washington. So, over Stockholm here, we actually don't have any icing conditions at the moment. But when we're flying over Östersjön, or sorry, the Baltic Sea, we may expect a little bit of moderate turbulence between flight level 400 and 160. We also expect some moderate icing between 240 and below flight level 100, so more going to be relevant if you do need to do an emergency descent. 320 on a jet stream here, passing over route as well in the border between Poland and Germany. Continuing downbound or southbound, we do have some severe icing over south Germany and over North Austria between 160 and below flight level 100. And also north of Italy and south of Austria and Switzerland, we do have some occasional cumulonimbus clouds between flight level 330 and below flight level 100. So it might be some thunderstorms over there. And after that, we don't really expect anything else significant en route at least. Again, from where we are cruising between 25 or about 250, nothing really outstanding. Again, most of the other things is mainly regarding icing conditions, and that's going to be more than if you do need to divert or do an emergency descent. We do also have some occasional cumulonimbus clouds here over the east of Poland. Again, that's probably the Sigmet that we looked at. And again, we'll take a look at that in just a few moments. When it comes to our wind, we are expecting mostly cross headwind on the way down. So again, that's why the flight time is so long, longer than ours block time. So again, we need to try to depart a bit earlier today if possible, to just make sure that we're landing on time and can depart on time after the Olbia so we don't land behind schedule into Arlanda again. We'll wait to see what we're able to do today. So again, we're not going to be following this. We're not going to be descending and climbing all the way here. I imagine it is because of wind, perhaps? I don't know. It's a bit strange, but we will not follow it. That's for sure. It doesn't really make sense for us to do that. And if we can just find that Sigmet. Yeah, that Sigmet is not here anymore, or it is currently south here over the parts of Poland. So we're not flying over it, so that is fine. So nothing outstanding then. So when it comes to the fuel, I'm quite happy with flight plan. Fuel of 11.8 tons. Nothing outstanding on the weather side. And we should basically be all good. So if you all agree, we will go with 11.8 tons. Why did you do that? There we go. And then for the return flight to Stockholm. We're departing at 18:20. And then we're landing again. We are landing at 17:40. So that means we have approximately 40 minutes on the turnaround, so we should have plenty of time. Yeah, 40 minutes. So we're departing at 18:20. Flight time back home is going to be less than 3 hours, about 2 hours and 58 minutes. Landing in in Stockholm at 21:30 UTC. Flight level 1836, 3536, 3536, 300 and 370. Again, it's a dispatch remark plan optimum flight level. So imagine it is because of the wind conditions, but we will disregard all of that. We will probably just be climbing all the way to 360, then change to an odd level, and yeah, wait to see what if we have ATC online and so on. Minimum fuel back home is going to be about 9.7 tons, with the Skavsta as alternate. Expecting a bit less here, 123 passengers with a takeoff at about 63.1 tons. Maximum share value for top of descent, so maybe some turbulence in for landing, but it looks like it should be a bit better during the evening. NOTAMs wise, it is nothing really else outstanding as what we already talked about. Yeah, we did actually I forgot the weather for Skavsta. So Skavsta is looking good throughout the day, maybe some gusts, but except for that, 4,004, few at 4,000. So generally it is looking good, except again for the gusts. But that shouldn't really be too much of a problem either. And if you can find the significant, should be the same. There we go. So this is significant. This is valid 18. Yeah, so it's the same chart. Again, mainly some occasional Nimbus over northern Italy, south of Austria and Switzerland, and then some severe icing over North Austria and South Germany, and then continue upwards. And we're flying outside of the turbulent area over Poland, so that's good. And then nothing really outstanding in Stockholm. Wind-wise, it's going to be mostly thrust tailwind back home. So again, the flight time is about 20 minutes shorter on the way back due to the winds. So yeah, should be landing hopefully shouldn't be landing an hour behind schedule like we did yesterday. So that's all good. So yes, nothing really else to say. That we will cover that through the individual approach and the party briefings. And yeah. So yeah, shouldn't really be anything else to say. So any questions? Probably not. Then our briefing is complete. Jesper, eller welcome och bring väl. Yeah. Adrian, hello, welcome och bring väl. Oh, no worries. You're doing the Stockholm Heathrow in the NG. Nice, enjoy it. Hope you will enjoy that. But yeah, hope you enjoy the landing as well, Jesper. Landing in Oslo then, I imagine. We flew to Lisboa. And our aircraft have landed from Catania or something. Can't even say that correctly. Yep, they are parked, so that means we can walk out to our aircraft. We are departing in about... Yeah, we have about 45 minutes? If you're departing at 20, 50 is half an hour. Yeah, so we're departing in about 45 minutes. We have plenty of time to get ready. So that is wonderful. Wonderful, sounds good. Sounds good. So here we go, here's our wonderful aircraft. I don't remember how old this aircraft is, so... Yeah, forget that. At least it is standing here ready for us to fly down to Italy. It's quite quiet in this at this airport. It's a bit unusual. And they misaligned the jet bridge with the door here a little bit. Again, this part of the airport is actually not molded, unfortunately. I mean, it makes sense though. I don't see that many are actually walking through this when there's not even any windows here. Okay, only doing the one leg to Heathrow. Okay, nevertheless enjoy it though. Just hear that the avionics bay is a bit noisy. Yeah, could be great flying the NG again. I've already missed it just by that one flight with the Max aircraft. That's mainly because again the aircraft is quite a bit different because of different developers, of course. So yes. Yeah, we do have Tower online actually. Yeah, then we can. What is this? What in the world was that? Okay, now it's gone. Okay, interesting. There we go. Here is the flight takeoff Sierra. Sorry, Romeo X-ray Alpha. There you go. Yes. So we have everything should be good here. Again, this is not the first flight of the day with this aircraft, so everything should be good, so you can actually just sit down and prepare for departure. Okay, so yes, and you should now go on. At least do the trip off. That's good. We have 95, 95, 92, 92. Wonderful. And it is looking good. Yep. So the aircraft is pretty much ready to go. Let us just get the fuel over here.
Refueling truck is on its way.
Yeah.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
So correct flight plan is a good thing to have. Just check that I have the flight plan on Sim as well. I don't think I have. It doesn't look like it is active. Yes, it is. Yep, bye. I think approach just went online. Maybe they did. I don't really know. Hello.
Hi. Okay, so I've spoken to security and they've started checking in, but there's around another 10 minutes to go before we expect to be seeing any passengers.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
At least we do have an active flight plan at least, so... yeah. Okay, so just check the items here, 26K, just double check that.
Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
We've flown once with this aircraft before, and I was to and from Belgrade.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Oh, that is just exhaust, that's for us, good. But that air is up to date is on June 12th, so goes out, so that is that is on Thursday, isn't it? Yep. Good. So we are currently standing here in Stockholm, Arlanda, and we will use the GPS left. Flying from Stockholm to Olbia. Let me just get the flight plan again. That is Lima, India, Echo, Oscar. Lima, India, Echo, Oscar. Enable, yeah, disregard. Departure runway at the moment. And what's the current ATIS for Stockholm? We do have ATC online. Oh, there you go. Now the Sigmet just appeared here, so it is quite new then. We can take a look at that after we look at the ATIS actually. We are not departing 26. Weather ATIS. Yeah, departure runway is 1 and right, not 26. 26 is the landing runway. So... departure runway 1 and right. 1 and right is going to be via... the Tango Romeo Sierra 5 Golf. And after that, it's going to be November, correction Mike 607. To Goven, Papa Trivon. To Marem. Direct to Ruda. Papa Trivon. To Dosel, Mike 736. There we go, Dosel. And then it is Ulpix. The waypoint we have seen before. Direct to Tango November Tango. Rento? What? Rent. It is definitely east. Let me see. TNT. Tango November Tango, where are you? Yeah, that's, yeah, Trento we are. There you go. And after Trento we are... It will be direct to Abmug. Abmug direct to Ginar. Direct to Kisto. Direct to Batox. And the Batox 1 Quebec for 05. Arrival ILS 05 via the Batox 1 Quebec. And via Obimi. No, series now. Okay, we have like 2 different channels though. Let me see. Charts. Arrival. But what's the difference between those two? One Quebec, fly in over here. I don't remember. Again, we have flown to this airport once before. Let's see on the plan page then. Maybe that will give us some hints. We take this here now. 1. How does that look here? That looks quite correct. But what about number 2? What's the difference? I don't really see a difference. It looks like it might be just some waypoint. We'll probably take the number 1 then, because it is number 1 after all. Yeah, it is the one with... Yeah, okay, it looks like the number 2 doesn't have the holding, but number 1 has a holding. I mean, that could make sense. Yeah, then we'll disregard the holding then. If that is mandatory though. It doesn't say that there's a clearance limit at CNL. So... Yeah, we'll take number 2 though. 5, CNL number 2. Activate. Expectations protocols off. Oh. We are red nose 3 alpha Mike. Red nose 3 alpha Mike. And how are we doing on the refueling side? The Ryanair just pulled up here. You can definitely hear him. Cost index gonna be 9. Final reserves today is at 2.7. We are cruising at flight level 350 initially. Wait. 235.59 on the winds. 235.59. gonna be +5, so -49. 250. And then the 10. 200. 100. UNH is 1014. 1014 executes, and the engine outside out of Stockholm Arlanda is as follows. Let me just see here. PMDG, we don't have short field performance, so that's good to know. We want to select our aircraft because I think this is short field performance. Affirm, that's the wrong. So this new aircraft, we are flying the PMDG today. We have 26k engines, and we also do have 26k and with carbon brakes, if I'm correct. The Norwegian is using carbon brakes. 26k carbon brakes. There we go. We're departing out of Stockholm Arlanda, and it's going to be run with one on the right. There we go. Engine outside is just standard, so just straight ahead and hold Echo Sierra Sierra Alpha and 25. Good. Norwegian Aviation, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. It does depend though, because we do want to try to depart a bit early today, because of a lot of headwind. So if we are able, it will be preferable for us to depart a bit early. Not sure when you are landing in Heathrow though. It's going to be flight level 35 initially, and airport elevation in Olbia is as follows. If you can find the runway 05, there we go, 86. That's going to be 0 feet then. Not -50, but 0. I'm always used to those 700 feet up there and not 100. Another aircraft pulling up behind us as well. And we can request the winds. I mean, we are departing in 30 minutes, so... Or hopefully a little bit before, though. We have finished the DG fueling. We have 11.8 tons, and we requested 11.8. Wonderful, then we can turn on the seatbelts as well. Okay, so MFRA is going to be, in this case, 1200. And also, recommended NADP here is NADP 1, so we'll go with 3 fast feet on acceleration. Good. Good. Dry runway. Do we have any limitations regarding our requesting clearance? Oh. It is NADP 2 that's recommended. Oh, I can't read. Oh, it says NADP 2 here, not NADP 1. Let me see. What is... have I written it incorrect, or is it, or have I done something wrong? Taxi procedures, no. Parking information, APU, and this is for arrivals. And noise abatement departure procedures are not really for arriving aircraft, is it? Data link clearance, NADP2 is recommended for all SIDs. Oh, men, come on. But my mistake. There you go. Yes. Because there's no way to do that here, no. Thank you, hello, welcome, hope you're doing well. And Variable, hello, welcome, hope you're doing well. Yeah, call sign is Scandinavian 87 Juliet. Nice. Should we probably start boarding them?
Boarding requested.
And we can see 8s, 12163.
All stations, we're about to start boarding.
12163. What's the wrong way? 121. Yeah, this is information Mike. Yeah, we didn't get a frequency to contact.
Passengers boarding
Let's
starting.
me see. We're at stand 37. Just so I don't forget. That's the thing, it doesn't really help us to do much. How does it know that we're departing at 16:20 local time? Yeah, I think it is because it's linked with docking or something.
This way.
We should get stand 37.
Good afternoon.
Hey, there we go. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Captain.
Welcome
Just to
on
let
board.
you know, we've started bringing the passengers on board.
Thank you. Okay, so tower frequency in Arlanda is
Welcome on board.
118505. Okay, we'll try that first. 118505.
This way.
Yeah, perfect.
This way. Good afternoon.
Arlanda Tower, god ettermiddag. Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike at stand 37. Verification Mike requesting clearance to Olbia.
May I see your boarding pass?
2066. Renault 3 Alpha Mike is cleared to Olbia with Tours 5 Golf, departure out of 1 on the right, initial 5000 and squawk 2766. That is 2066 3 Alpha Mike.
Welcome on board.
2066. I thought I heard it. I heard 7.
This way.
Oh no!
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Now it is working. Thank you.
May I see your boarding pass?
Sorry for that. But at least slim panel of both opening doors. And apologies for that. But sometimes that just doesn't work for no apparent reason.
Hello.
Yeah. 5000 and it's gonna be divided. Kurs van goal. That's what we have here, isn't it? Yeah. If you can find
Welcome on.
Rosa. We did 75 goals in the... Yeah.
Hello.
Ground torstai cockpit.
Go ahead. Oh no, so just finished the flight from Doha to Amsterdam with Qatar on the 777. I imagine
Hi
it's Qatar.
Captain, just a quick update torstai let
Copy,
you know
go
that
ahead.
we started loading.
Flying back as
DL
well.
will send the final load set up once we are ready.
Roger. Okay, let us just do the landing dispatch here
Hello.
before we do our departure briefing.
Welcome on board.
Hot though, 26 degrees. Whoa. 10:14.
This way.
Okay, are we
May I
ready
see your boarding
for
pass?
our
Ladies and
departure
gentlemen,
briefing?
welcome aboard. While you're being seated,
So we
please
can start off with
remember that all
emergency
mobile
briefing.
telephones and other portable electronic devices,
Below 80
such as
knots,
CDs, phones, and laptop computers,
we'll
must
stop
be
for
turned off
any
and stowed
warnings.
to departure.
Above 80 knots,
Thank
priority
you.
V1 will stop for
Mine
fire
damer og
warning,
herrer,
engine
velkommen
failure,
ombord.
predictive windshield warning, or
Mens
airplane
dette
enable or
får du
safe to
utdrag alle
fly.
mobiltelefoner og andre verdige
If I go stop or stop my
enheter,
controls,
for
I
eksempel
will
TV-spillere
close
og
the
verdige
mirrors,
datamaskiner,
disengage the
og slå
autothrottle,
av og oppbevares
apply
for
max
avsnitt.
manual braking og verify
Takk.
RT water brakes, manual rest speed brake cable, apply maximum reverse thrust to stop the aircraft.
Hello.
If you could stop, I'll verify first lever is closed, autothrottle disconnected and max braking applied. I'll call speed brakes up, speed brakes up, verify reverses and call the reverse status. I'll call 80 knots, 60 knots, auto brake disarm and advise ATC of the reject. Once we come to complete stop, I will store on the reverse, slow the speed brake, and we will identify the problem and I will call out any necessary memory items that need to be accomplished. I'll assist in identifying the problem and I will accomplish any memory items on your command. Then we will evaluate the situation. If no evacuation is needed, on PA remains heated, situation is under
Ground
control.
torstai cockpit.
If the situation is unclear, on PA cabin crew to stations. If it is not to evacuate the aircraft, I will order flaps 40 to go to the back quarters to QRH and read through the evacuation checklist. Happy? Hope so. So there is not going to be any actions below 400 feet, except cancel any warnings and raising the given a positive rate. At 400 feet, positive heading select, we're going to be flying straight out 25 north miles and hold from Stockholm. Yeah, straight out 25 hold, MSA is 2002, so we're climbing up to 3,000 feet. The weather is good, nothing outstanding there. We are expecting to be departing above the maximum landing weight. so we are probably going to be a bit heavy on the way back. So if it isn't necessary to return immediately, due to safety reasons, of course, we will then burn off some fuel before returning back to Arlanda. Except for that, only runways that's not going to be available for us today is going to be 01 right and 19 left due to the closure of that runway for work in progress. But except for that, nothing else outstanding in Arlanda. So, any questions for the emergency briefing? Probably not. We can continue on to route check and stand by 1 minute. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, here's the load sheet from ground. I've written the passenger count here, the crew count here, and the total number of souls, not including yourself, here.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. So we should be ready for push in about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, so just give us a call if the cabin is secure.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah, we have currently a 5-day layover in Arlanda, that's why. So we just have a layover, that's why it is. Only for the next 5 days. Just let me insert the zero fuel weight here that we're expecting. 55.8. Yes, so for the route check, we'll start off with our routing. So we have been clear about the Tros, or the what was it? Trosa 5 Golf departure. And then after that, we will continue towards Mike 607 to Goven, and then Papa 31 to Marem, and then direct to Ruda, and then Papa 31 to Dosel, and then Mike 736 to Ulpix, direct to Trento VR, and then direct to Abomog, direct to Ginar, and direct to Kisto, and then direct to Batux, and with Batux vanker vekk in for Olbia. Ground distance today is 1259, so 1259 nautical miles compared to 1248. That is right below the or above the limit. So we'll just take a quick look. We do have a departure change. We have a plan for runway 26 departure in Simbrief, or Simbrief planned that for some reason. So the difference there should be the different SID that we are currently cleared for by ATC. So everything is looking good. So yeah, again, the difference is because of the new cleared SID we have got. Estimated landing fuel in Olbia is 4.2. In the flight plan says 3.1, so we're landing with well enough fuel, at least planned for now. So then we can continue over to our taxi. So for our taxi, wait, that didn't work. Yes, for our taxi, this is our airport charts. So this is our parking stand charts. At one of them, 10-9 Charlie, effective 24 March 25. So parked at stand 37, we could expect a push, perhaps, yeah, most likely facing west on Zulu Fox. And then we will taxi by Zulu Foxtrot, and then right on to Yankee. And we continue to the next chart here, 10-9 Bravo, effective 24 March 25 as well. Again, we'll continue up via Yankee, and continue up Yankee to holding point of runway 19 right. So for full airport charts here, 10-9, effective 24 March 25. Again, full length, yeah, we'll take full length from Yankee 10 today. So we'll not go to Yankee 9, we'll go Yankee 10. We do have 2 hotspots for us along our taxi route. That's hotspot number 2 and 3, so just take a quick look at those. Hotspot number 2, risk of entering runway when taxiing via Zulu Hotel to Yankee, so not really applicable for us. And hotspot 3, risk of entering runway when taxiing via taxi X-ray or Zulu Kilo to Yankee. Again, not really relevant for us either. Other than that, the only really notable NOTAMs is that runway 1 on the left and 0 on the right is closed, and also the relevant taxiways in the vicinity. But other than that, nothing really else outstanding. Driving condition is good here in Arnhem at the moment, and the weather is good as well. We might expect some crosswind on departure, but that shouldn't really be too much to be concerned of. For our side, we are currently cleared via the Trosa. Was it Trosa? Yeah, Trosa 5 Golf departure, car 10-3 X-ray 7, effective 17th of June 21. So we're initially departing on revealing 1840 degrees to Sierra Alpha 705, and then continue to Sierra Alpha 704, maximum 220 above 2100, continue to 706, and then continue down to 708, and then 729, and then to Trosa. MSA in Arlanda is 2,200 feet, maximum 250 knots below flight level 100 unless otherwise instructed. Initial climb clearance today is 5,000 feet, got that from the controller. NADP2 should be used today, so that means 1500 feet AGL, we've got speed interval, back up to 220 knots. And then we'll retract the flaps as scheduled, and once we're passing 3,000... oh, GS6 just crashed, what? When we're passing 3,000... yeah, what's that, 3,000... yeah, I'll say between 3,100 and 200 feet. We can say 3,200 feet, and we can speed and continue accelerating the aircraft. And we do not have any threats for our departure today. So any questions? Probably not. The now briefing is. Yes, Lipa. So basically, Arlanda is not a base. In Norwegian, it's just a layover. So they do take crews from different bases that will just have a layover here for a few days and then return back home. So that is a real roster in Norwegian, yes it is. And nevertheless, if it is a base now for whatever reason, it is still not unusual for pilots to have a layover at different bases as well when that is needed. So, yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be 4. Maybe we should actually do our PA. We can do that at the same time. 3 hours and 20 minutes, flight level 350 initially, and it should be good weather at our destination. Hopefully, if things want to work here. Yes. What's the airport called again? It's some Smeralda or something. Costa Smeralda. Mine damer og herrer, god ettermiddag. Mitt navn er Fabian, jeg er kaptein ombord i dag på AMD Norwegian og resten av besetningen. Så ønsker vi dere hjertelig ombord denne flyvningen fra Stockholm Arlanda til Olbia, Costa Smeralda. Flytt i dag er forventet å bli rundt ca. 3 timer og 20 minutter. Vi begynner straks å bli klare for avgang her fremme. Vi forventer å dytte ut av gaten om rundt ca. 5-10 minutter. Hvis du kan være så snill, setter dere ned, ta på sikkerhetsbeltet, og så for deres egen sikkerhet av andre ombord. Så anbefaler vi dere på det sterkeste å følge på den veldig viktige sikkerhetsdemonstrasjonen som kommer fra kabinbesetningen om å få strakser. Når det kommer til taxituren vår i dag, så venter vi ikke at den skal være alt for lang før vi er klare for avgang. Avgangsruten vår er også ganske så grei i dag. Vi kommer til å ta først litt grann, ja, vi kommer egentlig til å ta rett sørover ned mot Olbia. Vi forventer en marsj på rundt 35 000 fot i starten, men forventer å klatre litt høyere opp gjennom flyvningen ettersom at vi har brent litt drivstoff og flyet blir litt lettere. Vi forventer også forstått gode flyforhold. Det er forventet noe tordenvær over Polen, men vi forventer å fly ganske så greit høyt over det, så utenom det så forventer vi gode flyforhold. Men som alltid, vi anbefaler på sikkerhetsbeltet på baresnitt for å komme bort til en uforventet turbulens. Å være i Olbia for øyeblikket ser ganske så bra ut med litt grann vind fra nordøst. Det er rundt 26 grader, og det ser ut som det er fint å skyflytte i tillegg. Ellers, siden jeg slapp av, så var det veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Fabian, I'm the captain aboard today, and on behalf of Norwegian and the rest of the crew, I want to wish you a very remarkable flight from Stockholm Arlanda to Olbia, Costa Smeralda. Flight time to Olbia today is expected to be approximately 3 hours and 20 minutes. We are fairly shortly ready for departure in Frontier, expected to push in about 5 to 10 minutes. So if you may, please sit down, take your seatbelts, and if you're on safety and the others on board, we do recommend to pay special attention to the safety demonstration that is coming from the camera crew in just a few moments. And when it comes to our taxi today, we don't really anticipate that to take long before we're ready for departure. Our departure routing as well is looking quite alright, or actually quite good. We're departing initially just straight south towards Olbia. We're expecting to be cruising at approximately 35,000 feet initially, before expected to be climbing a bit higher throughout the flight after we burn some fuel and aircraft have become a bit lighter. Good flying conditions are generally expected to be good, but there is forecast to be some thunderstorms over Poland. We should be flying well above that, but we might still encounter some turbulence there. Again, except that good flying conditions are expected, but as always, we do recommend to have the seatbelts on for the entire flight, just in case we encounter some unexpected turbulence. And the weather in Olbia at the moment is looking quite good, with just a little bit of wind from the northeast, about 26 degrees centigrade, and it looks like it is nice and clear skies as well. Otherwise, sit down, relax, and we're going to enjoy this flight with Norwegian. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead.
Loading has been completed. We are sending the load share up Torstai you now. I'll contact you for pushback once you're closer up and the beacon light is switched on.
Roger. Yes, so then we can 55.7. Actually, we can fire up the AP first. So, seat fuel weight 55.7, fuel 11.8, takeoff weight 67.6 compared to 67.2, that is the limit, 67.6. 145 passengers plus 6 crew, that is going to be 151 souls on board. Wonderful, then we can execute that and then do our performance. Hold on right full length, dry 26 at 17. Temperature, maybe actually this is out of date. Yeah, it's 250 at 18. 250, 18. Temperature is 14 and QNH is 1000. 14 and 1000. Flaps 5. Air conditioning, yes. Take weight is going to be 67.6. With a CG of 19.9. So that will be at the rate 2, assumed 37. The rate 2, assumed 37. That will give us 89.3. 89.3, that is good. Flaps 5, trim 6 units, and 43, 44, 47. 43, 44, 47. For checklists. Pins and covers removed, oxygen is tested 1%, night transfer and display switches, no mode on auto, window heat on, presentation mode selector. Auto, flight instruments, we are tracking, correction 0 to 8 degrees, QNH is now currently 1000, and we're reading 110 feet, that's 110, so plus minus 0. Park brake is set, engine start, levers cut off, and taxi and takeoff briefing is completed. For checklist below the line. Fuel, we have 11,800 kilograms on board. And 6 flaps on, pass design set, auto brake, RTO, CD for cars completed, takeoff speeds, V1 143, VR 144, V2 147, MSP 147, 1840 degrees, and 5000 set. Beaver check is complete. Off to the ground.
Go ahead.
Can you please disconnect the ground power?
Roger. Stand by. Ground power has been disconnected.
Thank you. Off the ground.
Go ahead.
Disregard.
Roger.
We can request push and start. Aviator.
Ground Torstai cockpit.
Go ahead.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Just a heads up, your beacon light E is not active.
If sorry, I shouldn't have answered you. That was not supposed to happen.
Ground tow E is connecting.
I will have double up. My mistake. Sorry. Yes, before start checklist.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Flight door is closed locked, doors windows. Closed locked, anti-collision light on, transponder altitude off. And rudder and trim free and 0 before start complete.
Clearing 8 Echo Romeo, wind 250 degrees, 18 knots, runway 1 and right.
Locking gear.
På väg, hela welcome bring bell. Nice, so it is. Okay, so at least we have confirmation of that, that's good. Everything simpare till welcome bring bell. Yeah, that is another called self-loading cargo, so that is for both cabin crew, passenger, and ground crew interaction. Yes, I know, Slip-on, I know. But the thing is that I have just not really done it. And the main reason for that is because I haven't switched it over to my speakers, because I don't have my headset on anymore, like I did before. So I just need to remember to actually do it, but I have this not that good, how should I say it? I'm not quite sure how I should say it. Because again, I've done that all the time basically, and that's something you're totally correct, should not do that at all. It says that, I'm reading through all of these airport briefings, and it says it all the time. Do not leave frequency afterwards, but I always do it nevertheless. So yeah, I know about it, but yeah, I just need to switch it over to the speakers. But again, I just forget it as well. Again, habits, yeah, of course it is a bad habit I have, so I need to just change that. So if you just remind me a bit, if you always remind me if I forget, then that will be great. Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike, requesting push and start.
Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike, pushback and start up of route.
Push the route, Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike. Copy ground, very clear push, brake set. There we go.
Release parking brakes, please.
Brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Thank you, start 201 in sequence.
Clearing 8 Echo Romeo, no further HC frequency change approved, bye-bye. Could you change your route Goodbye.
Okay, starting number 2.
OK Captain, we're clear of the stand and you're free torstai start Engines.
Ja,
Please set parking brakes.
brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Roger, standby. Yeah, we'll just disregard GSX. Sorry, self cargo. Start cut out. Starting number 1. And there you go, start to get out. Copy ground, with 2 good engine starts, so you can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
That was the wrong way, there we go.
Tow truck disconnected.
OK Captain,
Bypass
close light
pin
are to
removed.
start up on all Engines and tow ES disconnected. NOTAMs
Left is clear,
ES reason
right
your
is
put torstai
clear.
go. DLL get also disconnected now, so have a safe flight. Look out for the pin on the right and we'll see you next time.
Thank you for help, pin right, have a good day, see you next time, bye. There we go, we got the gear pin. Flaps 5. Flight control check. Before start checklist. Correction before taxi checklist. Generators on, probit on, anti-ice off, air corner press, packs auto, isolation valve auto, engine start switches, continuous, recall. Checked engine start levers, ID stand, flight controls, checked, ground equipment. Clear. Flaps 5 land, 5 green, APU off before taxi complete. Reynolds 3 Alpha Mike, requesting taxi.
Reynolds 3 Alpha Mike, taxi to holding point runway 1 and right.
Taxi on the point, runway 1 and right, Reynolds 3 Alpha Mike. Right, clear. Left clear. Brakes released.
Holding runway 1 and right. Scandinavian 87 Juliet, taxi to holding point runway 1 and right. Taxi holding runway 1 and right for Scandinavian 87 Juliet.
You need to be careful because we have this service road crossing here. I just saw a bus and some other things crossing here, so be a little bit careful so not running over anything. It's going to be the taxiway Yankee, so it's going to be the second right turn for us then. And the right is clear, left is clear. There's nothing coming here on the service road. Wonderful. Nothing on the taxiway either, of course. And the left clear. Right clear.
Scandinavian 87 Juliet, you missed your turn there on Zulu at the Arlanda we use standard taxiway procedures, so they are shorted, so you can for now continue next way, but next time you need to read the shorts.
Okay, thanks for advice for 800.
And the right is clear. Left is also clear. Hello.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is secured for takeoff.
Thank you.
No problem.
Cabin is secure. Left cleared. Right clear. The sun just came as well. Bad. It looked like it was going to be quite cloudy here in Arlanda today, but maybe not. And the right is clear. We do have an SCS 73, isn't it? Nice. And left is clear. Right is clear. Right clear. Left clear. Okay, we'll go weather radar on my side and we can go to rain on your. Wonderful. Left is clear.
7 Juliet, give way
Right,
to the
clear.
Norwegian 737 coming from left to right.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
done there.
but we'll touch behind them.
Yeah, we can see the cabin. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps, 5 land, 5 green, stabilizer trim, 6 units, chemical, given before takeoff complete. We are ready to go.
Red nose 3 Alpha Mike, wind 250 degrees 18 knots, runway 1 and right cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 1 on the right, red nose, 3 Alpha Mike. Yeah, we are cleared for takeoff.
Scandinavian 87 Juliet in sequence, line up runway 1 and right and wind.
Oh no.
Sequence line up to runway 1 and right for condition 87 Juliet.
Yeah, we just need to change push to talk here. You. Right clear. That's clear. Are we able to change the push to talk before departure? I would really like it. But like so. There we go. Okay then, are we ready? Okay, ready. Takeoff. Stabilized. Setting thrust. Takeoff reset. Checked.
Rotate.
Wait.
Positive ring.
You're up.
3 Alpha Mike, no further ETC monitor advisory 1 to bye.
Port advisory, Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike, ha det bra.
Ha det.
Speed into vent,
Scandinavian 87 Juliet,
220.
wind 250 degrees, 18 knots, runway 1 and right clear for takeoff.
Clear for runway 1 and right for Scandinavian 87 Juliet.
Flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps up, speed check. Can cancel speed. Thousand to go. Come on, day. Continue up to 3.5. And yeah, get that. 350 sets. We can set standard, standard. After takeoff checklist. Engine bleeds on, packs, auto, landing gear, up and off, flaps up, light and all bits to standard set cross check. We are passing through 6,700 feet. Now, plus minus 0 after takeoff complete. Out of the clouds, wonderful. Passing 100. Yes, everything is looking good there. Wonderful. Yes, then we are out of Stockholm. When are we landing now at the moment? We are landing at 53. We're landing 13 minutes behind at the moment due to, again, the expected winds. Yeah, the reason why we're not using 2024 is because the PMDG 737 is not supported on 2024 yet. I have heard many people that are actually able to run it quite well, but for the sessions that we are flying, or that we're usually flying for quite a lot for every day basically, it will probably be, we will probably encounter some problems, and I haven't really tested out if this thing actually works 100%. So we're waiting for it to be compatible with the new sim before we will move over. Nikolai, hello, welcome, doing well. Aiden, yeah, of course that was you. I forgot to think about that, maybe that was you. Because you said it flew with the 737 earlier and with SAS, so I imagine that was probably you. Yeah, nice. Joining on basically now a retro aircraft SAS. Not bad. Variable, yes. It was quite a bit stronger than I expected. And I tried to compensate, because always when I'm compensating for a crosswind like that, I always use a bit too much rudder. So I tried to not use too much rudder this time, and I used way too less. So yeah, it was the crosswind. Like if you look at crosswind takeoff, it doesn't look hard at all. But if you actually try to do the takeoff in the crosswind, you will feel something else. So yeah, I was quite good at it before, but again, for some reason now, I'm not. It's a bit strange. So yeah. So I'm not really happy about that takeoff, to be honest. It was, yeah. It was quite a bit stronger than I expected. I mean, I was prepared for quite a strong crosswind, but not that strong. Ska jag drifta eller welcome uppring då? So yes. Like there is something strange, because when I'm like basically doing like traffic patterns and so on, my takeoffs and landings is quite a bit better. I have a feeling that it's because of the pressure here that I'm underperforming. Because again, when I'm practicing for example landing on this aircraft and following an ILS, I can follow it perfectly, but when I'm flying here, I'm struggling a bit more with that. So that's again probably because of that regarding yeah, pressure. Pressure to get it right. And then I'm overthinking, and then I'm suddenly overcorrecting, and then I'm overcorrecting overcorrections, and then it just continues like that. So yes. To be honest now, if we look back at the flight we did yesterday with the MAX, and already how it is going with NG, I don't really want to fly with the MAX aircraft for the next 3 days. At least not with the iFly. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let me see. Because there is 2 schedules that we might need to change actually. Because tomorrow we are scheduled to be flying round trip Stockholm and Manchester. I have written it incorrectly here. It is we are landing out in Oslo from Manchester. We are landing in Stockholm. But yes, we're flying round trip Manchester and Stockholm, and the flight number for that is 4109. So let me just check that real quick. It was 200 already. Delta 8 40. No. What is it again? It is 4109. 4109. So at least we're going to Oslo at least. That's nice. 4109. So we're basically flying to our base. And tomorrow is the 9th. No, it's the 7th today. Wait a minute. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong schedule. I was looking at the wrong one. But at least we can still check if we're flying with the MAX though. No! It looks like we're going to be flying with the NG, so it looks like we're at least going to be flying with the NG one more time during this layover. It looks like it could be... Yeah, so it's MAX yesterday, NG today, MAX tomorrow, NG on the day after the MAX the last day. So it's going to be a good variety then. I mean, I'm happy with that. As long as we fly with the NG at least one more time. Not that I don't like the MAX aircraft at all. I'd really like to fly with the MAX. just not with the iFly, because there is these things that doesn't work as it should. And also because I'm so used to fly with the PMG, so it is quite hard to fly the other aircraft because everything here works completely different regarding payload and everything like that. So yeah, at least the round trip, yeah, so next one tomorrow at 40:50 is that? 40:50. 40:50. So that is going to be flown with, yeah, that's going to be with a Max 8. And then on Monday we're going to be flying with NG again, and on 44:01. Again on Tuesday we will be flying with the Max again, it looks like. So yeah. Exactly, same as you as well, yeah. Again, there is those general things that just doesn't work correctly in iFly that you are using quite often. For example, you can't update a progress page, and like, what? Why does that even work? So there's those small things, and also again, the cockpits, it can't just be me that the cockpit is a bit too light. Like, it is quite lit in there for some reason, and also the colors as well is a bit too light than it should be. And yeah, maybe it's just me, I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, again, the PMG is still superior, especially in system depth, and that's what really matters here. So I really hope that PMG will release and continue working on releasing the Max aircraft in the near future, or at least sooner rather than later, because I really, really want it. Welcome back from Cuba. Okay, just departed Amsterdam to Doha. Nice, enjoy your flight. I'm gonna be flying round trip Oslo and Malaga, isn't it? Yeah, with SES. Enjoy it, flying the 20 Neo then, or the 20 CEO. Imagine the 20 CEO, to be honest, due to the Phoenix aircraft. Oh, nice the way you're doing. Hopefully so. That would be cool though, to actually fly with the real Max before PMG releases their Max. That would be cool indeed. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm not the only one. Again, also, if you guys remember, we got a traffic warning yesterday when we departed out of Stockholm, and that oral warning sounded really weird. It didn't sound correct. So there is those small things in that that's just not working. Also, the aircraft is when it's turning, it always overturns, so it always needs to correct itself after the turn. I mean, maybe an aircraft or two in the world does that because of some stuff. So I mean, it is not really unusual for an aircraft to maybe do that if one particular aircraft, for example, if there's something faulty with the flights or auto flight system. But this is the case with all aircraft, so yeah. Yeah, exactly. Again, the dimensions and the coloring looks a bit off. And also for the price of that aircraft, I don't think it should be that expensive. It basically costs also the same as the PMDG, and the PMG is just much better. So, yeah. But yeah, okay, the reflight is also done with the CEO. I mean, that's good though. Oh, I need to be better to monitor my instruments. I passed 300 like 2,000 feet ago. I need to be a bit better than that. That's something I can improve on, is monitoring of instruments, because I do take my eyes off them it too often and for too long. That's not really good. But yeah, I can understand you're looking for the Neo. I mean, it looks quite good, and it's Phoenix after all. And this is also not with a license with ProSim like I had with the CO, if I'm super correctly, so it might even be better than the CO actually, due to or some other things due to the licensing. So yeah. That's a really good question, Variable. I do see your point in that, but as you may see, we do have still some extra percentages here. The maximum thrust we have available, the max continuous thrust is 99.4. Wait, what? No, that can't be correct. Climb 100. Okay, now I see your point indeed. But it looks like if we are... yeah, so at least we have still a bit more to go, so we're not running full power even though it says 100%. As you may see now, it's now 0.1, so it is a bit more, but yeah, I can agree with you, 1,000 to go. Looks a bit odd, it does. Okay, that seems a bit loud. I found out when that the sim was actually a bit too quiet before as well. So, is it better now? It's a bit hard to hear me. Okay, maybe I can just increase my my volume though. Oh, I see now though. I don't think I can actually increase my... No. Should I lower it even further? Let me know. I mean, fair enough though. Yeah, sounds reasonable of Flying Cube. I mean, that's not the problem with generally Airbus aircraft. They are more performance heavy than PMDG. Or sorry, than this Boeing aircraft, especially this 737, because well, how all of these systems going on in the background that need to run at the same time. So yeah, the 737 again is a bit more simpler. So yeah, but that's yeah, I can understand that indeed. But I mean, the A350 as well looks quite good. So yeah, it does look really good. I mean, yeah, I see a point to that as well, Snippa, but again, it is two different aircraft variants though, so we need to think about that as well. But yeah, I agree, Phoenix is better, of course, yes. But PMDG is not bad at all. So, and again, they are two completely different aircraft manufacturers as well, Airbus and Boeing. So yes, but yeah, I do see a point in that. But in my case, don't really matter if the circuit breakers work or not. Pilots are not supposed to use them nevertheless. So, mechanics. Yeah, variable, and that's also the thing, because when you're derating and takeoff, you're not really derating for the end wall, you're derating for the temperature. So yeah, that's a good point there. The temperatures are fine, and that's really what they are derating for. So you can use as much thrust as you want, as long as the temperature is cool enough. So again, that's when you don't take is temperature. It is the temperature that will actually then wear up the engines. Not really the speed of the fan blades, it is mainly the temperature. Yeah, that's good. Thomas, hello, welcome over well. Ooh, you just made a Oreo cake. Sounds good. Sounds really good indeed. Yeah, exactly, variable. At least that's my theory though. I mean, it does make sense if you think about it. again, it is simpler. You have less systems running in the background. So, I mean, it makes sense that this aircraft runs better than Airbus aircraft because you don't have all the flight control computers in the background because you have your direct cables. So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense at least. So yeah, we need to think about our fuel check. So we're currently here at Armod 54. We need to do fuel check with for the 1500 if we can do that. I will do a fuel check at Armod. Actually, no, we can actually do a fuel check at 1505. Yeah, at Espo. We can do a fuel check at Espo. There we go. Espo. Oh. So yes. Yeah, exactly. And again, in an emergency situation as well, you don't often use circuit breakers either. Like it isn't very often that it says in the circuit or in the non-normal checklist or the QRH that you're going to pop circuit breakers or reset them. So pilots in general are not allowed to do it, except if they are explicitly told by maintenance, or it says that in a non-normal checklist. Or of course the CVR circuit breaker if you are evacuating the aircraft or after the scene. Then you will of course pull the CVR. That's like the only thing. So yeah. See, but I mean, I can agree with you on that. And the PMG have worked on this update for the 77 for half a year already. So we should get quite a bit better cabin, hopefully. But again, in my case, it don't really matter too much for me. I don't really care too much about a good cabin. I can agree. One thing I do really would like to have is just a functioning cockpit door and Norwegian painted seats. That's something we don't really have on the liveries we have, unfortunately. I'm not sure why. Probably limitations or something. Some liveries have it, some doesn't. So that's one thing I also would like, but except for that, I don't really care, to be honest. But I do see a point, though. I do. Exactly, and also the cabin as well also drains performance. That's also why the Phoenix performance doesn't perform that well, because again you have the quite detailed cabin as well that you don't really spend too much time in either. That's the thing. But again, it is, some people want it, some people doesn't want it, so it is personal preference after all. But again, in this case, we're mainly sitting in the cockpit because we're flying the aircraft, so a cabin for me doesn't really matter too much. But again, just a functioning cockpit door would be nice to have, because we are after all walking in and out of the aircraft. So at least we're always walking in, but we're not really walking out. Maybe we should start doing that. Maybe after I bought what's it called again? I don't remember what it's called again. Does anyone remember what the camera mode from Parallel 42 is called again? I forgot. I don't remember what it is called. I can't remember what it is called. Isn't it chase plane? Chase plane, isn't it? I think it's chase plane. At least there you can make some different camera, probably more than you can on the default one. So yeah, so it might be easier to like walk in and out of the aircraft. That's the thing, because the thing is that we're always walking into the aircraft with all the pre-flight briefing. We then of course face in towards the cabin when we are going from the drone camera to the cockpit camera. But then the problem is that if you do want to go out again, we're then facing inwards on the drone camera, so that means we need to turn around before we can walk out. So that's why we haven't really walked out of the aircraft. And also because there is also normally passengers walking out if you have a crew example, so maybe we should start doing that. I don't know. Yeah, again, I don't remember what it is called. I mean, it looks quite good though. Do you use it, Flying Cube, or any experience with it? I'm mainly then wondering about especially like the touchdown effect on the camera, because I know FS Realistic is going out of feet per minute, and that is a problem, because that's not really what you are feeling on landing. You feel G-forces. So I wonder if Chase Plane is using G-forces, and I hope they do. They can have a perfect landing, but be downslope, so it's a higher FPM, and that means FS Realistic that shakes it like it's a really hard landing. So yeah. So that's the thing. Again, what turns a smooth landing is not the feet per minute, it is actually the G-forces. Because the runway is not flat. It will either be a little bit, at least for both cases, the runways are not completely flat. It is maybe a little bit uphill, maybe a little bit downhill, so feet per minute doesn't really matter, it is the G-forces after all. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but I mean, nevertheless, it still looks good. It looks like a huge improvement from the standard camera system, so I will buy it one day. Probably. I just don't know when. So yeah. But I mean, it looks really good. And again, just how many different camera positions you can assign, what I can see, it is quite impressive actually. I mean, to be honest, I do agree with you. The only reason I actually would buy it is to remove the use of FS Realistic, so we don't have the app in the background, because I'm not really releasing sound from FS Realistic, I'm just using the camera shakes. And also to then have the option to set, I mean, you can do that through the default camera system as well, but that will then limit the key bindings we have, because I currently have set 2 key bindings to somewhere that you guys might not expect, but you have seen me using before, and that is this one and this one. So I have like the first one that I normally have been using for the default camera view set to the left side, but actually right side, and then of course 2 for the EFB, and then 3 for the overhead, because we're not really using that, and then of course the cabin. So the thing is that if we then offer the number 2 and the number 4, the number 4 is not really usable. So actually I could probably use that to just switch. And also I'm referring to the drone camera, not the cabin. Yeah, forget it. Or get it. So yeah. Again, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to be buying it yet. But I mean, still would be nice to have, especially to just because FS Realistic does give us some issues, especially regarding the camera, because now we can reset the view as we want regarding the zoom, but sometimes if the application is running regarding head shake and so on, we will then be stuck. We can't use this. We need to like have a completely or a different key bind for a reset button inside of that application. So I have 2 reset buttons assigned, that's on the yoke and also on the keyboard. Just wait a moment. Hello. Hello.
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Hey, do you guys want any drinks or anything? But yeah, what I was talking about again is that since maybe we will be using zooming on approach, for example, and I'm hand flying, then I set it to the yoke, so every time I can't reset the zoom, I can't use my keyboard, I need to use my yoke, and that's the most annoying part of it. So yeah. Fanta, please. Let me. I think we have Fanta, what we should have. I do have the menu here, so we can check. Yep, we do. Fanta, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi Max. That's what we have. We cover some. So not Fanta. Nothing else. Nothing. Can we please get one Fanta then?
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. But yeah. Yeah, basically the same as I have, except for the transponder up. But I mean, I see a point. I have actually maybe thought about we should do that for the comp, because it is so hard to switch. If you hand fly and want to switch the frequency, then suddenly you can't really see the instruments that well. So I have thought about that I do need a physical radio panel for frequency changes. I have still not bought it. I need to do it one day because it will probably improve things here quite a bit. So yeah. Yeah, especially doing things in the FMC autopilot panel or MCP, sorry, FMC, MCP or the radio panel. It's quite difficult in the hand flying aircraft. So again, I do have FMC, MCP and also radio panel available. But okay, just FMC and the MCP is generally 4737. The only radio panel I've found is the Logitech one, so the generic one. I mean, it's better than nothing. So I thought about getting that one for a while actually, just to, yeah, again, just to have make it easier for us to switch frequency, especially on departure. Because I want to fly that hand fly a bit longer than like 5 seconds. So yeah. Okay, see you soon and see you soon. Controlled airspace, yeah, it says probably over Germany then. And over FIR. No, correct. I don't know. Okay, so fuel check and Espo, so 9.2 tons. We have currently 9.4 in the tanks. That means the center should be soon empty as well. Well, not really soon, but yeah. Fuel used 2.4 compared to 2.5. Good. It's 100 below. And 36 minutes, we've been flying for 33. Well, they're doing quite well with the flight time as well, so probably not be landing too far behind schedule into Olbia because of the winds. Let me just see here regarding our altitudes. That's not here, that's up here. So 3.5 and then 3.6 at Pedor. So that means we need to climb. We'll be able almost all the way up to wall 3.9. So we climb up to 3.6 at Pedor. And at Goven we should be at an even. Yeah, at Dosel we were changing to an odd level again, so then we may actually be able to climb all the way up to flight level 3.8. When are we actually reaching Dosel? Dosel, you are there. We're reaching at 16:28 Zulu, and the clock is 15:06 Zulu. So there's still well over an hour left. So yeah, we should be able to climb up to flight level 380 actually. I will just check the wind conditions at these levels before we eventually decide on that decision. So yeah, we are climbing at Piano. And then we have 8 knots at 3.6 and 66 knots at 3.8. To be exact, that's a drivdig. And then at Hoven it is 81 knots and 79 knots, so that's not really a huge difference. At Bukig it is, that they actually don't know because it's lower. But at Gargi it is 84 to 79. Riklu 84 79. 84 79 Marem. Runda 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74, 74. Full sail. Yeah, that's gonna be lower at, that's gonna be 77 at 38 and 70 at 400. Yeah, so basically, for the most part, it's gonna be the same level, same speed at these different levels. I think we'll go up to flight level 380. Again, just because we also do have less air density, so less air resistance, basically. There goes, we will say 4.2% by climbing up to those 2,000 instead of 1,000 feet. So, how much do we say about climbing 2,000 feet? Sorry, 1,000 feet instead of 3,000. 1,000 feet will save about 2.1. Yeah, so basically saved double by just climbing 3,000 instead of 1,000. So, probably do that. We're also approaching Piano, is 24 miles away, and we can also see some weather here around on the end. It's green after green, and maybe some bit of yellow, so we should be quite fine on that. Okay, should we climb to 380 then? Okay, 380 set. Just confirm again that we do have 394 as maximum for altitude event. 380, so that's going to be 1, 2, and 3. Good. Do we have any... Actually, at the moment we do have ATC in Olbia. Is there an event or something down there? There's a lot of aircraft there. Yeah, we do actually have center control over there, but everyone is already left Olbia. Oh, sorry, it is not Olbia, but they have left the row. So, and they have been online about 1 hour 40 minutes already. Oh, that means we don't really expect ATC in there then. But we uncontrolled airspace. It should actually be controlled, but on what city is going to be uncontrolled. Yes. When was that segment actually valid? Or more, when is it valid? Or how long is it valid? That's more correct. It is valid until 1520 Zulu. Okay, so it's valid another 9 minutes. And we are still not flying over that area. I've got some thunderstorms as well over Palanga. No, sorry, this is over Kaliningrad. It's actually over Russian airspace then. So not Palanga. But yeah. There's some thunderstorms there as well. That means there should be some thunderstorms to our left and in front of us. I mean, it's cloudy, but it is just a thin layer we are flying, but it looks like it is a bit more clouds over there, and same ahead as well. Hard to tell. To go. So either do a fuel check at Revdi or at Boven. But when are we reaching Boven? At 48. I will do a fuel check at Revdi and then Boven afterwards. It's better to take more fuel checks than less, isn't it? On this side, or on this area, it's better with more than less. Especially on the fuel side as well, it's better with more fuel than less fuel. The aircraft does struggle quite a bit with climbing though. Climb performance is not really the best. Almost leveled off here a second, so. There you go, being above 50 speed. And we already saved 5 minutes by climbing up these 3,000 feet. And also about at least 3 tons of, 300 kilograms of fuel, maybe even more than that. We're now also landing with an extra ton on board. That's not too bad. But we might expect some, say it, surprises later on. We did it yesterday where we were like, oh, 3 minutes ahead, oh, 5 minutes ahead, and then suddenly, why are we 4 minutes behind? So the winds can definitely hurt us further down here, so that happened yesterday at least. Okay, and we're ready to do the fuel check at Rivdi. And there we go, we are now 5 miles from Rivdi, so fuel check. So 8.6 float plan, we are currently 8.9 net tanks, that's 300 elbow. Estimated 3 tons burn, we are currently burn through 2.86. Then we can take 2.9 then. And for 8 minutes we've been flying for 44, so we got 4 minutes ahead of airtime noise as well. Not too bad. We are still landing about 9 minutes behind schedule, even though we departed on time. So, but again, it is because of the winds. That is not really favorable today. I mean, it wasn't yesterday either, but at least not, definitely not now. And it's getting quite cloudy. That also means it's right outside of the windows. And also one thing is that the iFly banks quite sharply on when it's turning in L-lap as well. It's just saw this turn with the PMDG. It was quite a not a very sharp turn, just a gentle turn. iFly almost 30 degrees to the right, so that was insane. It's quite some bank angles on that aircraft. No wonder that it always overturned. It's just banking too hard. More than necessary. Not to be worried. We suddenly were banking 25 degrees about 35,000 feet. What runway is currently in use? In Olbia. They are using 05. I mean, it's a 10 knot headwind, so you don't really have a choice than to use that runway actually. If I remember correctly, sorry. If I remember correctly, we actually supposed to use the entire runway. Landing, and that's interesting. This is said something about that in the briefing material for Olbia. It says noise abatement, low visibility procedures, minimum runway occupancy time. For arriving or aircraft landing on runway 05. No. What? Unless otherwise instructed, Volvo Tower, aircraft landing on 23 shall vacate via taxi Foxtrot. Parking aircraft comply with 86 takeoff. What? Yeah, it was maybe arriving aircraft, arriving traffic, 6 via, yeah, of course, and then departing. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like some food?
Do you guys want any snacks or anything? We still not received the drinks though, so. But that's because we're too slow to answer. So yeah. Yeah, actually maybe that was under the low visibility. Yeah, of course that's under LVP conditions. Yeah, forget that then. We're going to wonder. Okay, what snacks are available? Good question, I will check. What do we have available on board? It is an international food and drinks international flight 67. So at least we do have a brownie, caramel muffin and Swedish chocolate ball. Vi do have Malaco got en blandet Juicy Giants, Marabou milk chocolate bar, Freia quick lunch, Magnus MK milk chocolate something, not sure. We have the fjord chips, crisp dill pickle, and also sea salt, chips with sea salt. Sunshine nut, sea salted cashews, sorry. Cashews. Vasa sandwich, French herbs, what? And yeah, that was pasta bolognese, that's really not a snack. But we do have that as well. Yeah, okay, so take the brownie and sea salt. Anything else? No. Can we get one chips with sea salt and a brownie?
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember that variable. Sea salt handpicked from the sea. Nice. Oh. Yeah, that was something else. Oh, yeah. Okay, let us see. Have we fixed the problem now? Select new aircraft. I fly. Yes, now it is working. You fixed the problem with the 27k rating. on the max here on the virtual performance tool that was not showing. We just had it to 28k and we didn't have the 27k. So at least now that is fixed. So we do have the correct because Norwegian are using 27k with engines on their max aircraft, and basically everyone else in the world is using 28k. Or not everyone else, but the most popular rated engines on the max is 28k. But of course Norwegian want to be a bit more special and use 27k rated engines. Except for a few ex-Flyr aircraft that I think even have a lower D rate. I think they have 25k. We don't have that on the performance too low, unfortunately. So that's a bit unfortunate. We just have 28 and 27k available. So yeah. But except for that, it is at least now we have the 27k available in the performance calculator. So yeah. I mean that's a good thing because we didn't have that yesterday. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. We have a headwind of 66 knots. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready for you in the galley whenever you want it.
Thank you.
No problem.
There you go, snacks is available in the galley. The serve ground speed of 399 knots. Landing 48. Yeah, we've been able to save more and more time here now, so that's good. I'm landing just 80 minutes behind. And we should be able to flight level 39 and not too long actually. Yeah, just another 100 feet to go and I'll be able to climb to 390. At least the good thing is that it's going to be quite a short flight back to Stockholm. And since it is the last flight of the day and it's going to be late in the evening, it's a good thing. So yeah, like our flight that was about 20 to 30 minutes shorter. Actually, maybe just 20. Let's see. So yesterday, flight time to Nice was 2 hours and 59. Yeah, our flight time actually from Nice to Stockholm was 30 minutes shorter. So our return flight was 30 minutes shorter due to headwind, or just due to winds, basically. Just think about that. 30 minutes is quite a bit. But we still had an hour behind schedule though, so that didn't really change, but at least we managed to save up. Yeah, we actually did save up 10 minutes on the way back because I was scheduled to be 40 minutes, but we landed 30 minutes. So we did save up 10 minutes en route, but we also did have a higher cost in legs, so we did have that on both flights. Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. There's a storage area, so feel free to collect them whenever you're free.
Thank you.
No problem.
Stay all the drinks are now available in the galley. Yeah, you have an average tailwind of 26 knots. Nice. That's a bit better than our 68 currently knots with headwind. Oh, it increases as well from 66 to 68. So yeah. At least we now be flying in that area where the segment was forecasted, but again, it wasn't, or it isn't valid anymore. It expired 7 minutes ago. So yeah, unless they have updated that segment. Oh, it is still valid to 15:20, and the clock is 15:27. I don't see any thunderstorms either. So yeah. Yeah, that's the one thing we want to look at. It's our schedule tomorrow, because I did find out that it was quite a long day tomorrow. Like, we're starting tomorrow at 13:50 local time, so right before 2 in the afternoon. And we're landing back in Stockholm at 23:30. Why are we landing basically at 23:30 all the time? We're scheduled to be landing that today. We were yesterday, but we landed again an hour, more than an hour behind schedule. And then tomorrow as well. Interesting. So it's just that it is a very long schedule. I mean, it's 10 hours, so it is still well within limits, I think. Let me just check the what is it called again? The duty time limitations table. Duty time limit. We are flying 4 sectors tomorrow. And we are starting at between 13:30 and 59. Sorry, between 13:30 and 13:59. So that means we have 11 hours and 45 minutes of duty time available for us. So it should be we should be good. I think. Again 13:50, then 14:50, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, so we are going to be flying for about approximately about 9 hours and 40 minutes. So still about 2 hours less than our maximum duty time. So that means also to have extra time in there. So it is still within the regulations at least. But I still want to double check that we're actually doing it correctly here. 40, 50. 58, 40, 50. Delta 8, 40, 50. Because it is the 8th tomorrow, yes. And then a week before that, the 1st of June. Because I flew 14:50, landing at 17:40, 18:20. It's 40 minutes. My gosh, they're very delayed though. Oh. The schedule of arrival in Stockholm was 23:20. They were landing at 00:42, so they were more than an hour behind schedule. Yeah, it is a 40-minute turnaround between Skellefteå and Munich. Yeah, that should still be fine. So, yeah, we shouldn't have any problems with flying our schedule tomorrow. Should be all fine with that. They are not really, what to say it, yeah, breaking any rules or regulations, so then we're fine. Variable, no, I have not heard of that. Pushback? No, I have not heard of that. No, I'm not familiar with that. We still don't really... Okay, we still have a lot of controlled airspace in Italy, so hopefully they don't know when we are arriving, but I don't think that's going to be happening. We are landing in Olbia at 17:49. The clock is 15:33, so it's still another 2 hours to go, plus. So, yeah, I don't think that's happening. I haven't got any news from PMDG yet. Let's see if they have released any news this weekend. I hope they do. I would especially want more information about if they soon have released anything for the update for the 7th. Oh no, there's no new updates. Last update was in 29th of May. That's already a little bit, a few days ago. More than a week. But I imagine that it's going to that will give us something soon then. But it looks like they might be able to, if they fix the problem they had encountered, it looks like they might be able to release the 7 variant a bit earlier than estimated. I mean, that's a good thing because then I can focus more on the 7.3. So yeah. But at the moment, even though we are currently landing 9 minutes behind schedule, we still have 30 minutes on the ground after landing. We have a third 40-minute turnaround after all. So yeah, I hope we have air conditioning available at the airport because it is quite hot. I know there's limitations regarding the use of APU, and fair enough, I understand that. What does it say exactly? So the APU shall not be switched on earlier than 60 minutes before estimated off-block time and shall be turned off not later than 20 minutes after on-block time. Longer use of APU must be authorized by the aerodrome operator. 60 minutes before departure. That means we basically can use APU throughout the turnaround for the air conditioning then. Or what? I mean, I'm not sure if they do have air conditioning, or like if they have air conditioning available, but an ACU air conditioning unit. Does anyone know that if they have that available in Olbia? Again, I don't really know, so that's why we may need to use the APU. Again, what are the restrictions here? We should be allowed to use it. Like generally we can actually use it all the way up to 80 minutes, so almost 1.5 hours. So, and we expect a 30-minute turnaround time, so We should be able to use the AP without breaking any regulation or rules or regulations at the airport. So, why in the world should anyone use the AP longer than 60 minutes? Then you have a really long turnaround time. I mean, legacy carriers like KLM and SES just have so long turnarounds though, so I mean, I see the point there. We're expecting to burn another 4 tons as well before landing. Not really the most efficient aircraft at the moment with all the headwind. Yeah. Can't do much with that. Yeah, we still have a wait to see over Olbia and also over Rome, so we have Rome radar. That's good. But we will see if they all know we're landing, that's the thing. If they're not, then yeah. Then they are not. There's a chance for that, so wait and see. I mean, it is Saturday after all, and we're in the evening, so it's a bit strange that we do not have that much ATC online, actually. In general, we would expect more ATC than we currently have online. A weekend also, it's probably a lot of people that is doing something else, staying with family or something. I mean, that would make sense. Yeah, because of the long weekend. So yeah, I see that. Have they updated the segments, or is it still expired? Yes, it is, and it is quite small, quite a bit smaller. It is now valid until 1720, and it does actually cover over Goven. So are at the moment actually flying around. Yeah, it should be ahead of us. So we're going to be flying up over the thunderstorm. It is currently between thunderstorms observed, blah blah blah. Top level is flight level 240 and it's moving east. So, and we are cruising at 38, so we're cruising about 16,000 feet higher than the thunderstorms are located. So we don't really expect to be causing any problems, but still be aware of potential turbulence that may occur due to that. We may expect a little turbulence, but it is by the Microsoft Flight Simulator after all. I don't really expect anything to happen. So yeah, at least that have been updated now, so that's good to know. It says in Olbia on Navigraph or on the charts that it is not in use. If I go on flight to the 24, that says something completely else, completely different. That says runway 05 is in use. Olbia Naples, Olbia Gatwick, AV20 CO, AV20 CO. Okay, but just with shortlets. I actually do wonder a little bit where we are scheduled to be parking regarding if you're parking at the remote stand or if you're parking at the terminal. To be honest, I do really like parking at remote stands, and the main reason for that is because the view is going to be a bit different than the terminal, because at the terminal we just look straight into the terminal building, of course. But if you park on a remote stand, maybe it is beside the terminal where you just have a fence, so you can like see the city and so on. So generally the view from a remote stand would be a bit different. And for example, in this case in Olbia, the remote stands south of the terminal is facing towards the runway, so we'll be able to see all the landing and arriving aircraft. So again, the view will be a bit different. So I do really like that. But efficiency-wise, the good thing with the fuel goes to caution. Just turn off and set it up there. The good thing with the terminal though is that we do have a jet bridge, and we don't require buses to get everyone on board. Because in the sim, it is actually slower to use buses and 2 stairs compared to using 1 jet bridge. For some reason. In real life it is the complete opposite. Low-cost airlines prefer using those remote stand due to because they can use 2 stairs instead of just 1 jet bridge because of efficiency. So a bit interesting. I know that in Oslo, for example, they do often also deboard through the stairs on the left aft door as well. Same with and also from the jet bridge. So yeah. But for some reason in GSX we can't do that, because we can just make a one custom path for passengers to walk into the aircraft. We can't make 2, and that basically renders that left aft stair unusable. I was supposed to do a fuel check here. Apologies, I forgot. I just realized that we turn here. We'll do it at the next waypoint then. I can also really. It is the worst thing to happen. Got the fuel check here. So the next fuel check at the Goven is Ukig. We'll do that there instead. booking. And we are booking at the 51. Yeah, so it's just 3 minutes. So that should be fine. Are we still landing at 49, 48-ish? Yeah, still landing 49. So we may consider the increase of cost next now because, yeah, we're landing 49 now, but we still have a start to follow. We're going to be slowing down the aircraft, so we may be landing 52 instead. We may need to add another 2-3 minutes on top and plus taxi in and shut down, so yeah, we're running quite late on the time here. So if we're doing good on the fuel check here, we'll just increase the cost text a little bit to be able to at least catch up a little bit with the time. We should be able to do a quick turnaround for about 25-30 minutes, but I do struggle quite a bit with the 25-minute turnarounds. I'm not sure why, but I do struggle quite a bit with that. We just can't never make it. One of the reasons for that is of course GSX, because it is just too slow. And also that they can't deboard or they can't or load in and out baggage while they also refuel the aircraft like you can do in real life. At least in Norwegian you're allowed to refuel and load in and out passengers and baggage at the same time. But in GSX you can't load in baggage for some reason. So again that does slow down the operations quite a bit. And fuel must caution, that is the correction in the right center pump. Hey firm, off with you. There we go, we are now nothing in the center, so now it's just the wing tanks left. That's fine, we have still about 7.7 tons on board. Almost forgot the fuel check again. So fuel check at booking 7.2, 7.7 tanks, so we're running about 500 above, that's good. 1.5 burn, we are currently burned through. almost 4.2. 4.145, so we can take 4.2 then. And flight time 1 hour 25 and flight 1 hour 19. So again, airtime wise and fuel wise we're doing quite well. We're still landing behind schedule at the moment, as estimated to because of the headwind. So we're doing quite good on fuel compared to the last fuel check we did, where we just have burned 100 kilograms less than expected. And then now we have burned about 300, so we increased that with 2. We also have a 500 kilogram plus on the tank in the tanks compared to the 300 as well. So it have actually increased quite a bit this is the last fuel check. And also timing wise 1 hour 19 compared to 1 hour 25, that's 6 minutes, and compared to the 4 minutes last fuel check. So time and fuel wise we're doing quite well, again except for the estimated landing time. We do also have a headwind of 81 knots. And now we're landing 50, so we are no, we're not likely for the main line. Let's see. Regarding especially the wind directions, because currently we're flying on the border between we just passed the border between Poland and Germany. We're flying in German airspace. So what is the wind direction and speed estimated to be there? Of course we should expect the wind speed to go down a little bit later. I will take flight level 39. Yeah, we have flight level 38. So we're over here, so expecting pretty much the wind direction we have now, up to 50, 60, 70, yeah, 80 knots, and that's exactly what we have, 81, so the charts are right on. And when so passing over to is then going to be Czechia. Nope. That's Austria, that's Switzerland. Yeah, isn't it Czechia? Because Slovakia is down there. Yeah, it should be Czechia. Possible Czechia, and the winds expected to go down to about 75 knots, and then up to 80 again. But yeah, when we're passing over to Austria, we expect the winds to go down to 65 knots, and then over the Alps or to Italy, about 60 to 55 knots, and then less than 50 knots for the remainder. So we expect again the winds to go down in strength, but there's still a little while left. So yeah. Oh, we have an aircraft in front here on the T-cars. It is flying at the same level as us. It's not flying towards us. And it looks like it's flying right towards us. So we may have a pending conflict. Maybe not. He looks like he is... Yeah, but I'm actually supposed to climb to... Yeah, that's... Oops, we're supposed to be at the cave. No, comfy, yeah, good. It's flying northbound. Okay, you have traffic in sight. So that shouldn't be anything to be worried about. Now that the wind is also changing direction, does also help a little bit. Yeah. There we have the other one. Okay, we're doing quite good on the fuel side. The only thing I don't like is the landing so far. Well, we're just landing at the moment 10 minutes behind. That isn't too bad, but I was quite sure about the traffic into Olbia, yeah, the traffic at the moment. How many are currently arriving? It is one aircraft arriving. Wait, what? Oh, that's under us. Okay. Traffic-wise, we should be quite good. It is just Norwegian and Sweden. Us, basically. Renault's takeoff mic from Stockholm that is arriving. So we're quite good on the traffic situation at least. There's 80 still down in Prague as well. We have 8s. I see Praha approach is online. Praha radar. I don't know. This is Prague approach. I mean, the thing is that we will not save that much time as well with the high cost and things, but I think we should. Maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, we're not really running behind schedule-wise. You should still be able to depart on time, like any other flight. So, but also the refueling is going to be taking, or it's going to take quite a bit longer due to. Actually, not that bad actually, because we are expecting like 2 tons less fuel on the return flight, so it shouldn't take too long. But it is still going to be almost 10 tons of fuel, so it is could be a bit. Okay, so 19, 29, 29, 49. Still another 20 minutes. So yeah, at about 16:20 we need to do the next fuel check. Yeah, Bamta is exactly 16:20, so do a fuel check at Bamta. But just also take you so we are fixing, so actually remember it as well. So the next fuel check will be at Bamta. I think the positive thing today is that the wind chart is actually correct to what we have in the sim. I think it wasn't the Naples flight, wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah, but we flew out to Naples, everything went well, flew back home, and the winds were so much stronger than forecasted. It was insane. So we landed quite a bit behind schedule. And we're running quite low on fuel as well, because the flight plan was not created for that. So it had a little bit slower winds in there, and used that for the fuel calculations. So that's what we should have taken note of on the way down, although since we did have a tailwind, that we may expect a bit higher winds than forecasted on the way back, so we should move out some extra fuel. But yeah. It doesn't happen that often that the winds are stronger than forecasted. I think it was something wrong with the sim though, because everything said that the winds were going to be at that speed. Windy said it, the wind charts on the flight plan said so, sim belief said so, everything said so except for sim. Even flight radar 24 said so. But we can see the wind reading from the ADBSD data from the aircraft. So yeah, there was something wrong with the simulator that day. Air clock is 1600. Yeah, it's still about more than an hour before landing. We fly for just 1.5 hours actually. This is 3 hour and 2 hour and 58. Almost 3 hours flight time. No, it is more than that. It is forecast to be 3 hours 10:20, isn't it, because of the headwind? It is 3 hours 24 minutes on the way down due to the headwind. Yeah. It's getting a bit stronger than forecasted. At least the winds are a bit favorable now, since it is more crosswind compared to headwind. But it's still about 80 knots, so and it's even increased from 81 to 82. Oh, now it increased 83. Oh, now back to 82. Okay. Our ground speed is still at 395 knots. Yeah, so still not optimal. still ATC at the moment. Nothing over Czechia, nothing over part of Germany that we are flying to. It's a lot in München. Nothing in Austria, nothing in northern Italy or Milan. But we do still have Rome radar and also over the Olbia. So that's it. The control group been online for quite a while already. He have been online for about 2.5 hours, and the Rome radar have been online for 18 minutes. Okay, so at least the chances for Rome radar to be online is a bit higher. The question is, are we actually going to be flying over Rome radar? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're going to be flying through his airspace. Yeah, it was quite close to Corsica, to the island of Corsica. What's actually this radar called? It is, yeah, it's the Rome radar. That looks like so. There's so much there's so much traffic in the Fiumicino now. We have delivery. Oh my gosh. We have what do we have here? We have 80s, of course. We have 2 delivery controllers. We have two ground controllers and 2 tower controllers. Plus approach. Sorry, we have 3 approach controllers, and then of course Rome radar, and of course also Rome radar over Sardinia. So interesting. Like, it is not that you see 3 different approach controllers online at the same time. And this is two delivery controllers as well. That's quite rare. Like 2 of them. Imagine this split on the on which side of the airport you're located over at the airport. Like Gardermoen as well is split in the middle, east and west. We are on the east side, we contact that delivery and that ground frequency, unless otherwise specified for the 80s, and of course on the west side as well. So yeah. I can't remember been flying when we have both ground controllers online and Oslo. It is normally the west side that is normally online, and just controlling the entire airport. I imagine that they're using east and west when it is busy, like in the rush hours. But I know they have 2 different tower controls over the different runways. Again, the west control for 01 left and 1 on the right, and east for 0 on the right and 1 on the left. And I think, yeah, at least from what I've heard on live ATC and so on, they're using those 2 separately all the time, basically. Probably not during the night, but generally all the time. Yes. Got 3 different approach controllers, that's something new. I mean, it is basically like this all the time in the real world, though. It is, I'm not quite sure how many approach controls we do have in for Oslo. What does it say on our charts? We just click on Gardermoen. Echo, November, Golf, Mike, Gardermoen. If we just look at the taxi chart first. Airport chart. Ground, apron. Yeah, we don't actually have that, sorry. We need to go up. Approach, sorry, I said or a star. So we do have Oslo approach on 0455, but I know we have another one. We have like, yeah, and then we have, oh, that was 80s. Okay, that wasn't, maybe we could have that under the info, bombs. So we do have, yeah, we have Oslo final, Oslo final, Oslo. So we have 5 different approach controllers into Oslo. 2 directors, so basically approach control radar. So 2 Oslo directors. And then we have 4 ground control frequencies. And then also, of course, traffic information, 2 delivery controllers, 1 ramp controller, and 4 tower control frequencies. Why do we have 4 of them? That was a bit more than I expected. Oh. Of course we're flying. Oh. Of course we're lost out of Stockholm when things are happening in Cardamom. It looks like 01 left and 1 on the right is closed today due to construction work. I mean, that's actually a good thing though. Otherwise it would be a painfully long taxi if we would have departed to 01 right and we were parked at like stand 45. That's so typical though, but of course that happens this week. Ah, what? Why did an AN124 just land on 190 right? Why are there so many Antonovs landing at the moment? And also it was 124 landed also yesterday. So that's interesting. And they were really quick, so they were probably quite light then. I imagine that this... They even do have 2 follow me cars. There's one to follow me in front and there is one behind. At least there is 2 vehicles. Actually maybe the vehicle behind is a safety vehicle because he has been basically driving on basically issued all the taxiways and both runways again to check for debris or anything. So that's probably what the second car is for, and the first one is to follow me then I imagine. He's following into the military apron, so I imagine it is something to do with certain events. Okay, so I haven't actually read through the NOTAM. Let's just check on the NOTAM, but regarding that, because it, if I remember when we read on the AIP supplementary, it said that they were going to be closed during the night for the most part to avoid the disruption on the traffic. So I imagine that is the case here as well, that it is going to be closed during the evening or tonight. Så Gardermoen. Here, notice that it says both expect RSMP approach. Yeah, so again, the ramps are not closed yet. It is going to be during the night then. Oh, the controller over the Sardinia just disconnected. I mean, fair enough. I've been on for almost 3 hours, so I see that. Yeah, so it's daily between 2100 and 0400 that runway 01 left and 1 on the right is closed. It's effective 15th of June. There is a future NOTAM, yeah, okay. There is on Sunday then. We're gonna be flying on Sunday. Oh, sorry, Sunday next week. It's Saturday today. So it is in 1 week, or 8 days, they will close 1 on the right, 01 left during the night for some construction work. Yes. That sounds quite reasonable to me. So then we will be flying down when they are doing this, so yeah. And now it is charging time. So yeah, we need to be prepared for our fuel check. We will be doing that at 20. Because we should be arriving at Bamta at 20 A4. So this is still another 6 minutes. One thing I really hope PMDG will actually implement, or will make, is these other, because the 737 had 2 different transponder types, this one and the one we have on the Max. And Norwegian is primarily using the other one, not this one. So this is actually not the correct transponder. And also the positive thing is that the transponder is located here, and also down there, so it's easy to access as well. So I really hope that PMDG will actually make the other one. I'm not quite sure what it is called, what the name of that one is, and also I'm not sure what the name of this one is, but at least I know that the transponder on Max is what most of Norwegian's NG fleet is also fitted with. Even so, NGs actually do have the HUD as well, but it's just covered because PMDG can't, Norwegian can't use it. They are not certified for that. So yeah. I think this November Hotel Alpha that actually have that one installed, so I need to double check, because next time we fly with a takeoff, of course we need to enable the HUD, so we at least have it there, but we can't really cover it with anything though. You will at least see the HUD there. So yeah. Still a few miles over before entering Rome radar. The approach procedure into Olbia shouldn't be that complicated, is it? I mean, we do have an ILS. It is a bit steeper though, isn't it? Yeah, 3.5 degrees compared to the standard 3. Yeah, the elevation is 36 feet. So it is actually I believe it's at 0. What's the airport elevation? That's 37. That's closer to 50. It's at 50 then. Because what did it give us in the... yeah, of course 50, that's 36, yeah. No, it makes sense. So... transition level over there, okay. Flight flight 0. So there's some portions there where the MSAs or the radar minimum altitudes are. It's flight 0 there, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000 there, 4,000, transition level 5. Why is it even 6,000 over sea? That's a bit interesting. Yeah, we do have some... yeah, this is the terrain there, okay, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Again, nothing outstanding. We shouldn't be anything to be concerned of regarding our arrival into Olbia. Yeah, we've at least flown there once before, so it isn't an like unfamiliar airport, but yeah, have I actually flown there? I think we've flown there before once. I don't remember. Yeah, we have. Yeah, we have. So yeah, I think. At least I've flown there before. I can't remember if we flew here. I think we flew here. Yeah, we did. It is almost a year ago. Yeah, we flew there in August then, I imagine, or in July. We flew there on the 20th of July 2024. Yeah, we flew to Olbia, but that was from Oslo though. Now we're flying from Stockholm, so. And then under another AOC. Let's say with the same aircraft type though, so nothing really should have changed. Okay, so it's got to be fuel check now at Bamtan. We have a bit of weather ahead. Just, of course, I'm going to be flying right in the middle of all of it, though. What? Definitely not me. Yeah. Okay, if you're fine, we currently have 6.7. 5.8, we have currently burned through. For 5.2. And flight time 1:55 and flight for 1:48. I'm still landing 51 though. There's still another up to double descent. I think we may actually increase the cost index. Since we are not really saving anything more, we're just increasing our estimated time of arrival. So we'll bump it up to 40 then. Just a set of time here. I should be able to do it. Just see 40. Do we have Mach over here then? Mach 0.8. We're going to be flying a Mach 0.79. Actually at 0.78. Yeah, we can execute. It's quite close. Quite close. Let's save us 3 minutes. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, everything is fine here, thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
If you need anything more, just give me a call.
Of course. That's the main problem here now, is that, of course, we have headwind. So we're quite limited on our speed here. And the worst thing is that we just turned straight in towards the headwind. So we're running maybe a bit too close for comfort regarding our speed here, because it is basically right under the yellow bar here. We're not going to be flying in this direction for too long, and then we should be turning so that the separation should be larger at least. Yeah, we need to do a full cut 50. So the wind at 50 is 48. Trento VR. We'll do that then. Trento, there we go. Again, the thing is that we are quite close to the overspeed, so we need to monitor this closely then. And of course, the autopilot will overshoot a little bit by 0.1. This is getting a bit too high my comfort. And it's just increasing as well. Can I please stop increasing? Stop. Stop. I'm basically on the yellow bar now. Can you please stop increasing the thrust? Hello. It doesn't stop increasing. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, now I have facilities again. Now it's bugged. Okay, now it is reducing.
From 1822 reduced to 220 now.
Yeah, actually, when I think about it, we could probably have waited with increasing that cost next until we had done this turn after Manal. Sorry, Mamal. Mamal? No, Manal. Oh, we are at Osel. We should be at an even level. Sorry, an odd level, shouldn't we? A firm, so we need to come to flight level 39. Go to 390, set. We will reduce the cost next down to 9 again. A firm, execute, and then 390, out into vent. Greenhouse speed. 390, set 1, 2, and 3. So we can use that access, or the speed there, 1000 ago, to be able to climb a bit faster at least. We can also climb 1000, we can basically climb at 1000 feet per minute. Plus as well, what? We're actually going surprisingly fast, but again, we to use some of that speed build up to use, so yeah, we'll probably, yeah, now the
You look at it really loud up.
now even closer.
You need the level really under 330 stat 105 and information Delta EFL tone Nürnberg.
Yeah, it's transmitting on guard. Yeah, that sounds good.
Calling transmitted on guard.
Yeah. That's not good. Yeah, I don't think we'll increase our cost index at all. You can see just how close we are to you and you. A bit too close for comfort, I would say. So yeah. There's a wind speed decrease a little bit.
Traffic from the turn from Yankee right and heading 170 down to 5,000 feet and speed is 200 up for island 26 left, meaning traffic. Unit traffic from 1822, established on the local runway 26 right and speed 180, meaning traffic.
Maybe Sardinia went online again. Maybe it's actually just the layout text because here on Mods radar it says that it is online. It's online for 20 minutes, so just someone that replaced him. Again, if you can get ADC all the way in there, that would be fantastic.
From Yankee right and heading 220 and
it wasn't Munich that was online, it is Stuttgart. Yeah, it's a lot of traffic though at the moment. But generally Munich is a busy airport. Like Lufthansa has a hub there. I imagine Condor do as well. At least they have in Frankfurt, doesn't they? Eurowings perhaps? Or a base at least. No, but many airlines flying there all the time, so including Norwegian. So yeah. Even though it can be busy, I do still really like flying into Munich. The scenery for the sim is beautiful. I really like it.
1 miles up.
They are good at doing. Their sceneries are fantastic. So yeah, can't really complain.
This to wind traffic, short side out to this right.
Yeah, is it Munich in it? Shouldn't there be something about? Because it's Munich on the charts and so on. And many say Munich, but I imagine those that you mentioned is maybe German as well, because that's what it says in German. Like also, it is called München radar, but again, German. Yeah, it looks like we have this really nice yellow dot right on our route here. It's moving. Again, this weather radar is so unpredictable. It's not that good. I really hope that Phoenix will share their weather radar with other developers. I don't think they will. I mean, fair enough. But that would be fantastic for the entire community, because again, Asubu have not made a weather radar for this simulator yet, after 5 years. So Phoenix actually developed their own, and I really hope that they will actually share it with other developers so they can implement weather radars on their aircraft. Of course, the weather is a really important function in an aircraft after all. Weather is important, so that we don't have a good functioning weather radar is not really optimal. Yeah, I mean, again, I imagine it is just going to be for Phoenix aircraft. They probably use a lot of time and effort to develop it, so just to deliver it free for developers. That doesn't really make sense unless the developers pay for it, perhaps, I don't know. But I also do know that many developers in the community share information about things to each other. For example, if they encounter problems, they will talk to each other. And that's something I do really like, that it isn't so much competition. But also because many developers make different aircraft types and aircraft than many other does. But like they are, well, at least from what I've heard and understood, it is more sharing friendship in the development community here for the flight simulation than competition, and that's something I do really like to hear. So yeah. Even though, yes, it is a competition, especially on the Airbus market, because that is packed with aircraft. It is insane how many Airbus aircraft it does exist for the simulator. It's actually a bit annoying when I think about Boeing. It's quite limited. So yeah. Yeah, there you go, our ground speed now increased with like 17 knots. And now still 50-51, so that is the wind speed or the wind component have now decreased a little bit, and also the change directions. That's actually something I do wonder about. Is the windshield wipers working in the 777 for 2024? Because that should have been fixed with the new sim. And when I first launched or bought the 2024 and I first spawned in the Innibuild A330 in Oslo, and the first thing I wanted to check was actually if the brakes worked, and I was quite disappointed because it didn't work on the A330. That was a bit interesting. So I wonder if PMDG actually have implemented that with the 777s. So that would be fantastic if they have, because that will also mean that it will be implemented to the 7.3 as well. Because functioning the windshield wipers is quite important. That's the thing. Especially with the taxiing. When it's raining and you don't have a windshield wiper that's working, it might be hard to see taxi sides, and especially the VDGS when you're parking, where it's quite hard to see when you have rain droplets all over the window or all over the windshield. So it'd be great with a functioning windshield wiper as well. So annoying that it haven't been working for 5 years. I can't really do much with that though. Where is the waypoint? Oh, there it is. There is the end of the door. Again, we are starting our descent at 20, so that means we will give the call at 50. So we're actually doing the fuel check then. Så dette er min grunn nå, men vi er starting our descent. There you go, so now we at least have a GSX profile for our arrival airport. I think that sounds like a good idea. We'll check how the other, or the basically real aircraft, how they are doing. If they are ahead of schedule or it's Romeo X-Ray Alpha, så sier Echo dash Romeo X-Ray Alpha. Here goes Stockholm Olbia, red nose to Alpha Mike. They are currently soon passing over to Milan. Yeah, it looks like they are a little bit ahead of us. They are landing at 30. Why in the world are they landing 38? Why are they landing ahead of schedule? They are cruising at 37,000 feet. We're cruising 2,000 feet higher than them, and they are still landing ahead of us. This is not acceptable. They are cruising at Mach 0.79. They are cruising at Mach 0.78. They do have a higher cruise speed than us. Ground speed is at 418. We are at 392. Yeah. What is their wind at the moment? Indicated airspeed 253. I like how we can even see the indicated airspeed. Are they climbing? Are they climbing? We have to fly till 39 then, I imagine. But I can't see the wind. thought we could also see the wind component here. As you can see the true airspeed for 5.4, we have 4.48. So they're flying up quite a bit faster than us. And unfortunately... yeah, they're climbing up to 390. Almost 1,000 feet a minute. What? On track 193, we are on track 197. What's our current gross weight? Our current gross weight is 61.7 tons, so still above 60 tons. Yeah, now they're cruising at the same as we are, Mach 0.788. We're actually at 79. And this aircraft does struggle a little bit with maintaining altitude. Descending and climbing above and below. That's how now. There you go. And I don't think they'll be landing at 38. That can't be correct. But I'm actually entering the Rome radar. At which waypoint is that? Well, that was a bit too far down. Milano FIR after Olbia, of course. We're currently inbound Trento VR. So that's after Milan, and then Rome is going to be at Ginar. Yeah, so we're entering Rome at about 1709. I guess it's still a little while then. At least thankfully the wind is decreasing, but that also affects our altitude quite a bit though. It was quite drastic in the wind changes there. And that also makes the aircraft struggle a bit with maintaining speed and altitude. That's nice. See how much this aircraft struggles. Gosh. Slow down. Don't need to climb up to 500 feet a minute. Just look at this. It's just a... What? Why is it doing it? I'm not even using full thrust to be able to accelerate. Again, the winds are changing quite often and also quite rapidly sometimes, so imagine that is the reason why I do struggle a little bit with maintaining stable altitude here. At least the deviations are not too bad, so that's good enough. So yeah. We are 30 miles out of Trento VR, so still a bit to go before we are doing our fuel check. is that I'm climbing? It's 900 feet below. Looks like this aircraft is also passing with Trento. He's coming from left to right, from south to north. He's just 900 feet below. Yeah, it shouldn't be a potential conflict. We should have enough separation. But still be aware of that aircraft that is coming here. That is currently... Yeah, it's about 10 o'clock. And he is about 25 miles out. Yeah. Let's see if I'm able to see him. That's really great with RVs, the MAX bases. We're getting so close to other aircraft. So yeah, it's always fascinating to look at. It's actually more about 11 o'clock. Yeah, so it's 11 o'clock to our left, 20 miles out. And he's actually not flying to Trento, he's flying straight towards us. At least that's what it looks like. Maybe he's actually flying to Trento. I don't know. Again, it depends on the angle we are coming from as well. The T-classes, yeah, we have him in sight. Traffic in sight. He's right over there. We have traffic in sight at least. He's still quite far away, 10 miles. So, actually more 11. And now he's flying right bottom track. And he is about 6 miles out, 6.5. I still can't see the airframe though. So one thing I don't like with the simulator is that aircraft isn't loading up far away enough. Like now, you need to be quite close to other traffic before it actually does appear, because of the level of detail settings. And that's something I don't really like. I would love Microsoft to change that. Okay, fuel check at Trento, so 4.8, we have 5.7 in the tanks. 6.8 burn, we are currently burned through. 6.2. And 2 hours 22 minutes, we will fun for 2 hours and 16. Wonderful. And there is, I actually arrived at the waypoint 2 minutes earlier as well. Not bad. We'll do a think at 20 as well at Kisto, if possible. So that will be the last one before landing. There you go, now we have more of a crosswind, that's much better. Oh, we have another aircraft here. Oh, it looked like, yeah, that was still the other one, it looked like another one. With the Trento VR marker there, it looked like it was a conflict. Hello. Hello.
Sorry to bother you, Captain, I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Do you guys want anything to drink? Divided by 3, that's 1... Yeah, that's 130 miles. And we don't really have much tailwind. Oh, so on the radial 130, it's gonna be distance 130. Nothing? No, thank you.
No problem. Give me a call if you change your mind.
Of course. And if you also just take to 20 mile as well, let's actually take it to 50. Yeah, we should be able to get the 80s at Abog. Then we should be able to hopefully listen to the 80s. What is actually the 80s? Okay, I just need to go for a few moments. I'll be back shortly. I'm back. Sorry for that. Yes, Jesper, hello, welcome back. Oh, I just ate with your mom at the restaurant. Ooh, sounds good. Hope you enjoyed it. Sounds good indeed. Top descent 156. Yeah, I should start preparing now. Yes, very well. I was just gone for a little bit. Not too long though, hopefully. Yeah, I was looking for 80s. So 80s is 1139. Wait, ha! That can't be down. No, that's not possible. Or is it? No, it can't be possible. The lowest number we have is 118, so 113 can't work. Let us see the approach plate then. Maybe that will give us some more information. What? How in the world are we supposed to get the latest information with? What? We can't tune in 1139. That doesn't work. We don't have the radio to do that. What does it say on here? It is on 125075. 125075. 075.
USS 10113 hectopascals. You have received ATIS information. Hotel. This is Olbia ATIS arrival and departure information. Hotel at 1620. Runway in use 05. Runway conditions code 666. Contaminant drive. Transition level 70. Wind 060 degrees. 9 knots. Cabo K. Temperature 26 degrees. 2.21 degrees. UA 1014 hectopascals. US Echo 1013 hectopascals. You have received ATIS information. Hotel.
Yes, information hotel is what we have on board. So, yes. And it's going to be runway 05. Did it specify ILS or RMP? Let us just listen again. At least it is a dry runway.
Level 70, wind 060 degrees, 9 knots, Cabo K, temperature 26 degrees, 2.21 degrees, UA 1014 hectopascals, US Echo 1013 hectopascals. You have received ATIS information. Hotel.
Information hotel at least, so remember that.
This is Olbia ATIS arrival and departure information. Hotel at 1620. Runway in use 05. Runway conditions code.
Okay. We didn't specify ILS approach, ILS RMP or VR, so we'll go with the standard ILS then. Yeah, what is the difference between the CNL2 and CNL1 is that again the just if you have the holding or not over CNL. That's here. Yeah, because the CNL2 is without the holding and CNL1 is with the holding. We'll take the CNL1, correction CNL2. There we go. That's gonna be runway heading is 053. I fly with November Golf Kilo tomorrow. White livery. yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. But where are you flying then? Where are you planned to fly? Or where are you planning to fly? And I could actually check, but don't have the time. 1099, 1099, and 1099er. Do we have a VR? Yes, we have Smeralda VR on 1139. That is basically the 8th frequency. What? And what is the minimums? They are 330 feet decision height, yeah, so 330. Yeah. There you go, 330. And just make sure that we have the correct starting transition signal. That is Roma radar, I imagine. A firm on 1242. 1242. 124 decimal 2.
One decimal 1 down. Arrow 868, further climbing 2 miles. We're climbing to 608. Okay, that's with Malta to Quebec Papa arrival 125.5, ciao.
125.5,
Good. Arrow 866, now climb flight level 370.
Nice, yes, yeah. Roman radar, good day, red nose, 3 Alpha Mike at flight level 390. Oh, of course, you stepped on someone else. Those 2 stations.
536, clearance via text, no request required.
Roger.
Gun 1926, speed 2, correction. Roma Control, buonasera, Welling 8 November, request clearance to Palma de Mallorca with information power. No, it's November, clearance via text, no request required.
Roma radar, good evening, red nose, 3 Alpha Mike at flight level 390. Good. Yes. We can't really check our transitions without there, and it is the number 2. Let me just double check so I don't get this wrong. Yep, number 2. Signal 1, number 2.
1962, speed 50 knots, contact arrival 25.5.
Yes.
Feedback 250 and 155,
That's 70.
Europa to 3 Golf Kilo, resume direct Lunac.
So we have here, we need the parking stands.
Direct Lunac and descend to Tyler 180, Europa to 0 Kilo.
It isn't safe maneuvering on these ones.
Radar,
good evening, this is
Eurowings 2, Tango Bravo, passing flight level 193, climbing flight level 240.
How much runway do we have available?
Tango Bravo identified, climb flight level 380.
We do have about
Europa to 3 Golf Kilo,
25.
contact row correction.
We have about 2,400.
Speed 250 knots and contact
Whatever,
161 Europa.
2.5, condition is dry. Weather at the moment in Olbia is 0608. 608, and this is the 1650 A firm. 25 degrees, and the QNH is 1014. We will go flaps 30, full reverse. That's 900. That's going to be 59.8. Calculate.
Please again for 80201. Cleared Valma, 3 Alpha arrival.
Oh yeah, of course, you're referring to your regular flight, sorry. I forgot about that. Yeah, I understand. Hope you will enjoy it yesterday. We're flying with Golf Kilo tomorrow. Nice.
Flight level 1.
Hope you will enjoy the trip.
0.
And yeah, well, hopefully you're able to jump seat. That would be nice indeed. We'll definitely enjoy it.
Tower 9984, you cannot be paused in the middle of my airspace. Please disconnect.
Yeah, det simrepset har T-Bank, sorry about that.
141.
Tower 866, Unicom, ciao. Unicom, ciao, Tower 866.
30 plus 5, 141, so flaps 30, 141. That's great. Again, there doesn't exist any dumb questions, just dumb answers. So yeah, hope you'll be able to do it. It is a fantastic experience. Just be prepared that the seat is not really comfortable and the headset as well is not really comfortable, but it works.
Roma Radar, buongiorno, Ryder 7167, Napoli, information Bravo 119, request I for change to Palma.
Ryder 7167, Roma, clear to destination, Fidopa, 7 Golf departure, runway 24, climb 6000, walk 1264.
Ryder 7167, clear to Palma, Edopa 7 Golf departure, runway 24, climb
I mean, yeah, you can fly shared cockpit in the simulator, but there is some technical problems with that.
Correct, break, Guitar 9984, Unicom.
I've done that on the PMDG and my APU didn't work, for example. So, it is possible, but there is just some technical limitations and problems. That is mainly holding us, holding people back for that.
Position 41, delay with this person with you, climb 7, this is your... With Malta 6141, Roma identified, continue climb, flight level 350.
Radar, good evening, Condor Papa 18, inbound, 21, climbing flight level 240.
Ciao, Condor 4418, Roma identified, climb flight level 280.
Climbing flight level
280.
Area 2021, speed, correction, please speed, Roma 121.1, ciao.
Can I get the next I have a small problem with my computer, putting in the navigation please?
Roger, delay vector, so are you unable to follow the start?
Yeah, so it's maximum 250 below 100, 220 starting to turn, 180 completing the turn, and 160 to 5. Okay, are we ready to do the approach briefing? Travis, hello, welcome aboard well.
Okay, before checking in, you need to make sure that no other communications are in progress. Area 2021, just to confirm, you need delay vector.
Okay, so approach check, correction approach briefing. Let's start off with our start. So we are expecting the buttocks 1 Quebec arrival. This is on chart 10-2 Bravo from the 4th of March 22. Start off at buttocks. Expected with continuing over to maximum to 30. Then Bravo Oscar for 6-7, maximum to 30. Quebec to 30, Okbad to 20, and Gulme to 20, and then Obimi at 210 before we're turning to Senal, maximum to 10 knots. MSA in Olbia is 6002, with maximum 250 below flight of 100, and vapor distance, do we have 1 or 2 along our routing here?
4418, climb flight level 320.
That's 1. 2 is there. We don't really have anything there. 1 waypoint distance to Arnav without holding facility. A waypoint distance for Arnav without holding facility. Yeah. We don't expect to be holding. So, yeah. Other than that, when it comes to threats today, as you may see on the charts there, we do have quite a bit of terrain, all the way up to about 4,000 feet, especially in the south and the west of the airport. And we're going to be flying over this as well, so terrain is going to be it's going to be a little bit of a thing to be aware of. There is also some buildings that is penetrating some visual surfaces around, and that is not properly lit. But except for that, there is no other threats. for our approach. Then for the approach chart itself, expect the ILS for 05, this is chart 11-1, effective 24th of February 22. So we're coming in at Olbia here, and of course at the signal should be about 15.5 miles out, that's the initial fix. Revealing is 053 degrees, ILS team is 109.9, India Sierra Mike. 053, and 1099 is also set table 8, also Smerelda. We are on standby, radio number 1. It is going to be a bit steeper than usual on the glide path, it's going to be 3.5 degrees, so we have that in mind regarding to decelerate the aircraft and have control of the energy. That also means that we're going to be exceeding 1,000 feet quite a bit more often than usual, so we expect to be exceeding 1,000 feet a minute as well. Minimum is 330 feet. Transition level is flight level 70 and Fleming's approach. If you need to go around, we'll be proceeding on radial 053 from Smerelda VR. Climb to 5,000. Then we're crossing 19 DME Smerelda, or 18.5 DME from India Sierra Mike, the ILS DME, at 2,500 feet or above. Turn right to join and follow 21 DME arc from Smerelda VR to Airgrove and halt. We should all of that is already in FSC, so we have that on the VNAV or LNAV, or yeah, on LNAV wise, so we should be fine with that. Yes, again, as you may see regarding the terrain, it is quite a bit of terrain all the way in for the all the way through the approach. And why we also do have this steeper glide slope than usual. So again, just be aware of energy management here is quite important. Yeah. Other than that, landing configuration today, we're landing with flaps 30, 141 and the in correction 5, so far it's going to be 146 with manual braking and full reverse thrust. For the taxi, this is our airport charts, 10-9, effective 17th of April 25. We're landing 05, want to vacate via either Charlie Bravo. We will try to not vacate via Alpha, but we'll try Charlie or Bravo, but of course, if you're not able, we'll go Alpha. And then taxi into the stand, we'll go through that a bit later. We do have a caution here that stray dogs may occur on the runway. Yeah, that's something that definitely should be available. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's gonna be a threat, that we have stray dogs that may appear on the runway. That's good to know. We do have one hotspot at Alpha here, so we're going to position Alpha. I'm not quite sure what that hotspot actually is supposed to say. It is for information only. Yeah. We can go to the parking stands. 10-9 Alpha, effective 17th of April 25. Yeah, taxi by Golf. And then right on Lima here. And then in for one of the stands here at April 1 at the terminal is what we're expecting. Either remote or the terminal parking. We have a one, that's going to be wingspan maximum 36 meters, and we are right below that, so we are good to go regarding that. Other than that, runway conditions reported by is 666 dry, weather is looking good, and yeah, nothing really else outstanding regarding NOTAMs, anything. Regarding those NOTAMs, actually, we should probably double check that, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, we have talked about those buildings, but yeah, we also do have this with the 80s that will be unserviced or will not be after 1900 sooner, but we should be departed already by then, so we should be fine. Also make our stands that's close that we're not expecting to be parking at nevertheless. And also some obstacles again that we have, so when proof provided enough lighting, but not expect to be causing any problems. So yes, that should be it for the briefing. Are there any questions? Probably not, so our briefing is our briefing script. Okay, descent checklist. Pressurization, landing at 50 feet, recall checked, auto brake off, landing data, VRF 141 minimums. 330 feet. Approach briefing is completed. Session is complete.
Alpha, climb flight level 310.
Yeah, we are pretty much ready for descent.
310,
There is actually our top of descent marker.
Radar Ryanair 7197 with you approaching 17.
It's basically at, yeah, it is basically at the same place as
level 270.
last fuel check we will do
Continue
at
climb 270
Kisto.
Ryanair 197.
Red 03 Alpha Mike, descent flight level 250, rate 2000 meter.
Descent flight level 200 and 2000 feet or greater, red nose 3 Alpha Mike.
Short flight level 250.
250, red nose 3 Alpha Mike.
Traction 8 Alpha, resume normal speed, contact Roma 127.
250, set, and we will go vertical, 2000 feet or greater.
Normal speed 127, 125. No
So, 2000 set. Actually, we can go back to... No, we will not go back to Vina because we won't follow that. Take over, starting our descent.
Alpha 536, located from 805,
Brake, coiling 8 November, runway 23, clear for takeoff, wind 290 degrees, 8.
Clear for takeoff, runway 23, coiling 8 November, stati.
Ocean 536, via Papa, line up and wait, runway 23.
Fuel check at Kisto.
Wait, runway 23, Alpha 536, start.
Roma radar, traction 8 Alpha.
Uniform, proceed direct.
Okay, Kisto 3.7, we have 4.6. 8 tons burn, we have currently burned through.
Roma radar, traction 8 Alpha.
7.2.
Traction 8 Alpha, you're still calling the old frequency.
2 hours 54, 2 hours 48. Good.
There's 167, confirm requesting start.
Confirm.
167, holding point Golf 24 via Romeo, Tango Sierra.
Romeo Tango Sierra, holding point Golf, Ryanair 167.
Yes. So expecting to landing in about 30 minutes.
278, 7.125, Alpha Mike, contact Roma 127.125. Ciao.
127, 125, red nose 3 Alpha Mike, bye bye.
Ryanair 7197, contact Roma 127.125. Ciao.
Roma control, Ryanair 278, buonasera.
Ryanair 7197, Roma.
171.
Ryanair 785, climb flight level 270.
127, 125. 115, 127, 125. There we go. Roma radar, good evening, red nose 3 Alpha Mike, passing 340 for 250 at 2000 feet per minute or greater. Oh, I don't need to say that.
Red nose 3 Alpha Mike, good days. Continue with this rate, you are cleared the buttocks 1 Quebec, arrival ILS 05 in Olbia, check information India.
Continue this rate, clear the buttocks 1 Quebec for the ILS 05 and we'll check information India, Nordic, correction red nose 3 Alpha Mike. Good. We will do the good old PA. Ja, good weather.
Roma Center, Ryanair 7197.
Dette er kaptein snakker. Som dere kanskje har lagt merke til, så har nå byttet nedstigning vår ned mot Olbia, og vi er forventet å lande rundt ca. 30 minutter. Været i Olbia føles det ganske så bra ut, med litt grann vind fra nordøst. Det er rundt 25 grader og skyfri himmel. Ellers flott og veldig flytur med Norwegian. Vi har godt fly med oss. Vi håper vi ser deg for neste flytur, og så skal vi ha en fin kveld videre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. As you notice, we now start our descent down towards Olbia and we expect to land in approximately 30 minutes. The weather in Olbia is also looking quite good, with just some slight winds from northeast, about 25 degrees centigrade.
Red nose 3 Alpha Mike, proceed direct NU2, descend to flight level 190.
Direct to NOTO, descend 190 over Red nose 3 Alpha Mike. NOTO, confirm, execute, continue down to 190. Oh, that was way past 190. 190. Sorry for that, the weather in Olbia is looking good. Again, slight winds from the northeast, 25 degrees and clear skies. Otherwise, what I enjoyed this flight with Norwegian. We thank you for choosing us. Hope to see you again on the next flight, and we do wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Red nose 3 Alpha Mike, normal rate of descent.
Normal rate 3 Alpha Mike. We now.
Easy 3230, Unicorn 1228, good day. Unicorn 1228.
Pass latitude 300, so we'll check up here. That's all looking good. Got to give the call to the cabin regarding when we expect to start descending, but that's fine. Everything is looking good up there. Wonderful. And yeah, we were supposed to check on the information in India. Just take a quick listen.
Cav OK. Temperature 25 degrees. 2.21 degrees. UNH 1014 hectopascals. US Echo 1013 hectopascals. You have received AMD information. India.
Drag required a firm.
Olbia 8 is arrival and departure information India at 1650. Runway in use 05. Runway conditions code 6.
Yep, good. Listen to that, it is sounding good. I will not add any drag since we are after all going to be catching this air. Look at quite nicely.
Fraction 8 Alpha, proceed direct Supux.
Direct Supux, fraction 8 Alpha.
I should just remove it, there is not really much sunlights outside, it is clear skies, so there's no clouds to reflect any sunlight. Okay, should we decide on the fuel back to Arlanda then, for landing? Yeah, the weather is looking good, maybe expecting some gusts, but except for that, good weather, so I'm quite happy with flight plan fuel for the way back. And that's going to be about, 9.7 tons. And if you guys are happy with that as well, we'll take 9.7. Of course, if anyone disagrees, let me know. But for now, at least we go with 9.7 tons. And we can discuss perhaps more on that after landing. Or before, it depends. Or if you have time. Catching the glide path again. Retard on the phone.
Red nose 3 Alpha Mike, now proceed direct Cockpit.
I don't even this. Direct Cockpit, Red nose 3 Alpha Mike. Cockpit. Firm. Execute.
Center Ryanair 7197, can we get a frequency change?
Ryanair 7197, you will stay with me till Supux, now Supux direct, and the next frequency is not available because it's closed.
Okay, so you want us to go direct to Supux?
Yes, Ryanair 7197, stay on my frequency, Supux direct.
Direct Supux, Ryanair 7197, and we'll stay on the frequency.
We're now over there, okay. Well, that's a good thing is that we are removing most of the speed restrictions along our star. That will make us save a little bit of extra time. Still landing about 8 minutes behind, but 8 minutes is not too bad.
Ryanair 79 Victor 2, good day sir, proceed now direct to Subox and climb to flight level 370.
I hope we do have this control number before departing as well. That would be wonderful.
Ryanair 278, are you with me?
Roma Control, Ryanair 278, buonasera.
Ryanair 278, good day sir, proceed direct to Subox, climb 350.
Soup. Oh yeah, it is over there. Yeah. So towards Palma. Everyone's flying to Palma today.
Boston 29 Alpha, runway 05, clear for takeoff, wind 060 by 10 knots.
Clear for takeoff, runway 05.
29 of Alpha.
Right nose 3 Alpha Mike, descent flight level 130.
Descent 130, red nose 3 Alpha Mike. 130 sets.
Ryanair 278, just to confirm, climb 350.
Affirmative, I'm climbing to 350, Ryanair 278. I have a little problem with the autopilot.
No worries.
Jag går past 200. Presentation is all looking good up there. Hey firm. It's all looking good. Just turn up the brightest and limits, it's easy to see the instruments.
Center Ryanair 7197, our simulated crash.
Okay, sir.
Oh, that's unfortunate though. That's the worst thing, the simulator is crashing. Oh. Bad for this guy.
Boston 29 Alpha, radar contact, climb to flight level 120.
Climb flight level 120.
So we have the Austrian that just departed 05. Where is the airport? There is the airport, so the Austrian just departed this direction. Okay, we can't see the aircraft, but we're well above him nevertheless. I actually did forget during the briefing to mention the speed restrictions. I did that before we did the briefing. But it is going to be 200 when we're starting the intercept turn. And then 180 when we have completed this turn. And then 160 until 5 miles from threshold. Well, it's going to be 160 at a distance, 5 nautical miles. No speed restrictions, red nose 3 Alpha Mike. It almost feels like the controller is that the controller is actually listening to us, that is watching or something. Just talked about speed restrictions, now we just said no speed restrictions. But that would be fun though if that's the case. Skal vi ikke alle covering well? I'm doing great, thank you. There is no speed restrictions, so that means we can Here we can delete you. A fur. We can delete you. A fur. We can delete you. Not execute, I mean. And we can delete you. Execute. So now we're just going to be slowing down as we usually do for a standard approach. Again, especially since we have this 3.5 degree glide, it is going to be a bit steeper than usual, so it's going to be a bit harder to slow down the aircraft, so we need to configure a bit earlier. So yeah, important with the speed. Make sure we have control over that. So yeah, that's great. Yes, colleague, that's great. Yeah, 15 minutes to landing. We'll give it a call.
Renault 3 Alpha Mike, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend 6,000, QNH 1014, Renault 3 Alpha Mike. 6,000, set, QNH 1014, set. And approach checklist. Altimeter QNH 104, set, cross check. You're passing through flight level 148. Now, plus -0, approach checklist complete. I will switch over, I will take the terrain for the approach, and you can take the weather. Yeah, are you flying anything today, Scormic? Or just relaxing? I've been at Samos today. Nice, hope you enjoyed that. We are on the way back. But now we're landing in Oslo. Quite late, I imagine. That sounds good though. Samos. Nice. Oh, visual for WC9. Sounds awesome, indeed. I imagine good weather as well. That makes it even better. We can't fly. We can't see the airport. We just flew right over the. Actually, we have passed it a little while ago already. Actually. Killing a 2030 UTC. Ah, okay. Sounds good indeed. Not landing. We're landing. Yeah, we're landing an hour after you, I think. Back in Stockholm. So. Yes. Yeah, sounds good.
Renault 3 Alpha Mike, after Oakbad, fly direct Senal and clear ILS 05.
After Oakbad, direct to Senal and then clear the ILS for runway 05, Renault 3 Alpha Mike. Okay, so Senal after Oakbad, confirm, execute. Now we're getting a bit high on profile, so we'll add some speed brake.
Action 8 Alpha Unicorn 128, good day.
Hello.
Hi, Captain.
Welcome to 8 Fraction Alpha.
Thank you.
No problem.
With the Malta 6 Echo Papa Unicorn.
It is beautiful indeed. It is really, really great. It clears us 32 degrees. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, that's hot in here. We're quite high in profile. We are 3,000 above.
9 Alpha, climb flight level 340.
I think we might not be able to catch or make this. I think we may maybe we should request some delay vectoring because we have just too high on profile. We still at we are just below 3,000 feet above. We should be at CNL at about should be there at 4,000 feet. We are at 9,000. Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike, we are a bit too high. Is it possible for some delay vectoring?
Yes, Renault continue by a star after Rockbad, Golmo, Bimi, Senal. You can continue by a star.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue by the star 3 Alpha Mike. But we have started our 2.
Renault 3 Alpha Mike if you like. You can continue Unicom because I'm closing Unicom 128. Good day.
Okay, over to Unicom. Thank you for ATC 3 Alpha Mike. Bye-bye.
Ryanair 278 closing Unicom 128. Good day.
128, Ryanair 278. Thank you very much for the services. Right.
Ryanair 79 close to Unicom 128. Good day. Unicom 129. Have a great day.
Just delete our speed restrictions. Yeah, that was a bit chaotic. I need to pass that of 100. Cabin is secure. Everything is looking good up there. Again, a little bit chaotic there, but that's fine. And over to Unicom. Just get it quicker. It's 1,000 to go. Continue down to 4,000 feet. There you go. Continue down to 4,000. 4,000 set. We can do just down to 220 knots. 220 set. A little less turn, but that works. We have the ILS in India Sierra Mike. We are 21 miles out, okay, so we don't need to worry too much about slowing down to 220 yet. And we are turning final, hopefully. There we go, turning final. But a little bit we're catching the lock since the ILS. But the glide stop shouldn't be too. Yeah, we should be able to do this. Approach. Localizer captured. So 053. What's the mist? That is up to 5,000 A4. And we have a tailwind at the moment, so that will not really help us reducing our speed. We're still 19 miles out. Olbia traffic, Red Nose 3 Alpha Mike, established on the localizer for MS05, 17 miles out, Olbia. Flaps 1, speed checked. And speed 100. Yeah, we do have tailwind of 9 knots. 1,000 to go. Flaps 5, speed checked. Lights were captured, with approach shot is 5,000 feet. Set. Shot 180. Turbulence as well. Over traffic, red nose 3 Alpha Mike, 10 miles, final 05. Okay, thankfully that tailwind is now reducing. No winds. Good. Get out, flaps 15, speed. Speed checked, flaps 15. Jump crew 6 for landing, please. Landing checklist to flaps 30, speed checked. Not even armed the spoilers, there we go. Okay, landing checklist. Chemical given, engine start switches, continuous, speed brakes armed, landing down, flaps 30 plan, 30 green, landing checklist complete. Olbia traffic, red nose 3 Alpha Mike, short file 05, Olbia. Approach 1,000, we are stable, runway clear to land.
1,000.
1,000. Disconnecting. $500.
400. 300. Plus 100.
Contacts.
Minimums. 200. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brakes up. 2 reversers. 82.6. 100 knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. There you go, welcome to Olbia, flight type 3 hours 16. And we are 8 minutes behind. Not our fault though. Those extra 16 minutes is because of tailwind, oh sorry, headwind. Good. Then we'll take a left turn here. Right clear. Left clear. Open traffic, red nose 3 Alpha Mike, runway 05 vacated. Okay, where are we parking? Stand. 102. A firm. 102. We can turn on the APU. Stand 102. Left clear. Right is clear. 102. No. Right is clear, left is clear. One on 3. Do we have a marshaller? Yes. And 102. They are ready to guide us in, so we can turn in. Far now actually taxiing. There we go. Park brake set. APU is available. We can shoot down 1 and 2.
$25. Don't remember the music concept. Okay.
The boarding requested.
Shutdown checklist, do the line. Fuel pumps off, extend one for APU, probe heat, off, autopilot set, flaps up, no light, parking brake, set, any start levers cut off, and weather radar off. Shutdown checklist, do the line is complete. Yeah, so we would like ground power at least.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Don't think. Yeah, we'll just leave the APU on for the cabin. Because it is quite hot after all. We're allowed to do so at least, though. Hours and 15 minutes. There's something not right here with the turbo. It's not working as it should. Why does this thing say the taxi to gate? Interesting. Okay, shutdown checklist below the line. Technical completed, TFP is completed, shutdown checklist complete. We now have... how much? Not that long. Yeah. We'll be quick here. Yes, should be. I will probably catch up with most of it after departure, unfortunately, because we do have quite limited time at the moment. Again, apologies for that, but it is a priority to get out of it in time. So, yeah. This is our flight plan from Olbia to Arlanda. Yep. So we are departing out of runway 5. First of all, Lima India Echo Oscar to Echo Sierra Sierra Alpha. We are call sign today, or on the return back, is Red Nose 4362. Red Nose 4362. Departure runway is going to be 05 via the Olbia 6 kilo. Olbia 6 kilo. After Olbia it's going to be Quebec 125. Quebec 125. Have we requested refueling? No. Then to Echo Lima Bravo, Lima 12. Echo Lima Bravo, and then to Victor India Charlie. Direct to Lita. Direct to Mamor. Lima 132. Agnav. Direct to Kilne. Lima 132. To Demur, November 746. Then to Gurpi. Direct to Armod. Zulu 228. To Nilug. And then it's going to be the Nilug to Tango. We're planning for them at 26 for now. LS26, Nilug to Tango.
Refueling truck is on its way.
Right, execute. Post index 9 for the reserves.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Cruising at 36. 239.55. Plus 8, that's minus 48. QNH 1001. Engine outside. Now, of course, it changed our airframe. Select new aircraft.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
No, can I remove the star there? Because it loads in the wrong airframe.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
26K, whiskey carbon brakes. Yes, Lima India Echo Oscar. Lima India Echo Oscar. And now the database is broken, so now we can't even find the airport. Try again. This is the correct airframe. A firm. Lima India Echo Oscar.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
05, that is going to be translated 5 give me from Sierra Mike Echo, the right turn track. Yes, first of all, Sierra Mike Echo. Smarelda EOR. Going to be 5 miles. And then right track 08. Right Echo. Rev heading is 05053.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
And this doesn't work for some reason. But that works perfect here. 7080. Yep. .7.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Progress though. Nice. Going in 15 minutes. Main part making sense. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. That was basically the bug. We didn't recognize that the parking brake is set. Next. Wonderful. Estimated city fuel weight 53.8. Good, are we ready for departure briefing, perhaps? Let us just set the optimal for P6, and then elevation is 100 feet, isn't it? Yep, 100 feet, not minus 50. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, I've spoken to security, and I'm told they'll be ready to send the passengers down to us in a few minutes.
Thank you.
No problem. All stations were about to start boarding.
Initial climb. Yeah, there's no initial climb. Okay, then it's gotta be 6,000. Yes. Are we ready for the departure briefing? So we'll start off with the emergency briefing. So the procedure is going to be the same as we discussed in all of this or before this first flight. So we'll just go straight over to the engine outside. But the engine outside is quite simple. We'll just be climbing straight ahead 5 miles from Smeralda VR. Then we'll take a right turn to track straight 0 degrees and continue thereafter. We will be climbing up to about 7,000 feet. Up to 7,000 feet. The weather is good here in Olbia, nothing outstanding here, so we should be able to return without any problems on that. For the weather condition, for weather-wise, both runways should be available for landing. We don't need to land on 05 because of winds. We can also use 23 if necessary. We are also expected to be departing below the maximum landing weight, so we should also be able to land here without any problems. But yeah, that should basically be it for that. Again, nothing outstanding. It is a bit of terrain though, that's something we should be aware of. But we are flying out over the sea initially, so we should be all good. So are there any questions for the emergency briefing? Probably not, then we can continue over to the taxi. A correction to the route check. We'll start off at our SID. Just stand by a moment. Hello.
Hi, Captain. We've started boarding. Passengers are coming through now.
Thank you. So for our SID, we're expecting the Olbia 6 kilo. Then flight Olbia, then Quebec 125 to Echo Lima Bravo. Then Lima 122 to Victorina Charlie. Then direct to Lita. And then direct to Mamor. Then Lima 132 to Agnav, direct to Kinnu, and then Lima 132 to Demur, November 746 to Burpi, direct to Armod, Zulu 228 to Niluk, and then Niluk to Tango in for Arlanda. Ground distance 1202 compared to 11.99, that is within limits. Estimated landing fuel is 3.8 in FMC, and it is 2.4 in the flight plans. We're looking good fuel-wise, at least for now. Yes, then we can move over to the taxi. This is our airport charts. 10-9, effective 17th of April 25. We are sporting at stand 1-2. Actually, go to the parking stand chart here. There you go. This is chart 10-9 Alpha, effective 17th of April 25. We part at stand 102. We could expect a push facing southwest on apron 1 here on Quebec. And then to probably release point Quebec 2.
Ground to
if that's a thing. And then taxi wide Quebec. And then out on Mike, Continuum Golf. And then to 10-9 again. Continuum Golf. All the way down to holding point Foxtrot for runway 05. We do have a whole hotspot here, that's for information only. As you may see, we have Golf here and to Foxtrot, and we do also have a taxiway from Papa there. So there is a little, so it is not a full taxiway. It is two taxiways leading into Foxtrot, but we will take the Golf one and not taxiway Papa anything. Yeah. Other than that, no other hotspots, tax restrictions. When it comes to NOTAMs, we do have some buildings around in the vicinity that are not really properly marked, or in this case lit. It is still daytime, so we can still see them. Also some other obstacles, but except for that, it is all good. Revenue condition is reported to be 666 dry, and the weather as well is looking good, so nothing outstanding there. But I would say that we are expecting the Olbia 6 kilo departure. This is on chart 10-3 from the 4th of March 22. So we're departing on the runway 053 degrees to Echo Oscar 603, maximum 230 above 3005, and then continue up to Olbia above flight level 95. MSA in Olbia 6002, maximum 250 below 100. And when it comes to frets, so we see we have quite a bit of terrain, especially in the west and the south side of the airport, that we do need to be aware of. Like I said also earlier with the lighting, that is not proper lighting on some obstacles and also some buildings in the vicinity. But except for that, there is no real other threats for our departure today. So then, are there any questions? Probably not, then our departure briefing is okay. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. While you're being seated, please remember that all mobile telephones and other portable electronic devices, such as CD players and laptop computers, must be turned off and stowed for departure. Thank you.
Mine damer og herrer, velkommen ombord. Mens du sitter, må du
just
huske at alle mobile enheter nå skal sendes i flymodus, og andre berbere elektroniske enheter, for eksempel CD-spillere og berbere datamaskiner, må slås av og oppbevares for avlytting.
Ground to Cockpit.
Takk.
Go ahead. 19026 for that.
Loading has been completed. We're sending the load sheet up to you now. We contact you for pushback on your close up and the beacon light is switched off.
Roger. And 14 QNH 1001. Perfect. The loading is complete. We have also got the fuel on board, the seatbelts. Okay, should we do the PA then? Or we should have a call from the cabin crew in just a few moments, so we'll wait for that. Studio 7. Yeah, 100 degrees then, so that's going to be the most deviation. 100 at 5. Temperature is 25. UNH is 1014. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, here's the load sheet from ground. I've written the passenger count here, the crew count here, and the total number of souls, not including yourselves, here.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Great, we should be ready for push in about 5 to 10 minutes. Just give us a call if you're ready for departure.
No problem.
Thank you. Here we'll do the PA, so flight time back to Stockholm is 2 hours and about 3 hours. And the weather is good as well. Of course you now are messed up. Mine damer og herrer, god kveld. Mitt navn er Fabian, jeg er kaptein ombord i dag, og på vegne av Norwegian og resten av besetningen så ønsker vi dere hjertelig ombord denne flyvningen fra Costa Smeralda, Olbia opp til Stockholm Arlanda. Flytid til Stockholm i kveld er forventet å bli rundt ca. 3 timer. Vi begynner snart å bli klare for avgang fremme. Vi forventer å dytte ut av gaten om rundt ca. 5 til 10 minutter, så vi skal være snill sette dere ned og ta på oss sikkerhetsfeltet. Og for å stege hennes sikkerhet andre spor, så anbefaler vi dere på det sterkeste frem på den veldig viktige sikkerhetsdemonstrasjonen som kommer fra kabinbesetningen om å få strakser. Når det kommer til taxituren vår i dag, så venter vi ikke at den skal være alt for lang før vi er klare for avgang. Avgangsruten var også ganske så grei. Vi kommer egentlig bare til å ta rett nord-øst mot Stockholm. Vi forventer en marsj i dag på rundt 36 000 mot i starten, før vi da forventer å katte litt høyere senere flyvninger, som er berettiget drivstoff og fly har blitt litt lettere. Vi forventer også gode flyforhold gjennom flyvningen, men som alltid blir anfall på sikkerhetsbeltet på barsen i fly kommer bort til noe uforventet turbulens. Å være i Stockholm for øyeblikket ser ganske så bra ut. Det er litt grann vind fra vest, det er 14 grader, og så er det litt grann overskyet. Ellers, sitt ned, slapp av, sover over ved flytur med Norwegian. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Fabian, I'm the captain on board today, and on behalf of Norwegian and the rest of the crew, we want to wish you very welcome aboard this flight from Olbia, Costa Smeralda to Stockholm, Arlanda. Flight time to Stockholm today is expected to be approximately 3 hours. We are fairly shortly at departure from there, expecting to push in about 5 to 10 minutes. If you may, please sit down, take on the seatbelts, and for your own safety and others aboard, we do recommend to pay special attention to the safety demonstration of this coming from the cabin crew in just a few moments. When it comes to our taxi today, we don't really anticipate that to take long before we're ready for departure. Our departure during this flight has been quite good today. We're departing actually just straight northeast up towards Stockholm. We're expecting to be cruising at approximately 36,000 feet today, and we do expect to be climbing a little bit higher after burn some fuel and the aircraft have become a bit lighter. Good flying conditions are also expected through the flight, but as always, we do recommend to have the zips on just in case we encounter unexpected turbulence. And the weather in Stockholm up north is looking quite nice, with just some bit of wind from the west, about 14 degrees centigrade and a little bit cloudy. Otherwise, sit down, relax, and we're going to enjoy this flight with Norwegian. Thank you. Here, then we'll confirm the weight. So, 53.8. So, we will start with 0 for weight, 53.8, 53.8. Fuel 9.7. Take weight 63.1, 63.5, that's within limits. 63.5. And 123 plus 6 screw, that's 129 souls on board. Wonderful, then we can do the performance. Execute. Take weight is 63.5 tons, 63.5. And 20.7 on the CG. 20.7 calculates. That's going to be at the rate 2 with an assumed of 43 degrees. The rate 2 and 43 gives us 89, and we have 89. Good. Flaps 5 for departure. Trim is going to be at 5.7 units, and 39, 39, 43. 40, 40, 43. Good, and we have more than 450, and we have almost 2 tons in the center. And 5.7 units. And then pre-for checklist. Pins and covers removed. Oxygen tested 100%. Now transfer and display switches. Normal and auto. Window heat. On. Presentation mode selector. Auto. Flight instruments. We're tracking 323 QNH 1014, reading about 38 feet. 37 feet, 38. And that's about 35 on standby, so that's -2 then. Park brake is set, engine start levers cut off, and taxi take everything is completed. Ready for checklist below the line. Fuel, we have 9,700 kilograms aboard, 6 pumps on, battery sign set, auto brake, RTO, seat between cars. Let me just double check. It's completed. And takeoff speeds, V1 140, VR 140, V2 143. MCB 143, heading 0.3 degrees, and altitude 6,000 set. Ready for checklist complete. Okay, over on gens with APU. And we are pushing in 1 minute. Actually, we are going to do this. How in the world have we managed this? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you please disconnect the ground power?
Roger. Stand by, please.
Our commander, thank you.
Ground power has been disconnected.
Thank you. Yes, should we request push and start then? There you go.
Ground to Cockpit.
Ciao, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Departure checks completed. Bypass being inserted.
Okay.
Locking the gear.
Before start checklist. Flight door is closed locked, doors windows. Closed locked and clutch light on, transponder altitude off, rudder and Leon trim free, and 0 before start complete. We are on advisory, there we go. And let us just check the ground traffic here. Are there anyone here? Hey, no, there's one overflying us, so... Oh. Spirella traffic, red nose, allerede på call sign. Clear traffic, red nose 4362, push start of the stand 102, Smirel traffic. Okay, copy ground clear, push facing west, brake set.
Release passing the brakes. Clear.
Brakes released.
Commencing the push. Clear to start engines.
Thank you, starting 2 on 1 sequence. We'll fire up number 2. Okay, firing up number 2. Starting it out. Starting number 1.
Please set passing the brakes.
Park brake sets.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Roger, standby. Start to cut out. Up to the ground with 2 good engine starts, you can disconnect.
Unlocking the gear.
I should have done the isolated valve or isolated pack operation procedure, but forgot. It is after all 25 degrees here, so it is quite hot in that cabin. Oh yes, it is. It's almost, yeah, it was basically at 30 degrees then. The thing is that we don't feel anything here in the sim. We don't have the feel of it, so that's the problem.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass view removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Thanks for the help. Looking for the pin. Have a great day. See you next time. Bye bye. There you go. Forgot the gear pin. Flaps 5. Flight control check. For taxi checklist, generators, on, probeat, on, anti-ice, off, air compress, packs auto, isolation valve, auto, engine start switches, continuous, recall, checked, engine start levers, idle tent, flight controls, checked, ground equipment, clear, flaps, 5 land, 5 green, APU, off before taxi complete. Smirel traffic, red nose 4362, taxiing via Quebec, Mike and Golf 1 Fox for 05 Smirel da. Right clear, left clear, brakes released. And start rolling. So we have 4362. That's our call sign, 4362. Yeah, I need to remember that. 4362. Why are we turning to the right? I was worried a bit also. Left is clear. And left is clear, right is clear. What? I have it turning to the left, or correction to the right. I actually might not be my pedals, it might be my tiller. Left is clear. And the sun is over there, yeah, so we will not have that in our way through the departure. The right is clear. Right is clear. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Everyone's seated and secured for takeoff.
Thank you, we'll give it a call now.
No problem.
Thanks. Okay, before takeoff checklist. Flaps, 5 land, 5 green, stabilizer stream 5.7 units. Cabin call given before takeoff complete. Spirit traffic, red nose 4362, landing up departing 05, Smeralda. Okay. Takeoff. We'll try and terrain is not really a significant threat on this departure routing. Okay, are we ready for departure? Okay, are we all ready? Oops, I overshot a little bit. Ready. Take off. Stabilized. Setting thrust. Takeoff reset.
80 knots.
Checked.
V1.
Pause break.
You're up. Flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps up, speed checked. Continue climbing up to flight level 36. .360 set. Set standard. Standard. And we'll wait a little bit with after takeoff checklists. After takeoff checklist. Engine blades on, bikes auto, landing gear up and off, flaps up, no light and altimeter, standard set cross check, passing flight level 60. Now, plus minus 0 after takeoff computes. Command A. And we can delete it here in the climb. And we can delete the engine outside. Passing flight level 100. Yes, everything is looking good there. There's the sun. Utilizer. There you go. It's much better. Wonderful. Schedule of arrival for us is... good question. Schedule is 21:30. We're currently landing 13 minutes ahead of schedule. So that's nice. Stable at the speed, we can turn off the seatbelts. Okay, so I think I know where we left off, so again apologies, we'll take it from there. So Cockpit, hele welcome bli vel. I hope I said it correctly, but I'm so sorry, apologies. But at least welcome. Oh! I got to hit 7,000 hours after landing this evening on Virgin Norwegian. That's impressive though. 7,000 hours is quite a bit. Congratulations. Bobby, hello, welcome back. Thank you. I think it was nice, quite a nice landing. But yeah. Okay, interesting. So you think it is something to do with the scenery in Ireland? I mean, that could explain it, yes. No, I don't really know. I haven't encountered any problems with Ireland. I have not. So I can't really help you on that regard. I can just try to fly somewhere else in the world, and then you will then get your answer if it is with something with Ireland or something else. Just try to fly somewhere else, just see if you can find it. And again, if it is a repeating issue at a specific place, then that most likely is the problem there. Yes, but welcome back, welcome back. Nice, right on central line in the aiming. I imagine it's the aiming point you're referring to there. But yeah, just a bit firm. That's fine though. Need a bit firmer landings there and there as well. I'll be perfect all the time. But don't we have any... Oh, there you go. Just a bit bugged out here. Wonderful. And we're passing a flight level 200. No way that NIS is online today. Of course NIS is online today. Yesterday, so that doesn't really help at the moment. Yeah. Do we have an ATC en route at the moment? Not. Yeah, we do. We have Warsaw control, so we're expecting something over Poland at least. That's nice. So it is not going to be on advisory all the way back to Ireland, hopefully. So we did manage that turnaround quite well, to be honest. I didn't really expect it to be that quick. But still, how in the world do they manage this in the real world? The thing in the real world, at least you have 2 pilots, not 1. I mean, that's the first thing. But still, how do they manage 25-minute turnarounds? Maybe a shorter PA. I think my PA is maybe a bit too long. I don't know. I need to look a little bit at that. What I can improve on regarding the turnarounds. So I always struggle with that. It always takes me about 30 minutes, but I should be also be able to do a 25-minute turnaround. That is in the Norwegian schedule, so that should be possible. Polaris is online. Like, but it's actually something online in Oslo. We are not flying to Oslo at all. Then of course we have a layover in Stockholm. Typical, isn't it? Of course there is no ATC online in Stockholm at the moment. But yeah. That's fine. We will survive without, even though it will be preferable with ATC though. I was going to look up something. Yeah, that is what it is. Where is the calendar? There it is. Tomorrow it's going to be 45th. 8, 45th. Tomorrow is the 8th. So it just says a 77 max 8. We don't have an aircraft yet. This is Corsica, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Island of Corsica. Then a bit few smaller islands around here. And then of course the mainland of Italy, somewhere. It's impossible to see. Ah, there you go. There it is. There isn't too much around here. There's something at least. Yes. Still landing ahead of schedule, at least back in Arlanda, so I mean that was expected from the start of the because of tailwind. So yeah, probably save up even more during the flight. There you go, we're passing flight level 300. Yes, all good. It is still 4362, yeah. Red was 4362. Just so I don't forget. Yeah, just in case you can't fly the route tomorrow, what's our backup? That is 4157. 4157, 4157, 4157. Delta 8, 4157. That is a Copenhagen. Well, that's also been an NG. At least if we can't fly with the Max tomorrow, the high chance that we actually would be able to fly with the NG then. But there's also a possibility that we can't fly that one either. And then it's going to be a round trip Amsterdam afterwards. So either we're flying to somewhere in northern Sweden, Skeleta? What? I don't remember what it's called. It is Skellefteå. I don't think I said that correctly. And then to Munich, or it's going to be Copenhagen or Amsterdam again. Just depending if you have that MAX aircraft. We have even less deliveries for the MAX than we have for the NG. So we'll wait and see what we'll end up with. What's our maximum? Oh, okay, we can actually almost go up to flight level 400. But I mean, in this case, I think we'll stay at flight level 360 due to the winds. It's quite favorable the lower we are. When do we need to change to an old level? That's going to be at Ikta. You are there. We're at Ikta at 1926. Yeah, still another half an hour and actually 36 minutes to be exact. Yeah. How's it go? It's a beautiful sunset. So yeah, I can't play. It is really nice flying in the evening or late or early evening when the sun is setting as well. It is not just not fun to fly when it is when it's completely dark. Yeah, boss caution fuel, and that's the left center pump. We can turn for you. You emptied out quite. I mean, also on the climb out when you climb, we also do quite a bit more fuel than on the cruise and descent. Those makes sense. Yeah, that was. I also do have less fuel now than we had on flight down. So there you go. We're gonna pass FMC speed. And we're leveling off. We're overshot a little bit as well. And now it is probably possible to eat some dinner. Still not been eating anything. We served it right before landing, so it's the most practical timing. I mean, it works. fuel must caution. That's the right center pump, isn't it? A firm. Off with you. There you go. Round trip Vilnius, Lyon, and Bergen. Yeah, that's gonna be a long day. You're the party at 5:45 to 7:45 local, and they're landing back again also at 19:55. Oh, sorry, 21:55 local. That's gonna be a long day indeed. Enjoy that though. What track is it? I don't know. At least enjoy it though. Sounds fun. It's a long day, indeed. Welcome back, welcome back. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like a drink, tea, coffee, or water?
Do you guys want any drinks? And regarding landing, yes, we're landing at 21:18 at the moment. So we are scheduled to be landing now 12 minutes ahead of schedule. Yeah. That will be 23:18 local time. Yeah, November in Lima sounds good. Yeah, is there any request regarding rigs? Vill du fullchecka Lomed? Nothing? Faris, I will check. I don't think we actually have that, unfortunately. We do have... I mean, we do have the sparkling water though, but it's Aqua Dior. What? So we have sparkling water at least, if that is what you want. Other than that we have like Fanta, Coca-Cola, Pepsi Max, Capri Sun, Safari fruits, Tropicana orange juice, Aqua or sparkling, Rhubarb and strawberry, where sparkling water, and then still water as well. Sparkling works, okay. Can you please get one sparkling water, please?
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Thank you. And then fuel check at Lomed. 7.5, 7.5. 2.1, I think I forgot to reset the fuel burn. No, I didn't. 2 tons. Almost, yeah, 2 tons. Flight time, 35, we will fly for 30. I always have this... always think I'm forgetting to reset the fuel flow because it is a part of the flow, so I don't really remember that flipping that switch to reset. I never remember. So yeah, and I have forgot in the past. So yeah, no wonder I did that. Yes. Next fuel check will be at 30-ish. At Likta. And then after Likta, take out Rivsa. And then Urbi. And then at Armod before we are then landing in Stockholm. Good. So now we have all the fuel checks already planned and ready. Good. And ATC, we do have, is that Bremen we have there? That is München, I think. It is, I think that is München indeed. This is München radar, affirm. They're flying from München. And then we also have Warsaw radar. And that's it. And a bit less ATC than like it is normally at Saturday evening. Yeah. A little bit unfortunate, but can't really do much with that. So, yeah. One thing I probably should have is to show the thrust clear position, because the thing is that in the real world when you disconnect the odd throttle, it is motorized, so it is where it is supposed to be. Easy to disconnect and then have just trust you. But I don't have that show position, so I need to just guess, disconnect, and then it will show the position. But also the unfortunate thing is that, for example, after takeoff, I will always set my first levers to idle. So it is just that you guys will never see when I'm setting it to idle. I mean, is it? Yeah, I don't know actually. I mean, it's probably a good thing again to just match it up and then disconnect will make things a bit easier. Especially maintaining speed. So yeah. Option simulation and then lever position. Yes, then moving. There we go. So now I can see where my physical thrust levers are. Again, it will be much easier to then disconnect at the same position as in the sim. That's really the main thing, but again, this isn't really how it is supposed to be the real aircraft, but we'll try that for this approach and see how it goes. Yeah. Would still be really cool though to have like a motorized 77 throttle quadrant. I would have loved to have that. Be great. Captain Mick, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Yes, we are currently landing at 21:18 and the clock is 19:07, so it is about a little bit more than 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours and 10 minutes ish. Yeah, something like that. 2 hours 10. That's reasonable. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Most likely a bit less due to tailwind. That is nowhere near what we encountered on the way down to Olbia, so wait and see what it actually could end up ending up in. I think it was still a beautiful sunset. So that's nice. Yeah, so you're doing the exact same thing, just okay, so you basically just do this, set your physical thrust levers to 40%, if I understand correctly. Yeah, that's reasonable as well. Do you have that option enabled where you can do you have that option where you can overwrite the auto throttle, or have you to turn that off? Because I did have that enabled, but most of the time when we took off, the auto throttle would disconnect because my thrust levers made noise. So yeah, it was basically impossible to use that option because the front engine would suddenly go to full thrust. And actually, always the left engine will go to full thrust. The right engine will stay at takeoff thrust. So we just got a really nice asymmetric thrust setup there. So ended up turning that off, especially after we got some problems with my rudder pedals where they always veer to the right. We have problems with rudders, and then that on top, that didn't really work out. So yeah. Captain Vic, we've actually done that one before. We just didn't do the flight from Oslo or also to Cape Town, but we have done the Cape Town to Antarctica. We have on the 787 the Norse. We have on the 1500 we will do the return flight from Johannesburg on the 777. That's the plan at the moment. But at least if you want to look at that one, we have already done it. It was quite a bit of fun, and a fairly hard landing, but it's possible to see though because the runway slope is quite upsloped, and the flight physics of that aircraft is not really the best. And it was pure white everywhere. It was possible to see the runway. No contrasts. So yeah. Okay, yeah, so you have it turned off there as well. Yeah. I did really like that we could so again, I don't like the blue. I don't like it actually. I will turn it off again. Just I don't like it for some reason. I mean, yes, it is a smart thing to have on, but personally, just don't like it. I don't know why. It just. I mean, it's not something you have in the real aircraft, so yeah. Also talking about yeah, I do really like the option where you can overwrite in descent or in ARM mode, and in which options you have in the ARM. That's the only one I remember. And throttle hold. Descent ARM and throttle hold, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. Because especially if you didn't conduct a rejected takeoff, for example, you can actually move the thrust levers. If you pass 84 knots, you can then move the thrust levers to idle before disconnecting, because it will respond because you have overwriting of the auto throttle. That's something I do really like with that, and also especially if you and the tailwind, the airspeed drop a little low, and the auto throttle are in ARM mode, descend ARM, to allow the 15 knots before thrust. So that was really when you could just manually add thrust without either opening the speed window or disconnecting the auto throttle. So that also made it easier to then correct for any deviations on the descent. But again, the only downside I had is that my thrust levers are making some noise that makes the left thrust lever always go to full thrust for whatever reason on the takeoff throttle after the auto throttle go to throttle hold, and that makes left engine go full thrust and the right will see that takeoff thrust, and aircraft starts going to the right, and just all a mess. So I ended up turning that off. But I still really like that feature. And that's also why I really want the motorized 77 throttle quadrant, because then you can override all the time, and it will also then follow what it is in the same as well. So yeah, maybe one day. No, I don't have the A350, and I don't have any plans to buy it either. The simple reason is I'm just flying the 737 afterwards. Oh, sorry, I'm just flying the 77 nevertheless. That's what it is, yeah. So I don't really fly with anything else in this aircraft, so I don't really see a point in buying that. Like, how much is it? 60 pounds? 50 pounds? I don't remember the price of that aircraft. It isn't too bad actually, but I'm then flying it maybe once, maybe not even once a year. I don't really see that investment for me, and I'm just flying 70 after all. So yeah, but nevertheless, it still looks like a really good aircraft. So it would be really good to try it out one day, but again, I don't see a point for me buying that aircraft when we are flying just with the 737 after all. So yeah. I mean, I do have the 777-300ER, so I at least have something else than the 70, but yeah. I've just flown one flight with that aircraft, and that was the special from Amsterdam to Johannesburg. I tried to do 2 flights with it before, but the simulator, first of all, on the first flight the simulator crashed, I think, and the second one the WASM code of the aircraft crashed, so it basically was a glider without basically everything in the aircraft just froze completely, and it ditched in the Atlantic, so that was great. So yeah, again, I don't fly anything else than 737 with Norwegian, since basically work for Norwegian and I did it on the 70, so doing it that way. I mean, we can do that one day as well. On a special location, for example. Wait and see. Again, at least Emirates do operate the Dash 300ER that I have. I don't think I will buy any of the other 7 variants. Again, just because I will fly with them after all. I need something. Yeah, or just at least never fly with them at all. That's more correct. We're starting against time, and we still have 2 hours left of the flight. So yeah, and those aircraft is more expensive than the 737, so yeah, it's not really the best investment in my case. Then we can invest, for example, in the wing setup instead of the FMC and the MCP. But that was also really expensive. Like, in general, it isn't that bad, but when you are then going to have the shipping on top and then taxes on top of that again, it's got quite expensive quite quickly. So yeah, one day. Mick, no, they don't. They just flew to Dubai during the winter schedule. They don't fly there during the summer schedule now. So it ended in, when did they end that flight or that route? I think they ended either in February or March, I don't remember. Same with Madeira as well, they just flew there during the winter season. Hello.
Hello, I was just wondering if you were hungry. I'll get you something to eat if you like.
Do you guys want any food or anything? No. Mick, yes, indeed, they just flew with the MAX aircraft on that route. Yeah, they did. Just with the MAX. Yeah, are there any snacks or anything you guys want from them? Yeah. If you have anything on board, that's the thing. I mean, you're getting offered something. And also, they didn't fly to the main airport of Dubai, of course, they did fly to the secondary airport. After all, I imagine how, yeah, those slots is quite expensive into put in Dubai. Like, Heathrow is bad enough. So yeah. Okay, nothing? No, thank you.
No problem. Do give me a call if you change your mind, though.
Of course. Yeah, like I just said, they're flying to the second airport. Again, there's a delay here, so... yeah. That delay is a bit annoying, to be honest. I can't really do much for that. But they do fly to the... or they did fly to the second airport. Again, with MAX. And they did fly from both Stockholm, Copenhagen and Oslo. Oh, okay, the sun is gone, so we can remove the visor. Not really necessary. Yeah, the reason for flying from Stockholm is because we do currently have a 5-day layover. So since Stockholm is not base, or generally if it was a base as well, sometimes pilots from other bases will then head up to Stockholm and then have a layover there for a few days. Or then they'd head back home. So we're currently having a layover for 5 days from yesterday to Tuesday. So that's what it is. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drink. They're waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
At least if I'm correct from what I have understood is that Norwegian closed down the Stockholm base after the pandemic arrived, and they haven't opened it up again. So they do fly a lot over to Stockholm, but they do just have layover crews here. So basically everyone sleeps at hotel, and then flying out for a few days and then flies back home again. So yeah, and like I also said, it isn't unusual to have a layover at a different base as well. For example, Oslo based pilots could have a layover in Bergen, for example, for a few days. When I flew back home from Bergen in October last year, the first officer on the flight was actually stationed in based in Oslo, but he had flown out in and out of Bergen for the last days. And when he was finished with the return flight from Bergen, he will then head back home to Oslo and then head home to France. So yeah, it is unusual to have a layover at a different base in Norwegian either. It does depend a little bit. So regarding demand and if they have pilots available and so on and so on. But we haven't really done many layovers. We have done in Stavanger before, in Bergen as well, and now in Stockholm. And I don't really think we have done many other layovers. Like we have done the layover in Molde, Ålesund, those places as well. I think we have also done one in Alta actually, but yeah, not really anywhere else actually. I know they also do have in Harstad. That's why we haven't flown to Harstad for like over a year, I think, because how the schedule is working for that route. We also had the layover in Bodø. Yeah, and I can't really think of anywhere else. Yeah, Kristiansand as well. Kjevik. I don't think of anywhere else now actually. Yeah. So at least we had some layovers before, but mainly we have been flying out of Oslo. And that's what we are expecting we have so perhaps. I imagine especially in Stockholm layovers is done by most crew that doesn't live at their base, because they need to then head nevertheless to their base and then fly and then go back again after finished. So I imagine most of those pilots and cabin crew are doing in Stockholm layovers. I mean, it makes sense that way because they need to do that nevertheless. So yeah. But again, I'm not 100% sure though. Is that the München that's calling us up? Hey firm, that is München on 132455. 132455. And we are 4362. München radar, good evening, Renault 4362 at flight level 360.
Renault 4362, München radar, hello, identified.
Good. Got to do our fuel check soon as well.
Renault 4362, squawk 205.
Squawk 2051, Renault 4362. 2051. There we go. Yeah, so fuel check at Likta. Yeah. Smartheim, no. Smox. Luthor. Set. There you go, Likta. 18 miles out. Yeah, the reason why I'm not using Volanta anymore is mainly because of performance. Elevo takes. I have forgot to upload on my Volanta. Yeah. Because I will use Levotex as my Norwegian logbook, so all my Norwegian flights is logged on the Levotex, so I basically have two different logbooks. All of my Norwegian flying is done here on the Levotex, and Volanta will take over everything else. And I have, for the most part, remembered to import all my Norwegian flights from Vatsim, because you can do that from there. But I have forgot. I don't remember the last time I did that, but it is a maximum 10 flights you can have at the time. So if I fly more than 10 flights, the last 2 flights, for example, might be gone, never be recovered again. But it is possible, I think, to export flights from Elevatex anybody to Volanta, so it should be fine. Yeah. So yeah, Volanta is mainly everything plus Norwegian, but Elevatex is just Norwegian. So I have a little bit more control of what I'm actually flown with Norwegian, and I can also pick some performance. Elevatex runs better on the computer than Volanta did. And I mean, I also do like Elevatex though. I do really like the design and so on. And also especially the aircraft database. That's something Volanta don't have at all. Ja, there you go, we got 64 knots crosswind. Yes, fuel check out till likte, so 5.9 here, we have 6.6 of 700
That was Stockholm Norwegian PMDG 3.6. Information radar there was identified and unrestricted flight level 277.
But our 4, we have been flying for 54, so we are actually 10 minutes.
Radar, hearing 7 Zulu, flight level 340.
Beautiful.
Hearing 7 Zulu mention radar, hello, identified.
And the next one is Ribsa. Yes, how to do that actually, how do you even do that? Normally what I do, I just click on the, if we could just go to aircraft here, take the link uniform. I normally just click on fetch image, well then just give an image, or you can just click here and then you can upload. So, go to the aircraft profile, click on the airframe you want to check or edit the picture. Click here to upload a picture, or you can just fetch image. Then it will then fetch it from the web. Or planespotters.net, I imagine. I don't know actually. But Volanta also does the same. So yeah. Heineren, hello, welcome. Uploading now. Okay, we're landing in Stockholm. We're landing at 18. There's still a bit less than 2 hours left.
KLM 99915, monitor advisory 122.8, bye-bye.
Yeah, I see that you did, Andre, that's quite cool. Nothing else in Norwegian. Yes, it looks really good.
Best 177, mention radar, hello, identified, proceed direct to Ravet.
So yeah.
To Ravet, 3177.
Actually, we'll be flying from Bremen radar before we fly from Warsaw radar.
Wings 907 Alpha, contact Langen radar, 125, decimal 2, ciao.
Langen radar, well, it does depend on if Bremen and Warsaw is online. Now we're switching on to Langen, not too long. No, that's not a part of München. It's actually not located, is it? Yes. But yeah, we're still gonna be flying over München radar. I remember once we flew from, I don't remember, I think that was maybe from Italy somewhere. We flew through Germany and I think we got 5-6 different handovers to München radar. There was so many sectors in time, so we 5 to 6 handovers from one München controller to the next München controller. So that was quite funny. So yeah. So that was something unique. Yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. I'm doing good. At least it looks like we have at least one sector, one more sector from München radar. There's 2 München radars online at the moment. I imagine in the real world it is probably more as well than those 6 we had that one time. Actually, maybe we flew from Athens. I don't remember. Oh yeah, we finished with exams. Oh, that's so nice though. Nice. I still maybe have one more exam to go.
Wing 7 Zulu, descend to flight level 200.
And if I don't have that, I'm finished.
feet per minute or more.
I'm basically finished.
Flight level 280.
Yeah, I'm basically finished with everything except for that potential oral exam I have next week. The aircraft, it is basically right in front of us. Oh, it passed us. Oh, there it is! Swiss Air. Just passed right over us. I thought it was coming straight towards us, but they actually come from the side. Ah, nice. Almost missed that one. It's AMD 21, isn't it? Not sure. I love RBS and airspace.
Ferry 965, contact Zurich radar on frequency standby.
Nice side of it. Thomas Hansen, hej och welcome, hope you're well. Yeah, speed and altitude. Latitude, we are currently flying at...
Ferry 965, contact Zurich radar 133, decimal 050, goodbye.
Yeah, we're currently flying Mach 0.75 and at 36,000 feet. What was that in meters? That will be about 10,974.5 meters.
Romeo Alpha monitor advisory 122 decimal 80.
If you want it in meters though. Our actual speed is ground speed is 464 knots.
This 177 when ready, descend to flight level 200, course Ravedet level.
Oh yeah, the oral exam in English.
Ready 200,
how did that go?
Ravedet level 177. We're starting at
how did that go? Oh, hope it went well at least. I can't really hope for anything else, can we? So yes.
Wing 7 Zulu, contact München radar 132, decimal 555, John. 132 555 here, current Zulu.
I mean, that's good though. That's good as long as the teacher is happy then. Well, we'll be more happy, can you? yeah. Oh yeah, see you later then, see you later. Have a good evening, bye bye. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be crossing over to the next München sector at the... I can't even read, I need to say lower the display about it's a Marmor.
Lufthansa uniform Tulip monitor advisory 122.
Okay, that was maybe a bit too dim.
Lufthansa 8 unit
that's
advisory 122.85.
Performance now wasn't that good. I think I'm flying over München, Munich. I couldn't hit. That's a quite large city. Can we find Munich on the map? Yeah, Munich is right in front of us. Munich is up. It is Munich, Echo Delta Delta Mike. Or is it Echo Delta Delta? No, it is Echo Delta Delta Mike. Yeah, it is Munich. It's about 20 miles, about 11 o'clock.
Delta Alpha Tango, fliegt jetzt direkt nach Stuttgart.
Should be able to see it from here as well. There you go. Yeah, Munich in sight. No wonder that it's...
Delta Alpha Tango, das war eine Frage. Nur, dass ich weiß, wo es weitergehen soll. Auf welcher Frequenz.
No wonder that it is a bit laggy.
Also mein Plan ist es, dass ich über Ulm noch
to be honest now, I
und dann Autobahn
regretting a little bit that I didn't choose German in through 9th to 10th grade. Because we're flying in Europe, we're mostly flying through for the most part flying for German airspace, but it will be flying. So now it would be great to know what they're talking about on German. I do forget the name now. So yeah. And generally Spain and France is not often online, so yeah. But yeah. I mean, it doesn't look too good, too great from here, but I mean, we're 36,000 feet, so it doesn't really matter. From this view, when we're not zooming in, it looks quite good. When we're zooming in, you can't even see the buildings. But if you can see the approach lights for runway SF26 left. Yeah. There you go now. Oh, yeah, there you go. Now the terminal buildings are spawning in. Okay. So we will actually be able to see it.
4362, contact München radar, 132, decimal 555, goodbye.
München 132555, Reynolds 4362, bye bye. 132555.
Delta Alpha Tango, kann rufen Sie langen Radar 125,050, ciao.
Nice. We are Reynolds 4362.
Level 100. East running at level 100, look at that.
Mission radar, good evening, Reynolds 4362 at flight level 360.
Reynolds 4620. Ryanair 114 Lima, contact München 132.
We will most likely be flying to Munich tomorrow.
12455 Ryanair.
Hopefully. Wait and see.
Under 72 Delta, which level can you reach by
I think I saw an aircraft on here, but now I can't see it anymore. I imagine that's an aircraft, that's an aircraft. That's definitely an aircraft. Looks like an aircraft, perhaps. One there as well. Yeah. Not too bad. I do hope that we're going to be flying to Munich tomorrow, but then we'll be flying with a MAX aircraft, and I do actually want to fly with a PMDG instead of the iFly aircraft, to be honest. Just flying the MAX yesterday, I already missed the PMDG. Yeah, it will work nevertheless. It doesn't really matter too much which we fly, which one we fly. Do we have a registration for that MAX yet? No, we still don't have received our aircraft for tomorrow. I mean, we still have another 1.5 hours-ish of the flight, so and probably about 1 hour and 40 minutes perhaps before we're finished. So we'll most likely find that out before we are finished today, nevertheless. I mean, we found out that we were flying with this aircraft here before we finished today. Again, we landed on our behind schedule from this. Then half in. When did we land? 00.
On conversion 270 or greater.
38. I don't remember. We were landing way far behind schedule. I thought we were landing on time, but then I saw, oh, it is an hour difference there. We're landing an hour behind. I didn't really catch that.
And the 6 Alpha Alpha monitor advisory choose. Advisory 122.8 to 6 Alpha Alpha.
So, at least we're not doing that bad today. We're actually landing ahead of schedule now, but that's mainly because of tailwind, and because we don't fly with an aircraft that didn't really want to operate with us yesterday. There was a lot of trouble with that MAX aircraft yesterday. Yeah, that's fine.
Lufthansa 7 to the Delta, can we get 350 now? Yeah, it is. 310 to the next one. Roger, 310 to 7 to Delta. Unless you can make 350 by illegal. Nah, 310 is fine, Lufthansa 7 to the Delta. The 732 monitor advisory. Advisory discharge or level to and 49, contact arrival 128, and 030.
Yeah.
128 to 030.
9 arches.
There we go.
Runway 2552, contact radar 1.
Yeah, I agree. It is the beautiful sunset indeed. I'm not quite sure how the sunset will look down here south, but at least there in Norway, it won't be that orange. It will be a bit more blue. So over Norway, I mean, the colors are not 100% perfect, but I mean that's fine though. It is much better than it was when the simulator was initially released. That was the same sunset colors year around and every on the globe. After the Sim Update 9, I think it is, they fixed the sky coloring. So that will depend on the season, but basically the time of the year where you are in the world. So also, it is much better than it was when the simulator was released, at least 4.5 years ago. 4.5 years ago.
Control, Grenadier wing is 90082, with November, flight level 260. With 9082, hello unit, level 170.
Oh, that's a good question, Thomas. I mean, probably the best thing you can do is to talk to someone that knows quite a bit about aviation in general. So, like for example, if you're going to fly on a specific airline or this aircraft type, you normally stay on the tickets what aircraft type you will fly, and you someone that knows that aircraft type quite well, or something. For example, talk to them. Ask different questions what you're afraid of, for example, and then they can explain it like regarding redundant systems on board. If you also know someone else in general, you can give the routing, where you're flying to and time and so on, and they can even check up like turbulence and so on. I did that for a friend once, and I was spot on that. So I just made a flight with the CBF and checked turbulence here and here, get that information, and I was spot on that, so I was perfect. But for example, things like that, or in general, yeah, generally we just fly. I think that's the best thing you can do, is just to fly in the real world. So yeah. But yeah, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure actually, but again, like I said, talk to someone that knows a bit regarding, for example, if there's turbulence you're afraid of, talk about that. If there's something else, talk about that. Just talk to someone that knows a bit. If you know a pilot, that's even better, or a cabin crew, for example. And again, just fly. 32 Unrig, Renault 4360.
And are you looking for higher level, or are you happy at level 360?
Stand by. Unrig, confirm. Excuse.
And the 732 Delta from level 360.
Do we want a high level? I mean, we should probably just stay at 360, to be honest. Yeah, mostly across tailwind.
Sending level 110,
I think we're happy with 360, to be honest. Renault 4360, we are happy at flight level 360.
For sure.
So yeah. Okay, happy landing in Oslo though, Skolvik. Happy landing. So yes. I hope what I said to you today, Thomas, was not too confusing. I know I can repeat quite a bit what I'm saying. Again. So, if you want me to clarify something, let me know. So yeah. But yeah, that's quite a good question actually.
350 Delta Link, super. Gerne. München, hallo, Emirates 500 Bravo, super, seid ihr Emirates 510 Bravo, super, hello.
Yeah, very well. Fair enough. Not the good old gas. Yeah. Thankfully that have been fixed though. So yeah. And still a bit interesting that Boeing didn't leave it in the manuals. But again, how was it supposed to work? I do understand why they didn't include it in the manual in the first place, but it's not a good idea nevertheless. Yeah, it was just to make the controls of the aircraft feel the same as the NG in high angles of attack. That was basically the only thing it was designed for. For the pilots to have the same feeling in a high AOA on the NG and the MAX. Because the huge engines of the huge LEAP engines on the high angle of attack, the engine will actually generate some lift, so that will the control performance will be a little bit lighter than in the same position with the NG aircraft. I mean, nothing critical how we fly the aircraft or anything, but not good enough for the regulators. That was the problem. So the only reason is for is to be able to certify the aircraft so that you can have the same type rating of interference basically. So the MCAS wasn't necessary at all for safety. It is just the control column feeling at high angles of attacks. So, yeah. That was basically what it is for. Yeah. So it isn't necessary for safety.
Emirates 510 Bravo, when ready, and to reach level 210.
You can say that. You can definitely say that MCAS have what's the correct word for that? Misunderstood, especially in the media, how it's actually supposed to work and how it's working. So I would say that the MCAS has a bit worse reputation than it actually should have. It was the design of the system, of course, that made the two fatal crashes, but it wasn't the system itself. It was because of the faulty, on the line at least, was the AOA vane on the captain side that didn't work. But in the Ethiopian case, it was, I don't think it was the AOA vane on that side. I think, if I'm correct, it was some sort of electrical, yeah, maybe it was the AOA there as well actually. Because that system just used the left AOA and not the right as well, for redundancy. So, yeah, Boeing assumed that if the MCAS would do something it wasn't supposed to do, like it did in these two cases, they assumed that pilots would recognize it as a runaway stabilizer. But how pilots are trained for the runaway stabilizer is not the same as the experience with MCAS. Because in the same when you're practicing for the runaway stabilizer situation, the stabilizer will then continuously trim down. All the time, but MCAS would maximum trim 10 seconds. Or 2.5 units. And then when you just use the electrical trim again, you will reset it, so then it will stop. So it was the same as they have practice for in the sim, so harder to actually then identify the problem, because it didn't behave as they have been trained for in the sim. So that was basically one of the main problems is, and especially that thing that it resets, and also that it is a part of this normal speed trim system that pilots are used to here, going in the background and they're not trimming themselves all the time. So yeah. So it should have been included in the first place. So yeah. At least it was developed initially for the MAX aircraft. So that was the use of the 767 tanker variant for the US Air Force, the Pegasus. So.
Bye-bye. 92, hello unit.
So yeah, it wasn't actually designed for the MAX in the first place. So yeah.
That's right. Danke. Emirates 51 Alpha Bravo, David, cleared. Repeat, please, professional on Bravo, sir. Emirates 51 Alpha Bravo, direct.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm happy that I can help. I'm happy that I can help. That's the most important thing. So yeah. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. So yeah. Is there anything else? I mean, we should probably discuss the MCAS which actually flew with the MAX aircraft. Yeah. At least now the thing with MCAS, you can just activate once every flight, so if you have activated and you use the electrical frame, boom, it won't activate again.
225, send level 110.
Descend level 110,
so, yeah. But also in these cases with the other, with those two crashes with the Ethiopian and the Lion Air, they both basically have the same problem with also airspeed and reliable. And then, so they, and then of course you have the runaway stabilizer or the MCAS. And you also have a faulty stick shaker. So also a lot of things happening at the same time, and then you have many different, or like 3 different checklists. At least one of them that you at least need to go through because it's unreliable airspeed. So then you don't really think about a runaway stabilizer on top of that. So yeah, that's the thing. It was not really easy to prioritize the checklist, especially before Boeing released a bulletin after the first accident.
125, 505, am I right?
So,
125, decimal 05.
15.05,
so it was things like that. Yeah, they were just included in the manual in the first place, but I don't know about it. So that would make this a bit easier.
Den har vi gesehen. Let's carry power on 122.90.
So yeah.
With a 9 kilo mic, low passing, flight level 110. With the 9 kilo mic, hello. So which way are you flying?
Hello.
Hi, Captain. I just wanted to come by and ask if everything was going okay.
Yes, everything is fine here, thank you.
Which waypoint are you flying? Takeoff with the 9 kilo mic. That's right.
Drift, welcome back, welcome back. Are we actually still within this airspace, München radar? Like we are actually flying with Czechia, flying with Germany.
Now when they 192 radar translate, so that line 2 minutes.
I hope I haven't just completely missed this wall or something. That's the thing, when I start talking, I talk for quite a bit. I can completely forget about everything around. So yeah. Yeah, everything is going great here. Yeah, everything is going great. We're landing ahead of schedule at the moment. And yeah, nothing outstanding. We just discussed it without talking about the MCAS, or mainly I have been talking about the MCAS, no one else. So I have been talking about that for maybe 5 minutes, but except for that, yeah, everything is going good. Our Warsaw is offline. So the only thing we have now is Bremen before we are over to advisory again. Unless we are actually supposed to be on advisory now because we left München radar though. The thing is that he cleared us all the way up to Ulrich. That's like the strange thing.
1-2, no problem. What is your requested flight level?
So I still think we should be in airspace, but again, he haven't handed us over to the advisory. At least I haven't heard it. So just stay on the frequency. But I've experienced before though that Mitch really have got to say this over to advisory that we contact next controller. He's like, can you reconnect? He haven't passed you over, so. Yeah.
United 310 roll order. Proceed direct booming.
Yeah, the sector said on the bottom radar and on the level X might not be correct with what they're actually controlling, so.
Right, level 2 Delta Charlie, further descent in about 50 minutes. Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Radar, good evening, KLM 64 Hotel, passing flight level 290, flight level 200 inbound, and beta.
KLM 64 Hotel, hello, we identified. Defect flight level 200, 1,500 feet per minute operator. Proceed direct XD.
It isn't very often that you get a vertical speed clearance as well, that you need to follow. We did get that into Olbia. I still don't understand why he gave us that in the first place.
Runway 192, rate of climb 2,000 feet per minute operator.
Maybe it was due to traffic, I don't know. It could have been. I didn't really look too much about traffic there. We didn't see anything on the TCAS at least.
We get 4 Whiskey Alpha, monitor advisory, goodbye.
Advisory, monitor, keep that for Whiskey Alpha, goodbye.
Now is he supposed to speed beyond München?
Right now, 4362, contact Bremen 124, that's for 175.
Bremen 124, 175, red nose 4362, bye bye. Oh, we found the answer now. We are now at Bremen. Yeah, so we're supposed to be there. 124, 175, 124.
Väg runt Lufthansa 63 Charlie, flyger över Farnborough.
75.
63 Charlie, eller vad? Sorry. Direct KTX.
Direct KTX 63 Charlie.
Bremen, good evening. Red nose 4362 at flight level 360.
4362, hello, identified, is an direct to Cockpit.
Could you please say again for 4362?
4362, direct to Cockpit.
Direct to Cockpit, red nose 4362. Cockpit, there we go. Confirm. Executes. And we're passing Rivsa soon. Just those accents. It sounds a bit different all the time. Gorpy. Yeah, we are going to do it at Rivsa. We're basically almost flying over it as well. Rivsa. There we go, Rivsa. Rivsa, fuel check, 4.8. We have 5.5 in the tanks. 5.5. 4.7. We have 4.2. And flight time 1 hour 37. We're flying for 1 hour 26. So we basically have 11 minutes ahead on airtime wise, and we have not increased the cost index, we're just flying our scheduled routing. I imagine it's because of some directs we just got, and so on. And of course the tailwind. The next fuel check is at Goripis, that's wonderful. And it's still another 238 miles to go. We are there at 28, yeah, so half an hour then. Perfect. Are we leaving Bremen radar at Korpi? No, we are not. Then we are leaving over to Sweden, I think, over the Baltic Sea. Thomas, just to clarify, what really are you exactly pointing to here? Just so I answer it correctly. So what do you really be the most interesting point? Like, do you mean like specific airports? What really are you referring to here? If I can just clarify a little bit, so again, but I answer it correctly. I don't want to give any false answers here. Just so we are on the same page here, so we're talking about the same thing.
Aim 361 level 360 on to
Lemon 361, hello, identify direct Academy.
Direct Academy and request flight level 30.
Lemon 361, roger, cancel flight level 30.
30, around 361.
Oh, that's a good question, Mick. I started flight simming about 4 years ago. Yeah, soon 4.5 years ago. How old was I then? I was in... Did I go in 7th grade or 8th grade? I don't remember. I was probably about... Okay, I'm 17 now, so 4 years. Yeah, I was about 13 years maybe. And I started on this simulator. So all of my experience in flight simming is with this simulator. So I have way too many hours. I have more than 6.5 hours if I'm correct on this sim. So yeah, it's a bit too much perhaps. But it's divided by 4 years, so that's my excuse. So, so yeah, I've been flying to this, mainly been flying the A320 family, or basically the A320 Neo, since that's the aircraft I started flying with. I always wanted to fly with the 737, but it wasn't available when the simulator was first released. My first ever add-on is the Radeon 77 Max, of course. It was when I first started and I was quite new, it worked perfectly fine. I happily enjoyed flying that aircraft. But after I've learned more and more and the PMDG released and so on, Radeon is not good at all. It is something else for the average flight simmer. The Radeon will actually work quite fine, but again, still not buy it, to be honest. Buy this M3 from PMDG instead. Well, I fly. They are much better. But yeah, and my first paved airport is Copenhagen. Yeah. So I've been flight simming since I was like 13 or 12 years-ish. Yeah, I don't remember how old I was. I just remember I started in January 2021, and the first thing I did was spawn in the A320 Neo at Oslo on one and right. I didn't have any peripherals when I started off, so I just didn't need to use my keyboard. So I moved the left thrust tip to Torga, then I moved right, of course asymmetric thrust in the start there. Aircraft wheel right off the runway and flew straight into hangar at the GA apron. That's the first thing I did, was to crash in the hangar at Gardermoen. That's the first thing I did. I will never forget that. So yeah, again, it have evolved quite a bit since I started off. Yeah, I haven't been flight simming for that long. I mean, 4 years is probably quite a bit though. Yeah. Again, I have everything, all of my experience in this. I have played a little bit with X-Plane 11. I had a friend that bought 2 copies because he couldn't find his product key for the first copy. He bought a new one and then they find the product key for the old one. So he actually gave me one of them. So I have played a little bit on X-Plane. That was mainly before the 737 was released for 2020, but that was limited as well. So yeah. So basically, again, everything is in this simulator here. Yeah, amazing. Again, it's a moment that hangar collision I will never forget that. that was something for itself. Yeah. It was. It's funny to think back at. Like the first thing I did was a crash. I mean, that's probably something everyone basically does when they're starting flight simulating, but yeah. Yes, I can agree on that, Thomas. I can agree.
Linje Delta, low identify, direct Delta, Bravo 433.
So, yeah.
Delta Bravo 433, leave at 8.
Again, I started on the Airbus family because that's what is the only aircraft we really had. And then when the PMG arrived, boom, I switched over. And it started to mixed between Airbus and Boeing, but I gradually, especially after the Dash 8 arrived, I basically just moved all over to Boeing with Norwegian, because that was what I wanted to fly with from the start off, and I need to wait for like 2-3 years before I could do that. So yeah. And especially after I started flight simming, my English vocabulary or generally how I spoke English drastically improved, because I was quite bad at that age. But after I started flight simming, because of I watched so many English YouTube tutorials, and then eventually I started flying on WhatSim, it basically improved my English skills drastically. Like, it was insane how fast I developed my English skills in that period. So yeah, especially that how also is also a good thing that I've improved significantly since I've started. So well, yeah. Is there anything else actually? I can't really think of anything else that I've really improved since I started flight simming, like that I'm using day-to-day life. I can't really think of anything actually. I'll probably remember something later on, most likely. So yeah. Now we're landing 17, so we basically almost have a straight tailwind of 80, so the 66 knots. About the same we had on headwind when we flew down to Olbia. Again, quite expected.
In a tuna na Yankee, nothing further, monitor 122.8.
122.8 feet, Tuna Yankee, dankeschön.
Yeah, what's the weather like in Arlanda? Is it good? I hope so. Hopefully it's not gusting. It is not gusting. Good. It is okay conditions, 13 degrees, so it is not raining like it did yesterday. So yeah. And still winds 240 at 11, so I imagine that we are not using 26 when we are landing. I'm not sure, because there was some restrictions regarding the use of runway 26 that they do want to avoid that as much as possible. Except for yeah, because runway 26 is not available for takeoff unless required for wind conditions. Takeoff? Oh, I thought it was also regarding landing. Forget that then. Can we actually finish this? Did I finish my notes on Arlanda. Maybe I didn't. I should have. There's so many subtitles that is not filled out.
Berlin 88, nothing further, monitor 122 decimal 8.
Not 8, Berlin 88.
The 1361, nothing further, monitor 122 decimal 8.
Unicom Mauritius 1361.
Rednose 4362, nothing further, monitor 122 decimal 8.
Unicom Rednose 4362, bye-bye. Yes. One, two, 8. Going back on advisory. I like how lots have changed the definition from Unicom to advisory, but basically everyone is still using Unicom. Wait, why not? Yeah, there was actually, I was finished. It was just that there was no relevant information under there that I was going to add. Yeah, then we can remove you, we can, there's no speed restrictions, that's nice. No parking information either. Can remove that. Yeah. So I imagine we will be using 26 for landing. I hope so, otherwise we're landing in a crosswind. I mean, crosswind landings is fun as well, and I do need to practice that. Because they could be, definitely could be better. Oh wait, the aircraft we flew with yesterday, Tango Delta, is flying our backup plan today. So basically this Sarajevo schedule that was on back in case we couldn't fly this one. That's funny. Are they landing 26? Yeah, looks like they are. At least they are, yeah, landing 26. Otherwise would have been flying so far to the east. Completely missing one on the right. Yeah, landing 26. I've been reading through so many airport briefings lately that I can't hold track of what I've been reading through. So no wonder that I'm messing up a little bit there. That was even 26. What was for landings, but it was restricted for departures. Didn't know that. I wonder if we ever actually experience a landing under a massive 8. I highly doubt that. I mean, never say never though. Stockholm, there is 4 arrivals at the moment into Arlanda. They are as follows. Okay, there's one from Helsinki. One is landing now already. Yeah. So arrivals, we have one from Barcelona. Sorry, from Madrid. He's landing. He's not landing now. Where in the world is he? Yeah, that is you. Yeah, okay, you are landing now. Then we have Tom Jet from Gardermoen. He's departing, and then we have Finne from Helsinki that's departing, and us from Olbia that's still entering. So we do have a few arriving aircraft at the moment. Okay, we're still quite far away. Top descent is 275 miles at 2048. So for the 8 minus 30, it's going to be 28. Nope, it is not 28, it's going to be 18. So give it a 30-minute call to the cabin in 4 minutes. Yeah. Do anyone of you want any drinks or something? They will ask the cabin crew for some water. My water bottle is empty. So I want some water, so if anyone of you want anything, let me know now, so I can ask. And we still have a beautiful sunset. It does a really nice thing when we are flying from south to north with a sunset. Because the sun is standing over in here in Northern Europe, in the Nordics, or sorry, Nordics and Scandinavia. Not the same, but same, approximately the same region though. At least the sun is standing up longer, so we basically have a sunset from departure until landing. So that is not too bad. Okay, no one wants anything? Just me? Okay. Oh, Warsaw radar came online. Oh, I was just gonna go to get some water. Then I need to wait for that.
Hi, Captain.
Yes, hello. Is it possible to just get some, a bottle of water?
No problem. I'll get it to you now.
Thank you. Wait for a contact me from Warsaw. I don't think we are first priority on that side. But about to actually flown into Warsaw as well. Gdansk as well is also a while ago. We also missed flying there. Especially for one of the runways that actually doesn't have LS, so we're basically forced to fly on a non-precision approach. It's a good practice though. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. They're in the storage compartment in our galley.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, exactly, Thomas. Yeah. That doesn't sound good at all. And that when they pilot the command as well, shouldn't drink. Oh, not good. Oh, nice. Are we going to get a contact me from Warsaw or not? Again, I don't think we are highest priority either. We'll be leaving his airspace quite short, nevertheless. I just will wait until we have left his airspace here on the radar before we leave the flight deck. Actually, we should leave his airspace at the Gurpi. Is it Gurpi? Yeah, it's Gurpi. Gurpi. Yeah, we'll do a fuel check at Gurpi as well. Bob. Oh, there's so many. It's quite funny with waypoint names around in the world. Bob. And Gurpi. Yeah, it's. Like I said before, I wonder how it is to be a person that actually makes these names on the waypoints. I imagine that's quite a fun job. I would have loved that. So yeah. I wonder how they actually come up with these names, if they're just some random letters they just smash all together, that is easy to read, or I mean, many VRs, for example, was based out of where they were located on the regarding place they're located, so the place's name basically. So maybe they do that with waypoints as well. I don't really think so actually. I have never heard of a waypoint that has the same name as place I know at least. So yeah. At least if you look a bit more here, this is like the sunset I would expect a bit more. Not that much dark orange perhaps, but I have never flown what I can remember during this time of the year and this time of the day, so I can't really confirm if that is correct or not with real life. So, but I don't think all the skull colors are 100% accurate. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much though. It works, and again, it's better than what it was before, so quite happy with that. Yeah, we forgot that call to the cabin crew though at 18. That's 3 minutes to go already. Yeah, we'll do a fuel check. Sorry, I called in 2 minutes then. Just gonna be at 25 minutes until the sound instead of 30. I think we have the option all the way to 5 minutes. Sure. Normally using either the 30, 25 or 20 minutes, not really anything less than that. I don't think that control wants us at all. Yes, he was outside of his airspace and he still haven't contacted us. Then I do see the point though, we are basically almost outside of his airspace when he connected online. So just be flying for his airspace with like 5 to 10 minutes and then out again. And maybe not even that actually. So I do see the point of that. That's fine. Yeah, should we do the call to the cabin crew then? And then we'll get a drink after we've done the fuel check.
Hello, Captain.
Yes, hello. Just to let you know, we are descending in approximately 25 minutes.
Okay, well, since the passengers are pretty thirsty, I'll bring the drink service forward so they can have a drink before landing.
Okay, no problem. Again, our flight was a bit shorter than estimated, so no wonder that they're a little bit behind on the drink service. Yeah, what's our ground speed is 489. Yeah, it's basically about 89 plus knots. Yeah, about 99 knots faster than it was before. Actually more 90 knots faster than it was on the way down. Probably more than that as well. And we're running for the most time less than 400 knots on the ground speed, so not fast at all. Yeah, so 360 divided by 3, that is 120. 120 miles. That's correct. 360 divided by 3 is 120. If I'm right. Boom. So we need a minimum of 120 miles to be able to reach the airport. We do have a lot of tailwind though. Was it another? I think we need to add 1 knot mile per 10 knots of tailwind. That's 126 then. Oh, there you go. I mean, we don't really need to do that nevertheless, to be honest. We can just leave it at 120. It's just so at least we have a little bit of situational awareness regarding the descent itself. So yeah. At least we have should left this airspace, at least the sector here on what's radar we are left, but I think in reality we're still within this airspace until we have left Gurbi. Or at least past Gurbi. Yeah, this is Gurbi here on the... Yep. Gurbi is already here. Just want to set the dark mode here so we don't have a white taskbar. So at least we have a little bit of more of a dark cockpit concept. I mean, we're flying the NG, so it's actually not supposed to be that of a dark cockpit concept. That was more adopted into the Max generation. Yeah. I mean, in general, the dark cockpit philosophy is quite a good one. Because basically, if there is no lights, everything is working as it should. But also, this is nice to have a light that just confirms that yes, it is actually working. So it is positives, pros and cons with both concepts. It is, but at least on the NG, like I said, it is not really, except for the window heat. It is basically a dark cockpit concept here as well. It is quite dark compared to the overhead, except if you turn on the engine anti-ice. But that's also the good thing with engine anti-ice when we have that on when it's not a dark concept, because if you just look up and just, oh yeah, of course that's on. Of course the engine anti-ice will also see that on the indications on the ACAS, or we don't really have that on the NG though, we have the upper display unit on the engine instrument. So we will actually see that here with the TEA or thermal anti-icing on. But the wing anti-ice we don't have any indications except for the light, but on the Max we don't have any light at all, so you just need to remember that it's actually on. Yeah, for the most part you will actually remember that, so that's fine. Understand, Thomas. Maybe that's where I'm going after we finish today. Not that I'm old enough either though. Yeah. Should probably do our fuel check at Gurbi. So 3.6, we currently have 4.5 in the tanks, that's 900 kilograms above. That is quite good. 5.9 burn, we are currently burned through. For 3.6. Sorry, 3.2. I don't know what. For 5.2. That's more correct. 5.2. And then 2 hours 7, we will find 1 hour 56. That's 11 minutes. Wonderful. Then we can delete Gurbi. And I can finally get my water bottle. The aircraft 2,000 feet above us, yeah, we have him inside as well. You can see his contrails. Can't see his lighting though. I thought that's a star though, so that's not the light. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just go and grab my water bottle, so I should be back shortly. I'm back. Wonderful. How many miles until the descent? 118, so that's perfect. We're going to be starting preparing now. And there is still ITC in Stockholm. Like, still, Copenhagen is online, Polaris is online, and Oslo approach is online. It's so annoying. Like, last week, Stockholm was online basically 24/7. And now, this week, when they actually fly to Stockholm, it is offline 24/7. What is this? It's quite annoying. Not gonna lie. Why is all the arrival? Oh, that was the parking aircraft. Ah. Yes, should we prepare then? So we're expecting runway 26 in Stockholm, A firm. So that's runway 26. If you open it, I'll just depart to Addis Ababa. Yeah, maybe that actually have flown from Oslo then actually. Maybe it will be over my house. Oh no, they actually used 601 and also so they didn't do that. Well, hello again, indeed. Hello again. Yes, so there we go. So we are landing on runway 20. We will do the ILS. It's going to be final. So expecting vectoring in for the ILS for runway 26. Revealing is 250 and the 101 ESA or Echo Sierra Alpha on the island. Yeah, 25. Oh, that was. There we go, 25. Two five, and then 1101. Echo Sierra Alpha. 1101. There we go. Come on. And then 1101. Arlanda VR is 1160. So we set that as standby on number 1. 1160. So Arlanda VR on standby. Minimums is going to be at 325 feet. $325. Good. So now it is just the performance left then. So we are expecting to have 3.4 tons of fuel, and we have 4.2 in the tank, so that's going to be 6 plus 2, that's 800 kilograms, so that's going to be then 57.2 on the landing weight. Uh, 57.2. Landing 26. Winds are 260 at 11. Temperature is 13. And QNH is 1002. 1002. We will calculate with idle reverse and calculate. 11 knots to just maintain a wind correction 5 as standard. Variable, good question. So when it comes to the cruise speed is determined by the cost index. So as long as you have VNAV selected, it will follow the cruise speed that you have selected through the cost index. So we'll adjust it according to that index or the cost index you have set in on the pre-flight or when they set up the FMC. So yeah, it will be determined by the cost index. So as long as VNAV is engaged, it will follow that cruise speed. Hello.
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
Do you guys want any drinks? Yeah, what index? Okay. So the cost index, if you're flying the 737, it's under the performance here, cost index. That basically determines how fast you will be flying compared to how much fuel you will be burning. So a lower cost index means you will be flying a bit slower, but it will save more fuel. High cost index, you will fly faster, but will burn more fuel. So this is basically the relation between speed and fuel burn. So you will find that on your flight plan. Some companies have a standard cost index, like Norwegian is always using 9 from last time I checked. So yeah. So again, you will find it on your flight plan. Again, high cost index, you will fly faster. Lower cost index, fly slower, but you will save more fuel. Martin, hello, welcome aboard. Well, yeah, what is what do you want then? Yeah, so it's VRF 138 with flaps 30. Flaps 30, 138, 138. I do want to use idle reverse, but since we have this now with the braking, so we should probably use full reverse due to, again, regarding bolt and braking and so on. Cola, okay, nice. Pull up the menu, do that. At least one cola then. So when we answer the cabin crew, we can jump straight onto the briefing. I'm not sure if we're going to be parking though. Don't really have much information about that, unfortunately. Okay, the real aircraft is still landing way ahead of us. I have a feeling that they're rocking a quite high cost index since they're landing 7 minutes earlier than us. Guess you want a Starbucks coffee, there's a coffee and one cola, okay. One coffee and one cola, please.
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. So yes, and everything should be good. Yeah, I mean, it says here on the briefing for Arlanda that between 2200 and 0600 local, they want us to not use more than idle reverse thrust, except for safety reasons. How long is our distance? I mean, we should be fine to have one exception here though. Our landing distance available is less than 2.5 kilometers. What does it say on the VPT here? It says here landing distance available, and it's going to be a little bit less than that, maybe 2003, since we do have the touchdown zone, the threshold and things like that. We'll use idle reverse then. Yes, are we ready for the approach briefing? Just want to get the parking stands. Imagine we're parking up here. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drinks. They're waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
No, we will go wheel brakes and less reverse due to noise. It says that on the briefing that, or at Arlanda, they want us to use as little reverse as possible, except for safety reasons, of course, because of noise. But yeah, there we go, and then we can start with our approach briefing. So we'll start off with our start, and we're expecting the Nilug to which one is it again? Tango, isn't it? I think it is Nilug to Tango. Let's see, we have 2 Tango here, because we should be ending at Tebby. I have already forgot which arrival I'm expecting. Let us check here on the flight plan. It is the Nilug, yeah, it is the Nilug 2 Tango. Yeah, good. So, for the approach, we expected the Nilug 2 Tango arrival. This is on chart 10-2 Bravo, effective 21st of May 20. Start off at Nilug, we should be below flight level 150. Continue to see Alpha 630, and we should be holding over Tebby VR. That's the initial approach fix for runway 26. What in the world is Erken? So 19ers, yeah. So we're gonna be, and then now we're holding, or we are ending at Tebby. We can actually go, there you go. So Tebby VR is the last waypoint then. So quite a short arrival in Star in general. MSA in Arlanda is 2,200 feet. Maximum 250 knots, below flight level 100 unless otherwise instructed. And also the clearance limit is normally the initial approach fix, so in this case TEB VR. So that means we will be holding over there unless we have a clearance to proceed further, but since we do not have an ATC, we'll just continue nevertheless. When it comes to threats, we do not have any threats for our arrival today. It's all looking good. For the start, we're expecting the ILS for runway 26, chart 11-7 from the 8th of November 24. So we're expecting vectors in, or a direct to Ektas, that's the initial fix, and maximum 200 knots. We should then be about 10.5 miles from the thresholds. Remaining is 250 degrees, ILS means 1101, 110.1 equals here alpha, so 250 is set. Triple and 1101 is triple with Arlanda VR 116. That's considered set on standby, ready number 1 in case we will need that. It is going to be a standard 3-degree glide, minimum of 325 feet. Position level, flight level 60, and for a miss, if we need to go around, we're going to be climbing straight ahead to 1500 feet, and then expecting radar vectoring for a new approach. Yeah, so again, initial approach by RNAV star or vectoring. Full procedure with racetrack. Yeah, we're not doing that, so forget that. Yeah. Also, one thing is that when established on final approach track, maintain 160 knots or more until passing 4.1 DME equals here alpha. So once we're passing 4.1 DME, we should be maintaining at least 160 knots if possible. After that, for our landing configuration, we're landing with flaps 30, 138 on the VLF, wing correction 5, so final is going to be 143, with idle reverse thrust and manual braking. For the taxi, this is our airport charts, 10-9, effective 20th of March 25, landing 26, motivated by X33 or X32, hopefully we'll take X32, and then taxi to our parking stand. Our parking stand chart, 10-9 Bravo, effective 20th of March 25. So I'm not quite sure where we should, or where we are going to be parking. We'll find out after landing, or right before landing. Either we'll taxi via Zulu Papa and then Zulu to either Pierre Bravo. We could also taxi via Zulu November to Pierre Alpha or Zulu Lima. Zulu Papa also to Pierre Foxtrot. And we also could expect Charlie and the entire front there from where we have where we departed to Olbia this afternoon. Again, we'll just wait and see. Except for that, we do have one. I think we have no. We do not have any hotspots along our taxi routing today. We do not have that, and weather conditions are looking good. Weather conditions 666 dry, and only notable NOTAMs is that the one on the left and 0 right is closed, and the respective taxi rate for that is also closed, and of course that is construction work at the moment at the apron over here, as we have seen already before. This area is closely to working purpose for construction work. So yeah, that should basically be it. Are there any questions? Probably not. Our briefing is complete. Reset MCP altitude. AFIR. We can start descending down to flight level 200 initially. 200 set, we are now alt, altitude vent, be in a path retard. Good. And then the set checklist. Pressurization, landing altitude, status 5th, correction 100 feet. Recall checked, auto brake off, landing data. PDF 148, minimums 325 feet. Approach briefing completed, the set checklist complete. I will do a fuel check at R mode. So R mode 2.9, we have 3.8. 6.6 we have burned through. 4, 5.8. 2 hours 28, we have been flying for 2 hours 17. Wonderful, that's now all done there. Level to the PA. And we're expecting to be landing drag required. I can see that. I can clear you. We're landing at 18. Yeah, we're landing in about 30 minutes. Mine damer og herrer, dette kaptein som snakker. Som dere kanskje lagt merke til, så har nå begynt nedstigningen vår ned mot Stockholm Arlanda, og vi forventet til å lande om rundt ca. 30 minutter. Været i Stockholm for øyeblikket ser ganske så bra ut, med litt grann vind fra vest, 13 grader og skyfri himmel. Ellers håper jeg det veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Takk for at du flyr med oss. Vi håper vi ser deg for flytur, og så ønsker dere en fin kveld videre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. As you may notice, we now start our descent down towards Stockholm Arlanda, and we are expected to land in approximately 30 minutes. The weather in Stockholm Autumn is looking quite good, with just slight winds from the west, about 13 degrees centigrade and clear skies. Otherwise, we hope to enjoy this flight with Norwegian. We thank you for choosing us. We hope to see you again on the next flight, and we wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you. A little bit of speed break. And we can go to dim. There you go. Yes. Variable, yes, that's also something I've heard. And again, that's also something that the Norwegian will be doing as well. Use more reverse thrust, less braking due to supply chain issues. It is hard to come by because the fact that they made some bolts for the brakes, I imagine then, burned down in February. So they want the pilots to use more reverse thrust and less braking to make sure that the brakes last longer, of course. Again, that's something I've heard, so I think you've heard it yesterday when the one who jump-seated into Oslo said that last week. So yeah, talked to the technical pilot in Norwegian, so I think that source is quite good if you talk to the technical pilot in a company. So yeah, but in this case we do want to use the entire runway for landing nevertheless, so and then using a little bit of braking as well doesn't really matter too much, I imagine. Again, I don't have full insight into that procedure itself, how that is done, so yeah, not 100% sure. At least I passed like $300 already a while ago. Everything is appears looking good. A firm. Can lower the brightness here quite a bit. Yeah, we still have the arriving aircraft from Helsinki. That's a Finnair aircraft, and then Red Nose. Well, that's us. Yeah. So we're the next one. Then. It's just a Finnair that's landing before us at the moment. So yeah, we should have quite some clear airspace around us for the landing. And the real aircraft is landing in about 15 minutes. And we are landing almost 10 minutes behind that again. Means we will be able to find out where we're parking though. To be honest, I wish that more information would be public, like ATIS for example, if that could be more publicly available. You have that in the United States where ATIS for all airports are available for the public, but for the rest of the world that's a bit different. And that's why can't it be just available for the public? It doesn't harm the operations at the airport, but the flight sim know which runways that is news and so on. That's a little bit unfortunate, to be honest, that we don't have enough public information. I mean, also real aviation is not really made around flight simming either though, so I mean, fair enough. No worries, Thomas. Yeah, just ask any questions you want. Yeah, that's a fairly good question. To be honest, I don't know. I imagine it's about maybe 65. I actually don't know. There is, I think it is a predetermined limit in Norway in general, so it does apply for all airlines in operating in Norway. But at least I know when Norwegian started up in 2002, as they carry a note of today, they did really fight to get that pension. Or the age that you will go off with pension to get it up, because you want to have as many as you basically do. You want to have experienced pilots to have as long as possible, because they are experienced. They've been flying for many years, so you want to have all of them. So there was a bit of conflict, if you can say that, between the Norwegian. I think it either was with the air regulations in Norway, or if it was with the pilots union. I don't remember, but it was something like that. 1,000 ago, not 100. So to be honest, I don't know, but I imagine it's between like 63 and 67 or something. So I don't really know. I mean, the best bet for you, I imagine, is just Google it. I at least don't need to worry about pensions and so on. I'm not that old, so still have many years left. So yeah. Variable, I don't know. I haven't planned that far into the future yet, because generally for the last week, 2 weeks, I've been a bit not sure when I'm able to actually fly or not. I've passed flight to 200. So I don't know yet. At least all my flights are randomized, so I don't choose them myself. I just put all the flights we can do into randomizer and just roll it. Boom, I get a list of all the flights, and I just see, can we fly that? No, we can't fly that due to a crew change that is not in favor for us, or a layover that we can't do, or something like that. So yeah, it is basically just all randomized. I found it quite difficult to choose the flights myself, to be honest. And also in the real world, you as a pilot don't choose where you're flying all the time. It is the airline that does that. Since in this case, the Norwegian doesn't choose that for me. Just randomizing it to make it a bit more realistic at least. So, I don't know. We'll wait and see. One day at least, I can guarantee you that. One day. Still landing 18. If you just look at the flight plan here a little bit. This is not really favorable from where we're leaving our star. Because of this. If we would have done this instead, how would that look? That would look a bit more like this. But that looks a bit favorable, and then we'll be landing at 17 still. Okay. So that means we're turning on the seat. Okay, the 15-minute call in 3 minutes. Just need to think about that one Finnair aircraft that is also on its arrival into Stockholm. At least he's coming directly in because he's flying from east to west from Helsinki. So you'll basically have a straight in approach. What happened with that aircraft? Did he disconnect or something? No. Because it doesn't say that he's arriving in Stockholm. But let us see. Yeah, it doesn't exist on the approach to the arrivals page. Strange. So maybe the simulator paused something, or something else is happening. Let us see, is he actually moving? Yeah, he is moving, so why doesn't it say that he's landing into Helsinki then? Sorry, into Stockholm, and he's actually soon landing? He's past 19,000. Yes, I got 15 minutes to landing, we'll give the call. Skolvik, hello again. How was the landing in Oslo? And also congratulations, you did 7,000 hours on Virgin Norwegian. It's impressive. Oh wait, he's flying a turboprop, isn't he? Aye, that means he's slow. That's not very optimal. Like an ATR 72. But the thing, again, it looks like he's standing still. That is the thing. Even though he is descending. I mean, he is flying, so... Standing in... something minutes. I don't know. Don't even get it up there on the arrivals page. 10 minutes. Maybe we need to delay vector ourselves, so maybe we can sneak in front of it and see. 7001 actually. Oh, even better, isn't it? 7001. Perfect. It looks like the aircraft is standing still. But again, this is turboprop after all, it's flying slow. He's moving. Just again, very slowly. Maybe we should call him up. Maybe he can let us go in first again, because we are a jet aircraft after all. We're flying a bit faster, so we don't need to slow down too much. Wait to see a little bit. Maybe we should erase this. Here we go. So don't get confused there. Okay, it's passing through 14,000 feet. We are passing through 10. To go. And we will be catching at, or capturing at what? 2,500, so we can continue descending down to 2,500 feet. 2005. QNH in Arlanda is still 1,002. AFIR 1,002. 1,002. Approach checklist. Altimeter QNH 1002 is set cross-checked. We are passing through flight level 100. Now, plus minus 0. Approach checklist complete. Pass 100. Hello.
Hi, Captain. All passengers are seated and secured for landing.
Thank you.
No problem.
Wonderful. Yeah, maybe we should just call up the Finn there about his intentions and his location. And just to have some coordination here, because we are fast, he's slow. So Finnair 5 Lima Alpha. Finnair 5 Lima Alpha, this is Renault's 4362. Just wondering about the position and your current intentions in for Arlanda. Of course he doesn't answer. One time I tried to call up someone, I don't answer at all. Okay, at least we have him on the TCAS. He's still above us by a few thousand feet. Or 1,700, so. I think we just need to let him pass first. At least he doesn't answer. Yeah, then we just need to delay vectors ourselves a little bit, so let's need to delay ourselves. I will leave you at 080 then. Actually, we could take yeah, we can take 070, sorry. Because the heading is 25 for the 26. Doesn't really make sense, but That's how it is. There's a feeder aircraft is on his way in, so if he doesn't answer, just let him go first. And he's the closest one, nevertheless. The thing is that now we don't have him on the... Okay, there he is. He's 20 miles away from us. There he is. Yeah, we'll be leaving Ted at heading 070. We have the aircraft in sight, or at least we did. Yeah, there you go. You have him in sight. He's a red flashing light there. Heading select 070. Yeah, we can actually stop descending at 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet. I mean, it looks like we actually could have been able to pass him and go in first, but we don't have radio contact with his aircraft, so... I mean, we could have tried again as well to call him up, but I don't think that would have changed much. Go speed into vents. Again, slow down to 20 knots. So we don't let this fly too far away from the airport. And we can just set runway center line. Extend the runway center line. Boom. Execute. And then set off 10-mile range since we don't have much else reference. There you go. There you go. Now he's at 10 miles ish. And we can turn left to a heading of yeah, we can take 340 then. Left 340. 340 cents. You can just go vertical speed and maintain 500 feet a minute. And we can slow down the flap up. It'll be 201 knots. Still haven't heard anything from the fin air. It's quite silent on the frequency. And the thing is that this aircraft is so slow. That's the main concern here. You can turn left 29. Actually go 280. 280 set. Flaps 1, speed checked. Speed 200 back. We can normal approach. It's landing soon, so we should be good on separation at least. Good. Localizer alive and the Warlock, so localizer captured. Flaps 5 checked. Has captured Mr. Broadshot with 1500 feet. Set. And speed 180. Arlanda traffic, Rados 436 to established ILS 268 miles out Arlanda. Get out, flaps 50 and speed checked. Cabin crew, sit for landing please. And check the flaps. Cam call, given, engine start switches. Continuous, speed brakes, armed. Landing gear, down and flaps holding 15. Instead of taxing on, yeah, he's taxing on Yankee, if I'm correct. Yeah. Flaps 30, speed checked. Complete landing checklist. Flaps 30 planned, 30 green light. Landing checklist complete. We are approach 1000. We are stable. Runway should be clear. Clear to land. All traffic radios 4362 short fan 26. 1000.
1000.
Disconnecting.
Traffic is locating runway
400. Plus 100. 300. 200. Minimums. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
To reverse recital. Under the knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. You guys, welcome to Arlanda. 2 hours 48. I do hate that we don't have touchdown zone lights here, because I did not know where the touchdown zone is. So just need to get the airplane on the ground, so we didn't do a long landing at least. So a little bit of firm landing there, but that was needed. So at least we didn't need to go around because of a long landing. So yeah. So that was basically on purpose. I just remembered on short file that, yeah, the thing is with this approach that I forgot is that we are actually following the pub and the glide, but always a bit higher than we should. So that means we'll be landing way behind the aiming points, and I didn't remember how long the touchdown zone is. So yeah, at least we are on the ground safely, and I think that's the most important thing. Arlanda traffic, red nose 4362, runway 26 vacated, Arlanda. Okay, let's just hold here for a second. Go. Just find out where we are actually going to be parking. Okay, we'll be parking there. So we are parking at stand 1. Easy and simple. So we're going to continue then left here. Right clear. Left clear. And left clear, right clear. We are parking at Terminal 5. Pier Alpha. Stand 1. No. Aviator. And GS6 have received an update. That's good to know. I forgot to turn on taxi lights. That's no wonder it's so dark on the taxiway. I've begun to wonder, why is it so dark? Yeah. The right is clear. Left is clear. Taxiing via Zulu Lima in for stand 1. Yeah, the right is clear. Left is clear, it's got to be the left turn here then. There is the 3. Working at stand 1. And then left in here. Park brake set. We can shut down number 1. Wait. Set shocks. Requests. There you go, grandpa available. Shut down number 1.
Off it.
Ground torstai cockpit.
Actually, we didn't think to do anything there. Go ahead.
Hi Captain, microphone check
The boarding
please.
requested.
I'm ready loud and clear.
Roger. OK Captain, ground power is available. Stand by, VLL start getting you offloaded in a couple of minutes.
Roger. Shuttle checklist to the line. Fuel pumps off, probeat off, photo panel set. Flaps up, no light, parking brake set, engine start levers cut off. And weather radar off. Shuttle checklist to the line is complete.
Passengers deboarding
Flight
started.
time 2 hours 47. Okay, shutdown checklist below the line. Technical log completed. EFB is completed. Shutdown checklist complete. Wonderful. Graduation song contest RJ. Hello, welcome. I'm doing well. Welcome. Yeah, exactly. That's the strange thing. I'm not quite sure if the lights in the PMG is actually too weak, because if you have the LED lights installed, that basically makes the tax light is then just simply, yeah, we are not really able to actually get anything. It is so dim. So I think there is something wrong with the lighting is not correct. I don't know, but yeah, yeah, and I just remember there on very short final that the touch and zone, you're going to be passing, you're going to be flying right over the aiming point if I don't get the aircraft further down. And then I saw the aiming point passing by, and then I saw next marker of the touch and zone passing by, and I just thought, I don't remember how much we have left of the touch and zone, so I will just get aircraft on the ground, so we don't need to go around due to a long landing. So that's one thing I hate with airports that don't have touchdown zone markings or lighting. Because it's basically impossible to know where the touchdown zone is during night, because it is pitch black. Well, the same with Oslo as well, they don't have that there either. At least I've flown so much into Oslo, we basically know approximately where it is nevertheless. It's easy to manage that. So yeah, I need to look up at the lighting there, because I did then use a lighting mod for this aircraft before, but I don't remember why I don't use it anymore. I will check on it. Blood pressure check. I mean, the landing looked worse than it probably was, because the FS is using feet per minute, but what you actually feel is feet or is the G-forces. So I imagine the landing was actually a bit better than GS6 showed us. So yes. Thank you, Skolvik. Enjoy flying tomorrow. Enjoy that. It's gonna be a long day for you, isn't it? But yeah, sleep well. Do not. Yeah, why did I say that? Forget that. Do we have our aircraft for tomorrow yet? Or is it still too early? Yeah, it is still too early. Oh wait, we'll find out tomorrow morning if we do have that airframe or not.
Ground Torstai cockpit.
Go ahead. What are you doing with the morning? I don't know.
Hi Captain. Okay, all bags have been offloaded. We're crossing up now and we'll speak Torstai you next time.
Yeah, thanks for the help. Have a good night. See you next time. Bye. Thank you, Skolvik.
Flights and Mega App as Scotted tip 200 Norwegian per month. Keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'm happy that you enjoy as well. Like I always say, that's the most important thing, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. I'll keep up the good work, I will. I'll promise that. Hello.
Hello, Captain. Everyone's offloaded. Fantastic landing, by the way. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Just give me a buzz if you need anything.
Of course. Again, it is a feet per minute. It's 1.13, 1.16 G4 on the G4, so it isn't that bad. But because FS Realistic is using feet per minute, it looks worse than it actually was. But the landing wasn't too bad. It wasn't that firm. Could have been worse. Yes, at least that is all done. All passengers have disembarked, so we can power down the aircraft or shut down the aircraft. Off with you. You're off. And everything is looking good. Yes. Should we run through the secure checklist then? So, IRSs. Off. Emergency exit lights. Off. Window heat. Off. Packs. Off. APU, GPU, GPU. Off. And the battery off. Secure checklist is complete. Yes, that was it for today. Again, we wait to see where we're flying tomorrow. If we do have that max aircraft or not. So that will be interesting. But I hope that you guys have enjoyed this one today, and I hope to see you all again on the next one. So have a good night. See you later. Bye bye.